Immortality begins by becoming an alchemy master. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 376 Guest Elder, The Four Sects Are Crazy? Luo Chen has been conducting research on how to open the orifices with the power of thunder and lightning. Anyway, the war on the front line has nothing to do with him. The intention of the four sects to defend the sixth mountain is so obvious. Unless there are not enough people, Luo Chen who will probably be pushed up. A few days later, Luo Chen sat cross-legged in the thunderstruck woods, and strands of tiny lightning covered his body under the traction of the lightning net. Ordinary foundation building true cultivators may feel uncomfortable about this, or even be as afraid as snakes and scorpions. But Luo Chen has a strong physique, and because of his long-term practice of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra, his body has a strong recovery ability. These lightning bolts are not scary to him at all. Instead, he uses the improved method of controlling evil spirits to control these weak lightnings to impact the spiritual film on the orifices. Luo Chen closed his eyes tightly, and his spiritual consciousness kept watching the changes in his body. Under his control, a ray of lightning pierced the spiritual film like a needle. Suddenly, Luo Chen hummed and opened his eyes. His eyes were full of joy. It's feasible. It's indeed feasible. Although I can't control the power of thunder and can't use it to practice, it is completely feasible to control the power of thunder and open my mind. After all, evil spirits and lightning are just a kind of energy. Since I can control evil spirits, I can also control lightning for a short time. But I still have to grasp the scale. If a large amount of lightning enters my body, it will cause a devastating blow to my body. Then it won't be good. Muttering to himself, Luo Chen stopped practicing today. Just after walking out of the lightning-struck woods, Su Huanzhen hurriedly came to greet him. "President, Master Juking wants to see you." Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. "Why is she looking for me?" No wonder Luo Chen was surprised. After a quick meeting on Jinsha Floating Island, Fairy Juking returned to the sixth mountain and never saw him again. Luo Chen could have expected the unfamiliarity. It was nothing more than dissatisfaction with Luo Chen using Master Yinayu to force her. Luo Chen did not regret it. If it hadn't happened, it would be Luo Chen who was at the forefront now. How can there be such a peaceful battlefield tour? His Luo Chen whose life is now more comfortable than some of the inner disciples of the Ice Castle. Well, she wants to see me, so I'll go on this trip. Luo Chen smiled and went straight out of the camp. In a tent. The woman looked at Luo Chen coldly, and after a long while, she said faintly, "You are living a comfortable life." Luo Chen bowed his hands to show his respect. "Thanks to the care of the master." The corner of the mouth of the Juking fairy twitched, but she didn't say anything. In her opinion, it would be best for Luo Chen not to come to the Jilajiashan battlefield and not wade into this muddy water. As for the Luo Chen monks, in her opinion, they are just a group of cannon fodder. Why spend energy to take care of them? "I heard that you need a lot of second-level earth fire evil spirit," the Juking fairy suddenly said. Luo Chen's heart moved, and he nodded subconsciously. "I have a lot of collections here, about 500 copies. Do you want them?" Luo Chen showed a happy expression. Yes. How could he not want it? Although he could use the power of thunder to open his mind, he could not control it as well as his heart, and he needed to use medical skills from time to time to repair the injuries caused by the power of thunder. But he could send and receive the evil spirit of the earth and fire as he wished. There was no reason to give up the easy and seek the difficult. "Then thank you, Master. As for the spirit stones, it's okay to pay the normal price of Jinsha Floating Island. In addition, the gourd containing the evil spirit is a top-grade magic weapon. You can add another 5,000 spirit stones." "Yes." Luo Chen nodded repeatedly, took out 30,000 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag and handed them to the other party. This was considered a normal transaction, not a favor. However, Fairy Juking was willing to consider Luo Chen's needs and take the initiative to trade with him, so Luo Chen still accepted this kindness. Watching Luo Chen happily put away the gourd containing a large amount of evil spirit of the earth and fire, Fairy Juking sighed inexplicably. She wanted to say something, but swallowed it back when it came to her lips. Luo Chen noticed the other party's hesitation, and couldn't help but ask hesitantly, "Master, do you want to see me for something else?" Fairy Juking was silent for a while, and finally said, "You go back in half a year." Luo Chen was stunned. Just when he was about to say that he couldn't abandon the monks of Luo Xianhu, he suddenly reacted. "You?" He asked tentatively, "Master, do you mean all of us in Luo Xianhu?" "Yes. But we are not going back to stay there for nothing, but to withdraw to the rear, responsible for logistics and transportation, and guard against a vassal of the Sword Sect from invading our territory," Fairy Juking said lightly. After this, Luo Chen could no longer suppress the joy on his face, or he didn't need to suppress it. What he had planned before couldn't be done. Now that he personally took the risk, he finally made the other party retreat. However, he still pretended to be concerned and asked, "If we leave, what about the master's lineage?" "Don't worry about that. A team will be sent from the Ice Castle to replace Tan Tai and the others. The operation of the Immortal City still needs someone to take charge," Fairy Juking replied. Luo Chen was pretending to be concerned. But the other party's words made him confused. Just relying on the things he gave before, Fairy Juking could get so many benefits? Not only did it allow Luo Xianhu to evacuate the rear, but even the Juking lineage could escape from the quagmire of war? It seemed that she saw Luo Chen's doubts. At this time, Fairy Juking no longer concealed it. "The sect has decided to hire you as a guest elder of my ice castle, and the only elder in the foundation building stage." Luo Chen was stunned. He reacted immediately. Fairy Juking sold herself for a good price. Master Yin used words at the time, "If the sect wants someone, you can't protect him," are still ringing in his ears. Now it seems that Master Juking did not save himself, but used him as the core of the transaction in exchange for a lot of benefits. Luo Chen felt complicated about being sold out. Fairy Juking kept staring at him. "You don't agree?" Luo Chen smiled sadly and said casually, "It is my honor to become the elder of the Golden Core sect with a body of foundation building. This is an agreement." Fairy Juking saw this and looked a little disappointed. "In this case, you can go down. The war in the future will basically have nothing to do with you." Luo Chen bowed rarely. "Junior, take your leave." After he left, Tan Tai walked out from the back and looked at Fairy Juking with some concern. "Master, why don't you say something to win him over? Once the other party becomes a guest official of the sect, he will no longer serve only our Juking lineage. Now we should win him over." "You said too much?" A cold voice came out. Tan Tai was silent. Fairy Juking put away her disappointed look and said coldly, "Why pretend? If the sect wants someone, I will definitely not be able to keep him. Besides, what kind of person is Luo Chen? With his intelligence, there are some things that I don't need to explain at all, he knows it very well. Such a high evaluation." Tan Tai suddenly realized, and the worry in her eyes dissipated a lot. However, she did not see the trace of memories in Fairy Juking's eyes. Many years have passed, and Ice Castle will have another master of alchemy, just like Shuang who entered Ice Castle that year. Coincidentally, it was Fairy Juking who personally introduced him into the sect. Her eyes fell on Tan Tai, who looked like herself, and she felt a little impulsive. But in the end, she kept silent. Why bother to relive the past? The act of marriage will hurt others and yourself. I am not master, nor Yin Yu, how can I let her follow my old path? I won't do this. Left the tent. Luo Chen strolled in the mountains, slowly heading towards the Luo Xianhu headquarters. He was feeling mixed emotions. He actually didn't mind that Fairy Juking sold him for a good price. As he emerged, his reputation as a master of alchemy spread throughout the Yuding domain, and no major Jinan sect could ignore him. Previously, in the Kingdom Valley Heavenly Palace, Master Chiding and Jinan of Valeo Mountain had tried to recruit him as a guest of the two sects. However, they were forced to give up because of Fairy Juking's presence. But in the final analysis, they were not looking at Fairy Juking's face, but for the sake of Bingbao, a major Jinan sect. The only thing they didn't understand was that Luo Chen at that time only served the Juking lineage, and strictly speaking, he was not considered a member of Bingbao. It took 3 years. Fairy Juking couldn't drag it on any longer. Bingbao had already noticed Luo Chen. Yin Yu threatened him with something on him and failed to recruit him, and then the sect headquarters sent an order to hire him as a guest elder. At this point, the Fairy Juking must retreat. From the other party's perspective, Juking is helpless and can only sell at a good price within a limited range. So what about from your own perspective? How to weigh the pros and cons of becoming a guest official of the Ice Castle? At the moment, The pros naturally outweigh the cons. Whether it is to preserve the Luo Chen society or to get out of the quagmire of war, it is a wonderful thing. It can even be said that I may have a chance to get Dan-related resources from the Ice Castle. As for the long term, that would be a matter of failure or success in Dan. Failure, needless to say. With the protection of the Great Sect, the rest of my life will be smooth and safe. Success means that I am completely bound to the Ice Castle, and my actions may be constrained or I may not be able to help myself. It seems to have disadvantages. But in life, how can there be so much freedom? So, in the end, the benefits of becoming a guest official of the Ice Castle far outweigh the disadvantages. Fairy juking selling out of teammates is a win-win situation for all parties. Everyone has gained something. The only loss is the long-term development of juking. But considering that she has always been kind to me, I should be more inclined to them in the future. The loss is not that big. She hesitated just now, probably wanting to talk about this. Luo Chen smiled, and a big stone fell from his heart. There was also a sense of accomplishment in his heart. Unconsciously, although his realm has not been greatly improved, because of his status as a master of alchemy, he is on an equal footing with the giant and masters in the Yuding domain, and they can talk and laugh. This is as it should be. Excellent alchemists should be treated like this. How can we use a simple realm to measure the value of an alchemy master? After returning to the base, Luo Chen's daily life became simple. Although there is no spiritual environment suitable for cultivation, the top-grade Zongmiao Pill is still enough to take. Because of the connection of all meridians and the opening of some acupoints, he could even try to refine 2 high-grade Zongmiao Pills a day. In this way, his cultivation did not fall behind too much. In the realm of foundation building, good pills can still play a great auxiliary role. In addition to taking pills for cultivation, Luo Chen insisted on using the Earth Fire Evil Spirit to open his acupoints every day. One by one, his acupoints opened up, making his physical foundation stronger and stronger. An indescribable transformation is constantly going on. In his spare time, he would also try to study the thunder body refining method that he had stopped before. He always felt that he might be able to use this aspect to complete the subsequent exercises of Xianpeng transformation. Time passed slowly in such a peaceful time. A month later, it was time for rotation again. Early in the morning, all the cultivators on the garrison were ready. However, compared with those vassal forces that were covered with the smell of war and blood and looked tired, the mental outlook of the cultivators on the Luoxianhu side was much better. They didn't look like they were here to fight, but more like a battlefield tour group. It was just a formality. Amidst the envious gazes, Luo Chen handed over the stationing mission to the new vassal forces of Ice Castle and flew away from the 6th mountain. When leaving, Su Huanzhen looked back at the Thunder Mountain filled with flames, his expression dazed. It was so leisurely? What kind of life did they live in the past 2 years? Everything changed when the president came. Luo Chen naturally didn't care, but gathered with Duan Feng and listened to him talking about the casualties of other vassal forces of Ice Castle during this period. Chu Xianbao is dead. They were arranged in the first line of defense. During the battle, their old injuries relapsed and they were blown up by the enemy in the air. Not only that, the Chu family also suffered heavy losses. At present, only one foundation building cultivator survived. This news surprised Luo Chen. Chu Xianbao was injured at the beginning. Should he stay in the base camp to recuperate? Why was he sent to the battlefield? Is it because he has no use value, and Master Yin Yu is angry about the failure to recruit him, so he directly sent him to the battlefield regardless of his life or death? This guess has a certain logic. Luo Chen did not delve into it, whether there was a grudge or not. It was better to die, so as to avoid further trouble. However, thinking that if Luo Chen did not hear him, perhaps Duan Feng and others would also end up like this, Luo Chen could not help but feel a little sad. The 3 strongest vassal forces of Ice Castle, the Yuan family, also suffered heavy losses. The second elder of the clan in the late stage of foundation building died, and only the eldest elder led the remnants to survive. Hearing the death of the late stage of foundation building cultivator, Luo Chen's eyelids twitched. The big sects really don't treat the vassal forces as human beings. Cannon fodder is their value. I don't know about other sects, but Ice Castle has indeed suffered some heavy losses in the past 2 months. Duan Feng shook his head, and there was also a sense of fear on his face. If Luo Chen hadn't come, I'm afraid that their Luo Chen would have been treated like this. How did you get the news from Wang Yuan? Luo Chen asked. Duanfeng said uncertainly, I asked in the camp of the 6th mountain. It seems that someone saw him in the 9th mountain, but he disappeared soon. Hearing this answer, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as he was still alive, it would be fine. In half a year, Luo Xian would retreat. During this time, he could go and look for it himself. Looking up, Luo Chen couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Why are there so many cultivators coming to the 6th mountain this time? The rotation of guards hasn't ended yet. Under his gaze, there were still many cultivators flying low in the air outside the mountain with magic tools, and they hadn't entered the 6th mountain for a long time. Duanfeng was also a little puzzled. The two looked at each other, wondering why there were so many cultivators. Could it be that the 4 sects alliance felt too much pressure and sent more people to come? With this doubt in mind, Luo Chen and his team flew back to the Jincha floating island. However, as soon as they landed, they heard a huge noise in the floating island. It came from the center of the floating island. Let's go and take a look. Without hesitation, Luo Chen ordered Bu Junji to lead the Luo Xian Huqi refining cultivators back to the base, while he took Su Huanshan and Duanfeng to the stone tablet of the merit list. As soon as they stopped, the 3 of them, along with countless others, looked up at the huge stone tablet. In just a moment, the 3 of them held their breath. On the stone tablet, 4 lines of text floated vividly. It was these 4 exchangeable resources that caused discussions among all those who were not from the 4 sects in the Jincha floating island who were building their foundation. Su Huanshan swallowed his saliva and said in shock, what a big deal. President, we. Luo Chen was also very excited at this moment. The secret art of forming a pill. 4 secret arts of forming a pill. There's even a superior art of forming a pill. Has the Luo sect gone crazy? Are all the 4 sects crazy? Chapter 377, Chase and Counter Chase, Who is the prey and who is the hunter? Luo Chen didn't know whether the 4 sects were crazy or not. But Luo Chen knew that all the vassal forces under the 4 sects, and even the scattered cultivators who were mixed in this place, were all crazy. The 4 sects each offered a dam-forming secret technique, which was generous and magnanimous. This was tantamount to opening a door to heaven for countless cultivators who had no way to dam forming and were stuck in the late stage of foundation building. Even for cultivators in the early and middle stages of foundation building, who seemed to have no urgent needs, but who would not be willing to make preparations in advance? Luo Chen looked at the 4 dam-forming secret techniques above, and each one was marked with a corresponding number of merit points to exchange. The highest one was the upper dam-forming secret technique that Luo sect offered, the locking pearl curtain. To exchange this technique, you need a full 10,000 merit points. The second one was the lower dam-forming secret technique that only required 2,000 merit points, which was tied for 3 sects. The dragon and phoenix tribulation of the ice castle was also among them. Luo Chen himself possessed this technique, and even the 2 third-level elixirs required for this technique had been fully prepared. Being ranked alongside it, it is clear that the other 2 will not be much better. But even so, for the foundation building cultivators who are not from the great sects, even the secret art of forming the elixir is very rare. Now, the 4 sects have opened their doors to generosity. The exchange channels are laid out nakedly in front of them. Who would not be tempted? At least, Luo Chen, who already possessed a secret art, stared at the locking pearl curtain with his eyes. President, we. Duanfeng's voice came to his ears. Luo Chen came back to his senses and looked at Duanfeng, whose eyes were full of desire. He turned his head and found that Su Huanshan was breathing even more rapidly. The higher the realm, the more he craves the secret art of forming the elixir. It can even be said that it is not just them, but the thousands of casual cultivators surrounding the huge stone tablet are all very excited at this moment. Some people don't even want to rest at all, but want to fight back to the battlefield of Jilijiashan again. No wonder when we rotated before, it felt like the number of cultivators was several times more than before. I think they are newcomers who receive the news and rush to the battlefield excitedly. Luo Chen murmured, and his eyes accidentally caught a glimpse of several 9th-level foundation building cultivators who left with a serious conversation. He swallowed his saliva and forced himself to calm down. The greater the benefits, the greater the risks. Once the 4 major dam-forming secrets are released, I am afraid that all the vassal forces and independent cultivators in the 4-sect alliance will go crazy. If this side is crazy, it is impossible for the sword sect to have no reaction. This means that the intensity of the war will increase. Looking at the two excited people beside him, Luo Chen calmly said in a low voice, "Go back and rest first." Su Huanshan and Duan Feng looked at each other, but did not dare to object to their words. When they returned to the base, the news had already spread, and even the key refining cultivators of Luo Xian who were discussing the matter enthusiastically. Luo Chen calmly pulled Su and Duan into the room. "Don't be carried away by the secret art of forming a pill." Su Huanshan swallowed his saliva, "But there is also a secret art of forming a pill in it." Luo Chen frowned. "Then why don't you take a look at the corresponding merit points required?" Upon hearing this, Su Huanshan froze instantly, and his excitement gradually dissipated. He opened his mouth to speak, but finally sighed. "That's right. The points required are too many. The merit point acquisition rules formulated by the Four Sects Alliance are very simple and crude. Ordinary garrison defense tasks give very low merit points. Patrolling, sentry, and intelligence gathering are relatively higher, but also few. There is only one way to get a large amount of merit points. Kill the enemy. Killing a person in the key refining stage can get 10 merit points. Killing a person in the early stage of foundation building can get 100 merit points. Killing a person in the middle stage of foundation building can get 200. Only killing a person in the late stage of foundation building can directly get 500 merit points. In other words, if you want to exchange for the three sects' secret art of lowering the law, you have to kill at least 200 key refining stage, or 20 foundation establishment initial stage, 10 foundation establishment middle stage, or 4 foundation establishment late stage great monks. This is really too difficult. Luo Xian, who was stationed for 2 years before, and he only managed to collect 700 merit points. Most of them came from Min Longyu's lucky chance of killing 5 foundation establishment initial stage monks with a formation. Now, these merit points are only 100 left because of the exchange for foundation establishment pill. This shows how difficult it is to obtain merit points. This is just the secret art of lowering the law to form a pill. If you want to exchange for the locking pearl curtain secret art that Lin sect took out, you have to multiply it 5 times on this basis. This is not something that a true foundation cultivator can do. One person slaughtered hundreds of foundation establishment initial stage, or slaughtered 20 foundation establishment late stage. To be able to do this, you must be a Jinden master. But here comes the problem. They are all Jinden masters. Who still cares about this Jinden art? Moreover, the exchange rules also restrict people below the Jinden level and outside the 4 sects to participate in this kind of merit exchange. This rule alone blocked the way for the Jinden masters of the first-class forces to obtain the secret art of Jinden through war. Looking at the two people who were dejected, Luo Chen shook his head. "I am also tempted, but people should know themselves and learn to do what they can. You didn't notice just now that even the late-stage foundation building great cultivators who are in the most urgent need of the secret art of Jinden all looked solemn. One of you is at the 3rd level of foundation building and the other is at the 6th level of foundation building. It will take at least 100 years to achieve Jinden. Why are you so anxious?" With his words of comfort, Su Duan and the others came back to their senses. Just now, under the temptation of a higher realm, they really lost their composure. Perhaps, only such resources will make countless foundation building true cultivators lose their usual calmness. In order to comfort the two, Luo Chen even released the news that he became a guest elder of the Ice Castle in advance. In the surprise of the two, Luo Chen said frankly, "Once the war is over, with the help of my identity as a guest of the Great Sect, it is not a problem to collect the secret art of forming the elixir. You just need to practice well and improve your realm." In this way, the two completely dispelled those thoughts that should not have been there. After sending the two away, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Just as he said, he was also tempted. But there are some things that must be self-aware. Luo Chen has evaluated his current strength. It is not a problem to crush the early stage of foundation building, and the middle stage cultivators are not a few rounds in front of him. Even if it is a great cultivator in front of him, he is confident that he can defeat him one-on-one. At worst, he always has the power to protect himself. But if he is asked to slaughter more than a dozen late stage of foundation building on the battlefield, it is simply a fantasy. Even if he lets go and hunts down the early and middle stage cultivators, it is easy to track the covetousness of stronger people. You know, the evaluation of merit value is not just a reference to the realm. For example, The monks who are good at thunder magic listed by each sect should be treated as great monks, even if they are only in the middle stage of foundation building. Luo Chen does not want his head to become the target of others' covetousness. The Four Sects Alliance has taken out such resources, which is simply pushing their vassals and independent cultivators to fight to the death. It seems that Luo Chen's sect is determined to win this civil war. Otherwise, they would not have persuaded the other three sects to take out the secret art of forming a pill. Even if it is just a lower-level secret art of forming a pill that the big sects do not look down on. But in this way, the foundation-building cultivators whose casualties could be barely controlled before, I am afraid that in the battle, it is easy to have a situation of no end to life. And the weaker late-stage key training cultivators are more likely to become the hunting target in the eyes of the foundation-building cultivators. 10,000 merit points are only the lives of 1,000 key training cultivators. As long as the great monks in the late stage of foundation building are willing to lose face and ruthlessly harvest, they can always make up. Fortunately, Luo Chen is now a guest elder of the Ice Castle. The Luo Chen who under his command is probably not needed in the subsequent wars. After half a year, I will just leave. Otherwise, the Luo Chen who, with only 100 people, will not be able to withstand the tossing. After some thought, Luo Chen thoroughly weighed the pros and cons. Immediately, his mind suddenly moved. Next, everyone's attention should be focused on the battlefield. Can I take this opportunity to go to the 9th mountain to search for Wang Yuan's whereabouts? He took out a sound transmission jade and fell into deep thought. Before Wang Yuan set out, he also gave him a jade that could transmit sound within 1,000 miles. The scale of the 9th mountain is not large. As long as he spends some time and is careful, he should be able to contact the other party. The 9 mountains of thunder have stood on this 10,000 miles of quicksand for 1,000 years. The other 8 mountains are still places that ordinary key refining cultivators can set foot in. But the 9th mountain is completely different. There is too much thunder power accumulated in it, and thunderstorms occur from time to time. The internal environment is even more complicated. Even ordinary foundation building cultivators dare not go deep into it. Every year, when picking the thunder hero, only the sword sect's giant can succeed if he enters in person. When the war broke out, the other 8 mountains became the center of attack and defense, but the 9th mountain was not the target of the 2 unioning upper sects. One day, a faint light figure flew from the distant yellow sand. When it reached the bottom of the mountain, the figure stopped. Luo Chen looked back and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Sure enough, as he expected, everyone's attention is now focused on war killing and hunting merit points. The 9th mountain, which is not the main battlefield, has not received so many attention. Next, enter this mountain and carefully look for Wang Yuan's traces. According to the information gathered by all parties, Wang Yuan's last appearance was half a month ago, appearing between the 9th mountain and the 7th mountain. Is he suspected of wanting to leave the mountain? But in the end, for some reason, he returned to the inside of the 9th mountain. While muttering to himself, Luo Chen took out a jade pendant. He injected a spiritual consciousness into it, but there was no response, as if it had fallen into the sea. Not within the range yet. Luo Chen pursed his lips, restrained his breath and quietly escaped into the mountain. The deeper into the mountain, the more the internal environment of the 9th mountain differed significantly from the other 8 mountains. There were traces of vegetation, and second-level lightning-struck wood was everywhere. Even in the shallow layer of the mountain, precious lightning-attributed minerals appeared. And in a dense forest, 3 figures looked at each other with gloomy expressions. There were also many quarrels in their conversations. Ku-chan, we have done our best to help you to this extent. Now, stop. A mid-stage foundation building cultivator said slowly. Another man in a green robe also looked terrified. What deep hatred do you have with him? Such a strong man is not something that Brother Chu and I can provoke. The one he called Brother Chu was the mid-stage cultivator who first proposed to stop. He said bitterly, it was the 5 of us who chased him into the 9th mountain, and later you summoned 3 fellows in the early stage of foundation building to help. But in just a few months, the situation reversed, and he started to hunt us. Now, there are only 3 of us with the highest cultivation. Hearing this, the green-robed monk trembled, as if he remembered something terrible. The 2 subconsciously looked at the withered toad, waiting for him to make a decision. The square-faced old man with thick eyebrows and big eyes, dressed in a purple Taoist robe, who should have been dignified and domineering, became particularly creepy because of the pustules on his face that looked like a toad. This is the Withered Toad, a great monk in the late stage of foundation building from the Yan League. As long as he doesn't say anything, these two people who have taken the benefits before cannot leave. The Withered Toad looked at the two coldly, looking at them like a hawk. Don't you want to do it? The two monks in the middle stage of foundation building nodded quickly. It's better to leave. The war outside is in full swing, and that's where we can show our strength. If we stay here, we will only be exhausted to death by Wang Yuan. The cultivator surnamed Chu said without hesitation. He paused, as if he wanted to persuade the other party, and added a few more words. We all underestimated Wang Yuan. Although his realm is only the second level of foundation building, his ability is not at the level of immortals at all. The Withered Toad nodded, and the old voice said something that made the two of them feel like listening to the sound of nature. Indeed, we underestimated him. He is different from us. In this environment of violent spiritual energy, relying on a strong physique, he is like a fish in water. Even if I am at the 7th level of foundation building, I have to be careful when fighting him. If the 9th mountain does not consider the thunderstorms that appear from time to time, then the natural environment is better than the outside world. But it is also limited. The spiritual energy here is abundant, but it is extremely violent. Ordinary foundation building true cultivators cannot rely on running exercises to restore spiritual energy here, and can only rely on elixirs. But after several months, there are not many elixirs left in their hands. But Wang Yuan was completely different. His abilities were beyond his physique. In theory, physical cultivators were not suitable for long-term combat. But this man's blood and ki were so powerful and terrifying that he did not weaken over the past few months. Instead, he became stronger and stronger. The constant hunting caused the number of people in Kuken's group to decrease. They were chasing and being chased. The so-called 8-to-1 was their advantage, but now it has become 3-to-1, and no one is confident that they still have the advantage. The cultivator surnamed Chu was surprised and said, "So?" Kuken's mouth twitched. "You want to leave? You can. I won't stop you." The cultivator surnamed Chu and the green-robed cultivator looked at each other and showed joy. Just as they were about to leave, they stopped hesitantly. "Aren't you going with us?" Kuken shook his head. "No, I must kill him and take revenge." At this point, he looked at the two of them with a smile. "Could it be that you dare not leave on your own?" The cultivator surnamed Chu swallowed his saliva, with panic in his eyes. If the three of them left together, Wang Yuan would definitely not be able to do anything to them. But if we leave alone, wouldn't it be a situation where we have to defeat them one by one? The green-robed monk next to him gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want to accompany you anyway. Brother Chu, let's go together. No matter how strong he is, he won't dare to come to us head-on." The monk surnamed Chu thought about it and decided not to delay any longer. He apologized to the Withered Toad, and the two of them carefully controlled the magic weapon and flew quickly out of the mountain close to the ground. Behind them, the Withered Toad looked coldly and uttered two words imperceptibly. "Idiot." After saying that, his heart suddenly moved and he looked in a direction 100 miles away. "Sure enough, I won't let you go, and you won't let me go. Then let's fight to the death." With a move, the Withered Toad retreated instead of advancing, and flew towards the depths of the 9th mountain. And at the moment he left, a shrill scream came from outside. "Brother Chu, how can you? Dao, I'll go ahead. Today you'll cover my retreat, and I will definitely take care of your descendants." In a dense forest, transparent holes the size of fingers appeared all over the body of the green-robed monk. From the front, one could even see the light behind him. A figure, wearing a coarse linen shirt, with black hair draped behind him and fluttering in the wind. A pair of black eyes, fierce and domineering. He looked at the monk surnamed Chu who had already escaped 100 feet away, and pointed his finger like a sword. Endless blood and energy intertwined, condensing into an indescribable energy. The next moment, a finger pointed out. The monk surnamed Chu, who was running away frantically, seemed to have been prepared. He immediately cast a talisman, and the top-grade defensive robes on his body swelled to the extreme. Puff! The blood-colored energy broke through the talisman light shield, penetrated the defensive robes, and gently tapped the back of the monk surnamed Chu. The feeling of numbness flashed by. It was like being bitten by a mosquito. The monk surnamed Chu was delighted. Sure enough, beyond a certain distance, the physical cultivation method is not so useful. The blood finger energy of the man before was invincible, and no defensive magic weapon could stop it. When it hit a person, it exploded instantly. It was not something that a cultivator below the late stage of foundation building could resist at all. But now, I blocked it. I'm sorry, Brother Lin. If you die, my fellow Taoist, I won't die. I'm one step ahead. The escape light accelerated again, and after a few flashes, it disappeared from the eyes of the hemp-clothed monk. Wang Yuan retracted his hand and glanced at him coldly, as if he didn't care about his life or death at all. He took off the storage bag of the green-robed monk, turned around, and looked in a direction following the inexplicable feeling. That old dog runs very fast. But if I don't kill you, I, Wang, will be unable to sleep or eat. With a fierce look in his eyes, he took a step forward and was 5 feet away. With continuous strides, his figure disappeared in the depths of the 9th mountain in the blink of an eye. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 378. A blood demon appears. Luo Chen takes action. In the forest, a figure was flying slowly. Holding a jade pendant in his hand, he could sense the direction from time to time. Luo Chen had already discovered that the environment of the 9th mountain was too complicated. Although the natural environment seemed to be excellent, there were few monsters and wild beasts. This was probably related to the thunderstorms that appeared from time to time. In just a few days in the mountain, he encountered 2 thunderstorms. Although it was only a small thunderstorm, it was a great threat to the foundation building cultivators. Luo Chen thought that he had a strong body, but he was not willing to try the natural thunder and lightning. If it were just these, it would be fine. But he found that after entering the 9th mountain, his spiritual consciousness was greatly suppressed. With the terrifying foundation of his soul, his spiritual consciousness could be extended to more than 10 miles away. But here, there was only 7 or 8 miles left, which was even more than cutting it in half. As a result, the 1,000-mile range of the sound transmission jade pendant was only 300 or 400 miles. That was why he had not found Wang Yuan for a long time after entering the mountain. However, it was not completely fruitless. Luo Chen was proficient in cleaning techniques and could remove foreign auras. Over the years, he became very sensitive to all kinds of auras. In several places stained with blood, he found the remaining auras of Wang Yuan. Following these auras, Luo Chen kept pursuing. But after going around in circles, he found that he seemed to be going around in circles. In vain. Strange movement route. Isn't Brother Wang being hunted? Why does the movement route seem to be going around the periphery of the 9th mountain? In fact, it was not purely moving around the periphery. Several times, Luo Chen had already gone deep into the mountains. But Wang Yuan's aura would suddenly go outside. This situation was like chasing, counter-chasing. Excellent hunters often appear as prey. Now it seems that the situation has reversed. Is it Brother Wang who is hunting those enemies who are chasing him? Luo Chen stopped in front of a huge pit. On the ground, there were holes as thick as fingers. Blood God Tribulation Finger. After Wang Yuanming realized the changes in Qi and blood, he took Ming Jin as the core and studied a killer move by drawing on the strengths of many schools. Luo Chen squatted on the ground, his spiritual consciousness swept through the holes, feeling the strength of Wang Yuan's remaining Qi and blood. After many days, the strength still did not dissipate. It can be seen that Wang Yuan is in a very good state now. It should be related to the batch of top-grade blood evil pills I gave him. The blood evil pill is not just a pill used to open the meridians. This is a pill used by body cultivators for their main practice, and the Qi and blood contained in it are extremely rich. Especially the top-grade blood evil pills refined by Luo Chen, each of which is almost comparable to the total amount of blood in essence of a Qi refining cultivator. Before Wang Yuan studied the blood evil spirit, he once tried to build a foundation with the blood evil pill. What he wanted to rely on was the terrifying Qi and blood power described in the blood evil pill. When Luo Chen was delighted with Wang Yuan's current state, a strong doubt appeared in his mind involuntarily. According to my tracking, Brother Wang's activities in the past few months have all been in the 9th mountain. Then the blood demon legend circulating outside can't be him. Who else could it be? Just as he was wondering, there was a heavy sound of footsteps coming from the front. Luo Chen frowned and stood up. In his sight, A cultivator staggered and walked slowly with a dull look in his eyes. He took one deep step and one shallow step, and even staggered several times while walking, almost falling to the ground. In his state, seeing Luo Chen who was intact, he should have run away. After all, it is still impossible to judge whether he is an enemy or a friend. Even if he is a friend, you should be wary of him. But when he saw Luo Chen, hope appeared on his face. He stretched out his hand and called from a distance, "Dao, save me." Luo Chen looked at him calmly. "I can save you, but you need to answer a few questions for me." "Yes, it's all right. Chu is willing to give you everything he has." Save me quickly." The words came out of his mouth in a hurry. Just this one sentence seemed to have exhausted all his strength, and he collapsed to the ground with a plop. Luo Chen walked up to him and looked down at him. "Are you the one chasing Wang Yuan?" "Yes." "Who's leading?" "Ku Chan." "Who is Ku Chan?" "I don't know, I'm not a cultivator of the Yan League, just a vassal of the Sword Sect." Luo Chen frowned. Then, he asked again, "What's the injury on your body?" "It's Wang Yuan, that devil." As soon as he finished this sentence, the cultivator surnamed Chu who was lying on the ground rolled over. Amidst the painful groans, there was a faint sound of rushing water. "Where is Wang Yuan? Save me quickly." Luo Chen frowned slightly and casually cast a healing spell. In the dim green light, it landed on him. However, the moment the green light entered his body, a scream suddenly broke out. "Ah!" Luo Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and he withdrew and flew back. As he watched, the skin membrane of this cultivator surnamed Chu expanded to the extreme. The next moment, boom! An extremely feminine ki force suddenly burst out. Feminine instantly turned to domineering. The ore turned into powder, and the forest turned into ash. Within a radius of 10 feet, there was only blood rain all over the sky. There was only blood and water, no flesh and bones. It was as if the cultivator surnamed Chu was a big water bag before, and the whole body was filled with blood and water. Luo Chen's face changed drastically. Is this Wang Yuan's method? It is definitely not Ming Jin, nor is it the dark Jin that he had demonstrated before. Could it be Hu Jin? Luo Chen could feel that when the cultivator exploded and died, there was a ki force in his body that had grown to the extreme, containing two kinds of ki and blood changes, domineering and feminine. That is, no one was controlling it. Otherwise, the blood rain alone could be transformed into a powerful range attack that could threaten a cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building. All along, Wang Yuan's path of body refining has been incomplete. Even if he has learned from many people, he still has countless flaws, especially in combat. At the beginning, he could only rely on his body to fight back. If the opponent slightly pulled away, he would be powerless. At that time, he lacked long-range attacks, so he later developed the Blood God Tribulation Finger. But the Blood God Tribulation Finger can only go straight and lose its twists and turns. It is not as good as the cultivators manipulating the magic weapon at will. After the Battle of Qinhu River, Luo Chen who attacked everywhere. Wang Yuan also realized a finger method to make up for this defect in the battle. He can control the turning of the energy during the battle. He named it Immortal Return to Pengying. These two moves are very powerful. In a one-on-one situation, it is difficult for cultivators of the same level to guard against them. But in the final analysis, these two killer moves are just fine carvings. All along, although Luo Chen was amazed, he didn't look down on it. Wang Yuan, there is no large-scale killer move. Unlike himself, since his debut, fighting one against many is just a common thing. Whether it is the Battle of Xiao Valley, the Battle of Gaolangyun, or the Battle of Qinhu River, he has never faced less than two masters of the same level. Luo Chen relies on a large-scale killing spell with a wide coverage. Now it seems, Wang Yuan clearly has a similar method to make up for this defect. Luo Chen slowly approached the place where the Chu monk fell. A small pit appeared in front of him, filled with turbid blood. "Brother Wang, how should you name this move? So extremely domineering, and so sinister and despicable." "Blood Demon Finger." When Luo Chen sighed, he was ready to release the fireball spell and the cleaning spell to destroy the traces of this place. Along the way, he destroyed the remaining breath of Wang Yuan in this way, in order to avoid being found by others. After all, the legend of the Blood Demon still points to Wang Yuan. Just as Luo Chen was about to take action, an extremely urgent sense of crisis came from his heart. There was no time to react. Instinctively, A pair of spiritual wings spread out instantly. The whole person was like lightning, flying over the puddle and flying more than 10 feet away. Only then did he turn around. He looked at the blood pit with a gloomy face. There, a masked figure was looking at him in surprise. What a handsome body movement. I didn't expect that the genius alchemist who is famous in Yuding domain, in addition to his exquisite fire method, also has such outstanding body movement. A hoarse and harsh voice came out of the man's mouth. It was as if someone was rubbing his throat with sandpaper, which made people feel very uncomfortable at first. Listening to this uncomfortable voice, Luo Chen's face was gloomy. Dao, I know me so well, but I don't know your name. The masked man shook his head slowly. My name is not worth mentioning, you can just call me Blood Demon. As he spoke, his eyes fell on the blood pit. The two eyes revealed under the mask flashed with surprise. Opposite him, Luo Chen's face changed completely. The blood demon that roamed the battlefield in the legend was indeed not Wang Yuan, but this one. As luck would have it, he appeared in front of him. Humph! You hide your head and show your tail, and cover your name. What do you want to do by coming to me? The blood demon did not answer him directly. Instead, he stretched out his hand and a large amount of black blood in the blood pit on the ground condensed into a small ball, which appeared in his hand. After sensing it slightly, he shook his head with regret. Not bad essence in blood of a mid-stage foundation building cultivator, powerful and pure body cultivation blood, but it's a pity that it has been useless after being fused together, and is full of filth. He threw it casually. The ball of black blood fell to the ground and corroded another pit. He looked at Luo Chen again and pursed his thin lips exposed. Your physique is very good. Your realm is not bad either. I guess your condensed essence and blood are not worse than that of Wang Yuan. You want my essence and blood? Luo Chen laughed in anger. You are so arrogant, I want to know what you can do. As he spoke, his spiritual energy surged and he slapped the ground with one palm. The blood demon watched this scene with interest, muttering to himself. I heard that the fire spirit lord's fire magic is the best in the world, I want to see it. But the next moment, he was stunned. On the ground, one after another huge thorny vines rose from the ground. Like a dragon or a snake, the ferocious thorns on it flashed black light, which was obviously poisonous. In an instant, countless vines entangled him. What a fast casting speed, what a powerful wood magic. The blood demon praised, and without any movement, a layer of pink halo spread out. Those vines fell limply before they got close. Watching the weak vines shrink back into seeds. The blood demon curled his lips. Not a bad wood technique, but it's too low, only level 1. Even if you use the second level thorn flower seeds to activate the vine technique, it's still, What a treacherous young man. In his sight, Luo Chen's figure activated his flaming red wings, and appeared in the distance in a flash. From the beginning, the opponent had no intention of fighting with him. The large-scale vine technique just now was just a feint to delay. He was angry and drove the flying sword to chase him. However, the more he chased, the more surprised he was. Luo Chen's flying speed was really ridiculous. With his realm so much higher than the opponent, it was difficult to catch up, and the distance was even slowly widening. We have to use some tricks. With a thought, a drop of blood fell on the flying sword under his feet. In the blink of an eye, the speed suddenly increased by 3 points. But even so, it was just as fast as the figure in front. His flying spell is so exquisite. If I get it, and combine it with my blood escape technique, I'm afraid even a giant master can't catch up with me. From the beginning, when he was attracted by Luo Chen's blood, to now, the blood demon clearly has his eyes on Luo Chen's flying spell. I want to see how long your spiritual power can support this kind of spell. A mere 6th level of foundation building, flying at such a high speed. In his opinion, it will definitely not last long. Just as he was chasing, his brows suddenly frowned. The sword light trembled, and the whole person moved 3 feet away. In the original place, dozens of hideous thorny vines were waving wildly. The same trick will be useless to me. Really? The blood demon was stunned. But he saw Luo Chen, who was running away in front, suddenly turned around and pressed down hard with his palm. In the sky, the blood demon looked up suddenly, and saw a huge mountain that had condensed into shape at some point and was rumbling down. The surrounding rock layers, soil and trees rose from the ground and gathered towards the mountain. Great perfection earth mountain technique. The blood demon was not in a hurry. He raised his hand and a soft silk flew out. The light silk stretched out in the air. It actually withstood the pressure of the mountain. What other means do you have? Your fire method, why don't you use it? Luo Chen sneered, then you just watch. The long sword was raised high, and red meteors circled and then attacked him. The blood demon frowned, pinched his fingers with one hand, and the flying sword under his feet rushed towards the fire meteor. Not a bad method, but to deal with me. No. His face changed slightly, and his whole body was actually falling. A terrifying force rumbled from the top of his head. He looked up and saw that there was another mountain on the top of the mountain. It was a top-grade magic weapon. The Great Perfection Earth Mountain technique combined with 1,000 peaks, the two huge powers were blessed, and few people in the foundation building period could resist it. It was at this time. Across from him, Luo Chen swung his sword, following the mysterious traces, outlining them in the void. Waves of terrifying spiritual energy rushed out from the spacious meridians in his body like huge waves in a river. A scorching sun appeared above the blood demon. Damn it! The blood demon shouted, no longer calm. The magic weapon flying sword suddenly raised, the 2IU technique collapsed, and the 1,000 peaks were lifted up. The red silk instantly wrapped him up. The next moment, boom! The scorching sun burst out instantly. The boundless waves of fire suddenly swept across. The explosion that destroyed everything continued to erupt with the blood demon as the center. Luo Chen's face was stern. It's not enough. The red silk was obviously a defensive magic weapon. The scorching sun technique performed by the weapon control technique alone could not completely kill the opponent. But at least, there was a chance. With a thud, the Zhuanhe sword in his hand broke through the air, carrying countless fire meteors, piercing like a meteorite. It was at this moment. There was a sound of thunder from above. Luo Chen's face changed slightly, and he stretched out his hand and moved his whole body. His fierce cloud wings vibrated and retreated dozens of feet. The next moment, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck down. Looking up, a group of dark clouds with a radius of several feet was brewing, and the electricity inside was running wildly, and the silver-white light was constantly flashing. Thunderstorm. Luo Chen took a deep breath, poured away the Qianchong peak, held the Zhuanhe sword in his hand, and looked at the other party coldly. You are lucky. After saying that, his figure trembled, and he appeared more than 10 feet away in the distance. After a few moves, he disappeared. And in the original place, where thunder and fire intersected, a red silk stained with black slowly stretched out. The blood demon's face was pale, and his teeth were clenched. He retreated from the place covered by the thunderstorm and looked at the direction where Luo Chen left. After a long while, he spit out a few words. You are lucky. Next time, don't fall into my hands. Chapter 379, The Thunder Prison Formation, Suppressing and Killing Wang Yuan. Inside the 9th mountain, dark clouds swirled, gathered and dispersed, and it was so gloomy that it seemed as if a black curtain covered the area of 1,000 miles. Silver snakes surrounded and thunder exploded. Thunderstorms appeared from time to time, and the deeper they went, the denser they were. Even if a foundation building cultivator was struck, he would be slightly injured. If you encounter a large and continuous thunderstorm, no matter how powerful you are, you will fall in it. Perhaps, only a giant and master can barely resist it. But it's just a maybe. This is the power of nature. Even if it is not deliberately targeting cultivators who have great power attributed to themselves, it is not something that ordinary people can despise. It is hard to imagine, if the rumored Yuanying crosses the tribulation, what extent will the heaven and earth punish you with thunder? The tribulation thunder produced in that kind of thunder punishment is completely different from ordinary thunder and lightning. If a foundation building cultivator touches it, he will die. Swish! The sound of breaking through the air came from the mountainside. Strong winds blew and gravel shot. A figure suddenly stopped, and the wings of spiritual energy behind him slowly retracted. The true appearance of the cultivator was revealed in the surging air. His facial features were clearly defined, his lips were tightly closed, and there was a lingering chill in his sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. Blood Demon. A cultivator in the fake Dan realm. No wonder ordinary foundation-building cultivators are killed after encountering him. The magic weapon on his body has both offensive and defensive capabilities, and he also has the blood escape technique that accelerates flight, with almost no omissions. If it weren't for my tactics, I would have kept a distance from him at the beginning, and deployed the Vine technique, the Earth Mountain technique, and the 1,000 peaks to suppress him along the way, and then use the mysterious fire sword to perform the Fiery Sun technique. I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to hurt him at all. Luo Chen opened his mouth and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. In the previous battle, he seemed to have the upper hand and was suppressing the opponent from beginning to end. But that was just an appearance. Whether it was the magic weapon or the means of the opponent, they were not inferior to him. In fact, because of the huge gap in realm, there was an insurmountable gap between the two. If he faces the opponent head-on, he will not retreat or flee. Even if Luo Chen has played all his trump cards, he will definitely not be the opponent after hundreds of rounds. The only advantage is probably the flying speed. The speed he just burst out has not reached the limit, and he only used 70%. In other words, if Luo Chen does not want to fight with the opponent, he can distance himself from the beginning and get rid of the blood demon. But in that case, it means that there will always be an extra pursuer behind him. A thorn in the flesh is the most disgusting. Therefore, Luo Chen deployed many killing moves to try to injure the opponent. It would be best to kill him, but if he can't kill him, he can just shock him. Unfortunately, the opponent actually has a defensive magic weapon, red silk. He failed to let Luo Chen get the full success. But now, he should not dare to chase him anymore. Standing on the mountainside, Luo Chen's pair of spiritual eyes looked far away at the road he came from. Due to environmental restrictions, his spiritual sense could not detect far enough, only a few miles. But his pair of clairvoyance does not have this limitation. Even if it is not clear because of the terrain and trees, the approximate range can still be estimated. After a while, Luo Chen focused his attention and vaguely sensed the other party's trace. In the dense forest, a beam of light flew close to the ground and gradually left the 9th mountain. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was not afraid of the other party, it was not good to provoke such an enemy for no reason. After all, he had important things to do. Speaking of which, what is the origin of this person? His appearance, voice, and even height and body shape are all disguised. It is possible that he is a casual cultivator who is afraid of trouble, but he is more like a true disciple of a big sect. Ordinary casual cultivators cannot cultivate to the great perfection of the foundation building period, or even the temporary realm of false pills. If there is such an achievement, he will definitely be a famous existence in the Yuding domain. But if it is a true disciple of a big sect, it should only target one party, instead of being equally involved in provoking everyone. Is it a deliberate trick? Luo Chen recalled the various methods that the other party had just displayed temporarily. For a moment, he had no clue. The other party did not show any iconic skills and moves, and the magic weapon flying sword was also of a relatively ordinary type. The only thing that stood out was the red silk defensive magic weapon. But I had never heard of this thing before. By the way, he showed a flaw under my continuous attack just now. If it weren't for the thunderstorm, I could at least hurt him. If a fake Dan realm cultivator has been refining a defensive magic weapon for hundreds of years, there will definitely not be such a flaw. In other words, he probably didn't have the red silk defensive magic weapon for too long, so Luo Chen's thoughts were interrupted. This discovery still couldn't allow him to judge the other party's specific identity. Shaking his head, Luo Chen threw a top-grade Zongmiao Pill into his mouth. He used the sword pill to open a cave on the mountain wall. Just as he was about to get in, he frowned and retreated. The mountain of the 9th mountain actually contains a lot of thunder power, which is not suitable for meditation. Shaking his head, Luo Chen took out a cloud and mist illusion array that concealed his figure. He was sitting on the rock platform on the mountainside, meditating and regulating his breath. His spiritual power reserve is indeed extremely rich, not inferior to any late-stage foundation building cultivator. He dares to fight even against a fake pill cultivator. But it does not mean that he will rush around and run wild in the 9th mountain. He must always maintain his state and be at the peak. Only in this way can he face any enemy without any worries. Time passed slowly. It is only refining pills, not involving the inhalation of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so time naturally goes fast. However, after an incense stick of time, Luo Chen opened his eyes with satisfaction. In this time, it is naturally impossible to fully refine the huge medicinal power of the top-grade Zongmiao Pill, but he has also absorbed most of it. As he began to open his mind, this physical spirit became more and more powerful. The number of top-grade pills that can be refined every day has also broken through to 2, which can also be regarded as a disguised increase in his cultivation speed. If this news is released, it will definitely be jaw-dropping. For ordinary foundation building true cultivators, It will take at least 1 or 2 days to refine a second-level low-grade pill. If it is a top-grade pill, it will take 3 to 5 days. Considering the harm caused by the poison, it will take some time to slowly eliminate the toxins. But for Luo Chen, these are not a big deal. He is an alchemist and has the most profound insights on how to quickly absorb the spiritual power contained in the elixir. In addition, the detoxification elixir technique Kingdom completely eliminates the worry of the harm caused by the poison. No wonder Kingdom Valley has the largest number of foundation-building cultivators and once dominated the Yuding domain. Not everyone is like me, but at least 60% to 70% of my level can also produce a large number of foundation-building cultivators. With a sigh, Luo Chen's heart suddenly moved. He reached his hand to his waist, and a jade pendant appeared in front of him. The spiritual light on it flickered. Luo Chen knew what this meant. It's nearby. Luo Chen's eyes lit up, and he put away the cloud and mist illusion array and jumped into the deeper part of the 9th mountain. In a valley, 2 figures stood opposite each other, each occupying a position. Their eyes flickered, staring at the valley below. Inside, there were lightning and thunder, as if there was a thunderstorm. But if you look closely, it is not a thunderstorm, but a temporary second-level formation. There are 2 figures inside. One is sitting cross-legged, and the small flag in his hand keeps hitting, as if he is presiding over the formation. The other figure flashes, constantly attacking the formation, and from time to time he blasts out a palm, and the surging energy shakes the formation. Occasionally, there are thunders falling, but they are all washed away by the huge blood-colored airflow surrounding him. Looking at his power, this formation seems to be unable to trap him. The Wither Toad looked gloomy. This person's attainments in body training are so terrifying. When I first met him, he was just a dark force, but after several months of pursuit, he actually mastered the transformation force. Even Yang Daoyao's thunder prison can't suppress him. He can see clearly. Every time the thunder chains extending from the formation are about to bind Wang Yuan, they will be calmly dissolved by the blood-colored airflow surrounding him. Even if he tricked him into the formation, he couldn't do anything to him for a while. In fact, the other party was still trying to break into the formation. The level of Huijin in the 2nd realm of body refining is comparable to the 8th level of key refining foundation building. Especially, the other party is practicing both Dharma and body. Suddenly, Yang Wei's anxious voice came from the formation. This man is not a foolish man. He seems to understand the principle of the formation and is heading straight for the center of the formation. Fellow Daoists Kukin and Yan Lizi, quickly enter the formation to help me. Almost as soon as he finished speaking. In the formation, a low roar like a bull's roar or a tiger's roar came out. Wang Yuan's figure began to grow rapidly. At first, he was only 7 feet tall, but in the blink of an eye, he broke through 10 feet and 2 feet. In just 2 breaths, he was 3 feet tall. The terrifying blood-colored airflow surrounded him. Rock-like muscles, exposed bronze luster. Blue veins, like a dragon, coiled on his body. With every breath he took, a howling wind was rolled up. With a wave of his millstone-sized hand, he tore off a large area of lightning chains derived from the formation. As his body grew larger, he took steps and rushed towards Yang Wei, who was sitting cross-legged in the void. Boom! The formation is unstable. The Wither Toad's face changed drastically. On the opposite side of him, another young man in a black and red shirt had bright eyes. Let me go meet him. Fellow Taoist Yan Lizi, wait a minute. The Wither Toad said hurriedly. Yan Lizi was puzzled and looked at him. The Wither Toad took a deep breath and pointed to the sky. Yan Lizi suddenly realized. Okay, you go alone. If a small thunderstorm occurs, I will resolve it for you. But are you sure you can deal with him? The Wither Toad showed a ferocious look. I am at the 7th level of foundation building, and with the help of fellow Taoist Yang, who is also at the 7th level of foundation building, there is also a thunder prison formation that is built in combination with the terrain of Xiankong Valley. If this can't kill him, then what revenge can I take? Yan Lizi raised his eyebrows and said no more. Kukin took a deep breath, and his spiritual power surged all over his body. A jade ruler appeared in his hand. Then, he jumped into the formation. After a while, the sound of winds and thunder whistled in the formation. The jade ruler, which was shining with white jade light, continued to enlarge, and it was dozens of feet in size, like a huge door panel, constantly hitting Wang Yuan, who was also huge in size. Yan Lizi looked at this scene and couldn't help but dance with joy. He was shocked by the enemy Wang Yuan's body refining attainments, and also marveled at the trump cards of Kukin, Yang Wei and other great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. If he hadn't taken advantage of the special environment of the 9 Mountains of Thunder, he would not dare to be on an equal footing with them at the 6th level of foundation building. However, as long as this war is over, with the accumulated merits, after returning to the clan, he can advance to the late stage of foundation building. By then, there will be no shortcomings in the realm. Even with the support of his father, he can compete for the position of the Taoist son of the Yan League. At present, I am not inferior to you. In the future, I can leave you far behind. Yan Lizi looked at the battle in the formation, his heart surging with passion. He saw it clearly. After the Wither Toad went in to contain, Yang Wei, who was in charge of the formation, finally breathed a sigh of relief. More thunder chains emerged from the sky above the formation to bind Wang Yuan. Now, there are already 3 chains that pierce the opponent's feet and abdomen. As long as 7 chains penetrate the body, it can form the pattern of 7 thunder prisons. At that time, Wang Yuan can only surrender and wait for his neck to be killed. The array is still powerful. With preparation, it is easy to suppress the same level, and it is also easy to kill the enemy of higher level. If Yang Wei was there, we would not be blocked by the thunder array, and I would not be so embarrassed, almost falling under the 5 thunders. Just as he was sighing at the means of the people in the array, suddenly, he felt something was wrong. He looked around, and it was quiet. Looking up at the sky, although the dark clouds gathered, there was no thunderstorm. Xianquang Valley is a peculiar terrain in the 9th mountain. There are thick dark clouds for hundreds of miles all year round, but there are few thunderstorms. So, where did that something wrong come from? Yan Lizi frowned, and his sharp eyes scanned the 4 directions frantically. Who is it? Get out of here. There was no response after a loud shout. But it was this lack of response that made him feel that the dangerous atmosphere was even stronger. Suddenly, he looked down at the ground, and a small stone rolled inexplicably. Huh? Just when he was puzzled. The next moment, the ground began to shake violently, and countless rocks trembled. As the shaking intensified, more large rocks fell from the cliffs on both sides into the hollow valley. Is it an earthquake? Yan Lizi was in doubt. Suddenly, he looked down into the hollow valley. The earth shook and the mountains collapsed, resulting in the flow of earth energy and changes in the terrain. In this way, Yang Wei's thunder prison array will definitely be affected. If Wang Yuan escaped, with this powerful ability, the 3 of them would find it difficult to stop him. No. We must fight quickly. I have to enter the array and join forces with Kukin to suppress Wang Yuan. Just as he was about to take a step, a hearty laugh came from outside the mountain. Dao, please stay. Yan Lizi turned around suddenly. A man in a red cloud Taoist robe stepped out of the void, dragging the Zhuanghe sword in his hand behind him. Red air currents were constantly swallowing and spitting out at the tip of the sword, and when they were swallowing and spitting out, the aura filled the area for several miles. It seemed that the sword was pulling the whole world together. As he approached step by step, the shaking of the earth became more and more obvious. Faintly, there was a great terror that was slowly descending. Chapter 380, Mountain collapses, formation breaks, flames are killed, Wither Toad grudges, underground gate. Who is coming? Yan Lizi looked doubtful and shouted. Luo Chen paused and looked at the peculiarly shaped concave valley. The hollow valley. Wang Yuan was in it. He smiled slightly. Luo Chen of Luo Xianhu, meet fellow Taoist Yan Lizi. Luo Xianhu? Yan Lizi was startled, then reacted. Wang Yuan was the master of the transmission hall of Luo Xianhu. It was said that he had a close relationship with the president Luo Chen. They were close friends who had supported each other since they were humble. You are here for Wang Yuan. Yan Lizi said as he took out a small hammer from his storage bag. Luo Chen's eyes fell on the small hammer. Exactly. Why don't we release the formation and shake hands and make peace? You are the leader of a guild after all, how can you be so naive? Yan Lizi sneered. Don't you know that Wang Yuan and Ku Chan have a feud over the killing of their sons? It's a situation of no return. The feud over the killing of their sons? Luo Chen was stunned. At this moment, the hammer in Yan Lizi's hand burst into a ray of lightning and fire. I have always heard that the president of Luo Xianhu is proficient in fire magic and is known as the Lord of Fire Spirit. In addition to being proficient in thunder magic, I also have a lot of experience in fire magic. Why don't you teach me a thing or two? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Immediately, he nodded. In that case, then I will satisfy you. It just so happens that I also want to. Halfway through his words, Yan Lizi's mind was shaken, and the depths of his mind were filled with ghosts. He looked at the long sword in the hands of Luo Chen opposite him, slowly raised high into the sky. And the earthquake on the ground before, with his movements, also stopped inexplicably. At this moment, how could he not know that the other party had already secretly accumulated a spell? Despicable. He shouted angrily, and smashed a hammer into the void, and a lightning bolt rushed towards Luo Chen. Facing this attack, Luo Chen turned a blind eye. He took a deep breath and mobilized all his spiritual power to inject it into the Zongmiao sword. The next moment, the long sword slashed down fiercely. Boom! From stillness to movement, a deafening sound suddenly erupted in an instant. Yan Lizi knew that something was wrong and drove his flying sword into the sky. However, everything seemed to be too late. A huge wave of air came like a tidal wave. Yan Lizi's figure was rushed into the sky like a broken ball. Layers of silver-white defense light shields continued to spread over his body. They were constantly washed and shaken by the terrifying air waves, and even disappeared. In this way, until the remaining power gradually disappeared, the whole person's figure barely stopped. Puff! A large mouthful of blood could no longer be suppressed, and he spit out when he bent over and coughed. He looked down, his eyes were even more horrified. The mountain collapsed. The mountain rock formations surrounding the Xiankong Valley for 5 miles collapsed together. Endless power gathered with the Thunder Prison Formation as the center. The most dazzling explosion has passed. At this moment, all I saw was a stream of surging magma, gathering from all directions, flowing towards the bared sunken valley. Gulp. Visibly, Yan Lizi's throat moved. He said in a hoarse voice, "What kind of magic is this?" Luo Chen smiled slightly, standing still, letting the burning breath hit him. "What magic?" "Of course it is the second-level top attack spell of the fire system, Landslide. Moreover, although it is called second level, but Luo Chen has practiced the 3 preconditioning skills to the great perfection, and the Landslide spell has also been practiced to the great perfection. In addition, the power of the Zongmiao sword to the fire method. The power of this spell has long exceeded the second level, and is not weaker than the third-level offensive spell. It can even be said that ordinary third-level spells cannot reach his destructive power. If he deliberately targeted Yan Lizi, the moment of the landslide just now, he could have killed him. Even with a defensive magic weapon, the terrifying shock and collapse force can still shake him to death. But Luo Chen had another target, and Yan Lizi was only injured by the residual power. Yan Lizi certainly understood that. He himself was not the main target. But even so, he was seriously injured. It was hard to imagine what the consequences would be if he was really targeted. When he asked, Luo Chen did not answer him. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the mountain range under his feet in surprise. The 9th mountain was really strange. He had secretly prepared for a long time and pushed it to the extreme, but he could only destroy part of the mountain. But even so, he achieved his goal. The mountains collapsed, the external environment changed, and there were endless explosions and shocks. The Thunder Prison array was broken. Among the 3, he didn't know whether the other 2 would survive. But Wang Yuan would definitely survive. This was his absolute trust in Wang Yuan. So now, Luo Chen pursed his lips, his smile faded, and he raised his head. His creepy eyes fell on Yan Lizi. Although the angle was from low to high, the huge pressure exerted on Yan Lizi was like a huge figure overlooking him. "What are you going to do?" Yan Lizi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stared at him fiercely. Luo Chen just smiled slightly. "Dao, be careful behind you." Yan Lizi was startled, and then he showed a sneer on his face. "You still want to deceive me? The spell just now should have consumed all your spiritual power. You are motionless now, probably recovering your breath. Behind me? What can be behind me?" Just as he was sneering and planning to kill Luo Chen, a deafening sound came from above his head. He looked up suddenly. "I saw a thunderous dragon rumbling down." It was a thunderstorm. In the midst of horror, he had no time to react. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck him in the air, and endless silver-white light filled the air. A jade token on his body automatically merged with light and blocked the blow. Not only that, the small hammer in his hand absorbed the power of thunder around him. But it also stopped there. The next moment, Yan Lizi turned his head with difficulty. Where Luo Chen was originally, there was only a residual image now. There was a sound of extremely fast vibration in the air. He was no longer able to resist and could only open his mouth. Dao, I am the son of the golden elixir. Tisk. Yan Lizi looked at his abdomen in disbelief. A sword tip pierced through his chest. The next moment, behind him, Luo Chen's wings trembled and his fingers quickly pinched the seal. Turn. With a low shout, the Zuanhao sword suddenly rotated. Countless fire meteors erupted from it. In just a moment, his body was burned to ashes. The jade pendant he wore tried to emit silver-white light again. However, after resisting the power of the landslide and the power of the thunder, it was now unable to do so and could only emit part of the light to protect Yan Lizi's head. Within 3 feet, Luo Chen frowned slightly. Is it a golden elixir method similar to the Zuan Bingfu of the Juking Fairy? A fierce look flashed in his eyes, and he controlled the Zuanhao sword and stabbed again. The head protected by the light of the jade pendant showed a look of fear in its eyes. It retreated frantically while begging for mercy. Fellow Taoist Luo, please don't kill me. Spare my life, I will reward you generously. Ling. The Zuanhao sword pierced the silver-white light, but it didn't pierce it. Luo Chen snorted coldly and spit out. The sword ball appeared and instantly turned into a large net of sword light, strangling from all directions. Yan Lizi's soul was coming out. You can't kill me, my father is Diwan, the elder of the Yan League. If you kill me, he won't let you go. Luo Chen seemed to have heard nothing. He just kept controlling the large net of sword light to stop his retreat. With a wave of his hand, the Zuanhao sword returned to his hand. How could he be merciful now? Since he decided to take action, he would never show mercy. Especially since he had destroyed the other party's body, leaving only a head. Even if Yan Lizi survived, it would be difficult for him to reshape the body that best fits his body, and his path to immortality would be cut off. In this case, Yan Lizi would not let him go. The father behind the other party, the so-called giant and elder of the Yan men, would not let him go. When doing things, you must be ruthless. Luo Chen held the Zuanhao sword in his hand, and a stream of fire meteors emerged from the tip of the sword. The flying fireflies was a trick he had mastered when he was in the key refining stage. It has never been of any use. But it does not mean it is useless. At this moment, he has seen through the flaw of the jade pendant. It can withstand explosive attacks and has extremely strong protective power. It is estimated that it is only slightly weaker than the Zuanbing talisman given to him by the Juking Fairy. The advantage is that it can be activated multiple times. But the disadvantage is also obvious. It has a long interval to recover. Under continuous attacks, flaws are constantly exposed. Compared with methods such as the Liang technique, the continuous flying fireflies are more suitable for use in this situation. With a thud, the long sword was swung. Fire meteors rushed straight to the silver-white light shield. Yan Lizi was filled with despair in his soul. The sharp sound of the sword light net constantly cutting and rubbing was in his ears. There were endless fire meteors in his eyes. The other party really wanted to kill him. Seeing the silver-white light getting weaker and weaker under the impact of the fire meteors and sword light, the despair in his eyes was extremely strong. There was even a hint of madness. Since you don't want me to live, then don't think about having an easy life. After saying this, he closed his eyes. The next moment, the whole had burned without fire. Yan Lizi, a generation of thunder masters who were terrified and extremely alert on the battlefield, did not release any decent attacks on Luo Chen from beginning to end. He fell just like that. However, the next moment, a flame mark suddenly floated out in the wisps of green smoke and rushed straight towards Luo Chen. Luo Chen's face changed slightly. Curse technique. He sneered, his wings trembled, and he kept retreating. In a few breaths, they were far away from Xiankong Valley. At such a distance, the so-called curse should be. No. Luo Chen slapped his forehead, and a burning sensation lingered on it. Faintly, it seemed to burn his soul. Without hesitation, he cast a water mirror technique and looked at it intently. On his handsome face, in addition to a gloomy look, there was also a small flame burning on his forehead. Damn, what kind of method is this? Why can't I get rid of it even if I'm so far away? Fire magic moves? Soul secret technique? Or some other method? A series of questions emerged, and Luo Chen's face was so gloomy that it almost dripped water. At this time, There was a sound of rocks flying through the air from the direction of Xiankong Valley. Luo Chen didn't care about the flame mark on his hut for the time being, and flew towards Xiankong Valley. It can even be said that he saw the scene there before he arrived at Xiankong Valley. An embarrassed figure, waving a jade ruler in his hand, was running for his life. Behind him, Wang Yuan, with flying black hair and cold black eyes, was chasing him with big strides, wearing something like a suit of armor. From time to time, he would send out bloody fingers. Even though the figure tried to defend and dodge, a few bloody fingers would return strangely after he dodged them. In just a few moments, his body was full of holes and blood was pouring out. His aura was also extremely weak. Plop. He had no more strength and fell to the ground. He half knelt on the ground, covered his chest, and gasped for breath. Only then did Wang Yuan finally stop. Luo Chen flew to his side after a few twists and turns. "Are you okay? I won't die." Wang Yuan took a breath, and the ancient armor on his body gradually dissipated. He took out a coarse linen shirt and put it on. Luo Chen nodded. Wang Yuan was injured, and it was not light. But if the other party said he would not die, it means that it was nothing serious. The most urgent thing is not to reminisce about the past. Luo Chen lowered his head and looked at the man on the ground. The other party also raised his head at this time and glared at Luo Wang and the others. Looking at this man's face, Luo Chen had a vague sense of familiarity. He hesitated and said, "Are you Ku Chan?" The old man did not speak, but just stared at them fiercely. Luo Chen frowned. "We have no deep hatred with you, and we are just serving our own masters on the battlefield. It would be fine if you killed so many people in my Luo Xianhu, but why do you still want to chase Wang Yuan at all costs? No deep hatred?" Ha ha ha. Ku Chan seemed to have heard something funny. He even ignored the injuries on his body and laughed out loud. Just laughing, the injuries on his body made him cough. Cough cough. While coughing, he spit out blood foam from his mouth, and the internal organs and meat foam could be vaguely seen in it. Luo Chen was still puzzled. Wang Yuan, who was standing by, pursed his lips and said in a cold voice, "We really have a deep hatred for him. The kind that will never end." Ho Quan, you said so. On the ground, the wither toad suddenly raised his head and stared at the two with extremely resentful eyes. The hatred of killing a son is irreconcilable. The moment he heard the word Ho Quan, Luo Chen's mouth twitched. He finally knew why the old man opposite him looked familiar to him. The other party had a son named Ho Hu. They met in Taishanfang that year, and later they were captured by them in the Battle of Gaolingyuan. As for the final outcome, Luo Chen's eyes fell on Wang Yuan's back. Under the cover of the coarse linen clothes, the tiger's back and waist could not be seen, but there was a blood evil soul-stealing ray engraved on the other party's back that year. He thought that this matter had no follow-up with the destruction of Chichen Mountain. But he didn't expect that there was still a poisonous snake hovering by the side. Ho Quan didn't look at Luo Chen at all, but stared at Wang Yuan with resentment. If you had killed him, it would have been fine. But you took away his foundation, swallowed his flesh and blood, and didn't even give him the chance to reincarnate. With your devilish behavior, even if I can't kill you today, the powerful people in Yuding domain will not let you go. Luo Chen's face changed slightly. The matter of the blood evil taking away the foundation is extremely secretive. How did he know so clearly? Wang Yuan seemed to know Luo Chen's doubts and said lightly, "The Yan League has a bloodline sensing technique." Ho Quan was an inner disciple of the Yan League in his early years and knew this technique. Under close contact, he can feel everything that Ho Hu has experienced in me. Luo Chen suddenly realized. He occasionally heard of this secret technique. It cannot be used without the blood of a close relative. If I hadn't been injured by the third-level monster three-legged swallowing river toad, I would have killed you long ago. Ho Quan said hatefully. After I recovered from my injuries and stabilized my late foundation, I learned that you had attached yourself to a great giant sect. The name of Denchenzi is even more of a burden on countless young people in Yuding. With my ability, it is naturally impossible for me to enter Xianlin and kill you. Thank God, the civil war between the two Yuanying sects in Yuding domain gave me this opportunity. I wanted to kill all the cultivators of Luo Xianhu on the battlefield, suppress Wang Yuan, and then lure you, Luo Chen, out, but I didn't expect that it would fail at the first step. It's hateful. If it weren't for Yang Wei's poor attainments in formation. Just as he was nagging, Luo Chen frowned, and the sword ball flashed, and flew towards the other party. Too much nonsense. We can't stay here for long, So why are there so many reminiscing words? However, as soon as the sword ball made a move, a jade ruler slapped it away. Ho Quan, the withered toad, took a deep breath, and the whole person was like a toad. He pounced on Luo Chen and the others. The jade ruler behind him was pushed to the extreme, transformed into a huge 100 feet, and slapped it fiercely. Die together. Self-detonation and killing. However, watching this scene, Wang Yuan just sneered. He stretched out his right palm and clenched it into a fist. He squeezed it fiercely. Boom. A few feet away, Ho Quan's whole body turned into a bloody rain in reluctance. The jade ruler lost control and fell into Luo Chen's hands. Brother Wang, your method is a bit too cruel. Luo Chen said helplessly. He still had to clean up the battlefield next. How much more work would he have to do with this bloody rain? Wang Yuan's mouth twitched. He had seen the method Luo Chen used to kill Yan Lizi before. How could it not be cruel and violent? Facing ahead, he chopped it with a sword and burned it with fire. This is just a way to use the power of transformation. After he was hit by my first move of the blood god tribulation finger, he could not escape this end. Wang Yuan said lightly. His eyes fell on the center of Luo Chen's forehead. What is this? Luo Chen forced a smile. It's okay. It's the backup plan left by Yan Lizi. But I don't think it's dangerous now. I'll find a way to deal with it after I go back. Seeing him say this, Wang Yuan didn't ask any more questions. Luo Chen casually asked about the life and death of the formation master. The answer he got was that he was dead. There was no body left. The formation inside was broken and backfired, and there was a landslide outside. Except for a magic array disc that was lucky enough to be left, the whole person died cleanly and was submerged in the magma. Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief and put away the magic array disc. It was a rare intact array disc. After returning, he could give it to Min Longgao, which would definitely make his strength even better. But now is not the time to discuss the ownership of these spoils. Luo Chen wandered around the battlefield, constantly performing the cleaning technique to wipe out all the breath as much as possible. As for the mess caused by the landslide, it was not something he could easily restore. Just as he was busy running around, he found that Wang Yuan had returned to the place where Xianquang Valley used to be. The tall figure stood there, with a look of hesitation in his eyes. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Wang Yuan said uncertainly. Luo Chen, there seems to be a door downstairs. Chapter 381. Flame Alliance Withering and Flourishing, Thunder Cloud Key. Yuding Domain is the center of the southwest region. There are two large immortal cities here, namely Yanyang Immortal City and Daguang Immortal City. However, these two immortal cities are not the protagonists of this region. Yanmeng is the overlord of the southwest. Unlike other giant and major sects in Yuding Domain, Yanmeng has a heritage, but its internal cohesion is not strong. The reason is that the establishment of this sect is not inherited from the orthodox sect. It was founded by a giant and master from another domain. With a brilliance in the pioneering war 400 years ago, the prestige of this force has become more and more. Especially in the Fengxiang Valley. That giant and master, by chance, discovered a sourceless fire, the withered and flourishing strange fire. With this fire as the core, this force changed its name and took the name of Yanmeng. Just like the name, when Yanmeng took root in Yuding Domain, it absorbed many sect monks who were ruined in the pioneering war. In this way, it became an alliance. What connected them was undoubtedly the huge profits from the casting business and the withering and flourishing fire that was related to the change of lifespan. It was rumored that if one could refine a strand of this fire, it could increase the lifespan of a giant and master by dozens of years. Such a heaven-defying thing would naturally attract countless giant and masters who were troubled by insufficient lifespan. It was even said that the fact that the Yanmen, a force similar to the Sanxi League, was able to establish a sect was also related to their use of the withering and flourishing fire to make friends with the Yuding Sword sect. Of course, no one knew how much of these rumors were true and how much were false. At least, it was a bit of a fantasy that such a flame that could increase lifespan could be controlled by a giant insect. If it was really that amazing, it would have been seized by the Sword sect and even other Yuanying sects outside the domain. With the outbreak of the war, the Yanmeng joined the Sword sect and began to fight against foreign enemies, and the entire sect became completely busy. It was different from the three allies of the Luo sect who were timid and tried to preserve their strength. On the Yanmeng side, however, there was a fanatical atmosphere. The war between the cultivators seemed different from the war in the Mortal Kingdom, with mountains collapsing and the earth cracking. But in fact, there was not much difference. The war was still an economic account. In the war, the biggest loss was the relatively low-end weapons such as magic tools. The Yanming was the first weapon-casting sect in the Yuding domain. Relying on this war, they didn't know how many spirit stones and resources they earned. At least the hundreds of weapon-casting halls in the Fengxiang Valley never stopped. And the magic tools they sold were not even limited to the Jianzhuang side. Its vassals and the scattered cultivators who followed. Even the 4 sect alliances on the Luo sect side quietly changed their names and sent people to secretly sell low-end magic tools crazily. In the eyes of the Yanming high-level officials, this war, just fight like this. As long as it doesn't hurt, they are willing to accompany him for dozens or hundreds of years. In fact, this is also the reason why Duanfeng couldn't do the casting business on the Jinsha floating island at all. With the Yan League in sight and Xianfen City outside, Duanfeng, a mere weaponsmith who can only refine top-grade magic weapons, can't even get a share of the soup. Luo Chen and Duanfeng thought too simply about some things. It's not just Duanfeng, but also some other small forces that mainly focus on weaponsmithing, who didn't get any benefits in this war. It can even be said that a lot of the market was squeezed out. This economic account has always been calculated by someone. But deep underground in the Fengxiang Valley, someone is unwilling to calculate this account. Elder D, are you going to come out? Under the Fengxiang Valley, which is filled with a strange aroma of fireworks all day long, a figure sits cross-legged on a stone pillar with a solemn expression. Another person walked in from outside and looked up at Diwan on the stone pillar. The question just now also came from his mouth. Diwan lowered his head. His expression was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip out. Alliance leader, my son is dead. As soon as these words came out, the air instantly became solemn. After a long while, the leader of the Yan League slowly said, in this case, I will not stop you. Seeing Diwan stand up, he said lightly, but you must know that you are now in a state of decline, and your strength is greatly reduced. If you meet an enemy of the same level after you go out, you will be at the mercy of others. Diwan smiled coldly. At worst, I will unlock the seal of withering and flourishing, and fight to the death. If the late Jinden does not come out, what do I have to fear? Thinking of Diwan's fighting methods, the leader nodded. Indeed, among the 7 sects of Yuding, as long as they do not encounter the Jinden sword cultivators of the sword sect and the late Jinden great cultivators. With Diwan's strength, ordinary people really have no way to deal with him. It's just that unlocking the seal of withering and flourishing will backfire on your lifespan. With your short lifespan, I'm afraid. What's the harm in dying? I'm just a person who can survive. Diwan took a deep breath and swept his eyes across the ground. Nearly 20 stone pillars stood in it. Most of the stone pillars have a monk sitting in meditation. If the outsiders saw this scene, they would be unbelievable. In the Yuding domain, the Yuding sword sect and Kingdom Valley have the most Jinden masters. But in the Fengxiang Valley of the Yan League, there are more than a dozen Jinden monks. You know, they still have 5 Jinden monks in public. Diwan has only retired from the public in recent years. The outside world just thinks that he is old and tired of trivial matters. This power, it has far exceeded Kingdom Valley. It can even be said that the number of Jinden monks in the other 4 sects is far less than that of the Yan League, including the newly promoted Luo sect. After scanning his fellow disciples, Diwan slowly stood up. With him here, this withering formation does not lack a Jinden monk like me. Alliance leader, wait for me to return after avenging my son. The leader of the Yan League frowned. Are you sure you can find the enemy? A trace of sadness flashed in Diwan's eyes. Then his voice was fierce. How could I not find it? My son burned his soul and then imposed the mark of withering and flourishing on the other party. Hearing this, the leader nodded. The withering and flourishing mark was imposed on the other party with the bloodline technique of the Yan League. As long as the other party did not quickly escape from the Yuding domain, he would be caught by Diwan sooner or later. Okay, come back quickly after you finish your business. After saying this, the leader's eyes fell on the small fire pit at the bottom of the valley, and murmured, without someone to suppress it, they will all die when the withering and flourishing fire backfires. Diwan stopped talking nonsense. Under the gaze of several sober fellow disciples, he left the stone pillar with difficulty. After getting off the stone pillar, the whole person seemed to be much more relaxed. With a silver-white light flashing on his body, his figure disappeared from the bottom of the Fengxiang Valley. And as he left, in the middle of the 20 huge stone pillars, a weak flame trembled slightly from the fire pit, and the fire grew a little stronger with the naked eye. Deep underground. Luo Chen looked at the double doors in front of him with strange eyes. The doors were simple and plain, without any flowers, birds, insects or fish, nor ancient seal characters, and even the plaques that should have been there were nowhere to be found. Some were just the vicissitudes of life after years of polishing. Some were just strange lines that looked like lightning and thunder. The two doors fit tightly together, hiding everything inside. But what does it mean for such a door to appear in the 9th mountain, the most mysterious and dangerous of the 9 Thunder Mountains? It goes without saying. Luo Chen turned around, swallowed his saliva, and said in a hoarse voice, "Brother Wang, have we encountered an ancient cave?" "I think so." Wang Yuan also looked at the two doors with a fiery expression. The whole world of immortal cultivation knows what the ancient cave means. Either it is mediocre inside, or it contains the entire wealth and inheritance of a high-level cultivator. For the younger generation with a low level, a relic may allow them to rise directly. A more powerful relic might even benefit an entire sect. For example, the Lingguang's secret realm that the Jading Sword sect once controlled. It is rumored that it is a cave of a powerful god. Because of this thing, the Jading Sword sect has changed its decline after the War of Opening Up, and has quickly consolidated its core strength in these years. And the relic with a door in front of it is undoubtedly the cave of the ancients. Give it a try. Luo Chen invited Wang Yuan after he could not find any dangerous or after sending his spiritual consciousness out. The other party nodded and walked forward. The two stretched out their palms and placed them on the door. Together, they exerted their strength. With the physical realm that both of them had achieved, a huge force poured out. However, the door did not move at all. "Can't push it open." Luo Chen frowned slightly. "Formation? Restriction? Mechanism?" Wang Yuan hesitated. "Try it with spiritual power." Luo Chen hummed. The two mobilized the spiritual power in their bodies and attached it to their palms. However, the door still did not move. But, click! A bolt of lightning suddenly struck from the sky. Luo Chen was startled and quickly dodged. Wang Yuan did the same. Unexpectedly, the lightning had no interest in them. Instead, it seemed to be very spiritual and struck the stone gate. The two looked over and saw a trace of lightning flowing above the gate. Luo Chen looked back and saw that the thunder clouds that had accumulated for thousands of years above the hollow valley were slowly gathering. His face changed slightly. "Let's go." Wang Yuan followed him without thinking and left the gate directly. When he came outside, Luo Chen looked up at the thunder cloud with a look of doubt on his face. After a long while, he exhaled. "I know the key." Wang Yuan also looked up at the strange thunder cloud. "Is it the power of thunder?" "It should be." Luo Chen nodded. "It may even be that the formation and origin of the 9 mountains of thunder are related to this cave under our feet." "What about us now?" Wang Yuan hesitated, with a bit of hesitation in his eyes. Luo Chen smiled casually. "Brother Wang, why be so greedy? It's better to be alive than anything else. Let's not talk about whether we have the means to draw the power of thunder to open the door of the cave. Just say that after the door is opened, the giant and cultivators on the battlefield are very likely to find it. By then, it won't be our turn to share a piece of this place." Wang Yuan pursed his lips and glanced at the double doors unwillingly. He had to admit that Luo Chen made sense. "Let's leave first. This cave is here. No one has discovered it for thousands of years. It shows how magical it is. It shouldn't be able to escape. When our realm is high and the war is over, we will come here quietly to explore it later. Maybe there is an opportunity for the nascent soul to become a god inside. This is the most beautiful hope." Wang Yuan no longer objected. He and Luo Chen immediately used their means to fill this place. Not only that, but even the hollow valley outside was filled up. After everything was done, Luo Chen followed the previous battle area, waving his sleeves and performing the cleansing technique to ensure that as little battle aura as possible would remain. Finally, the two left in a hurry. The 9th mountain was once again peaceful. Except for the dark thunder clouds that kept accumulating and getting thicker above the 9 heavens. Chapter 382 Chu Kui, Luo Chen, are you interested in doing something big? On the vast desert of quicksand, a huge floating island quietly takes root here. No matter how the quicksand flows around, it cannot be shaken in the slightest. One day, A figure shot over from a distance. A monk from the 4 sects who was in charge of patrolling saw this scene and immediately called out to the other party. "Who is coming? Do you have a token?" "Yes." A hoarse voice sounded, and a dark wooden sign flashed by. The patrolling monk stared at the black-clothed man covered in a hood, and his face instantly became respectful. "Please come in." The black-clothed man nodded and walked straight into the golden sands floating island. Behind him, one of the patrolling monks asked in confusion, "Why didn't the captain check his identity information? Let him in so easily. What if he is a spy?" The captain glared at him. "You are so blind, can't you see that it is a token that only a giant master can have? This person must be a giant elder in our 4 sects." The teammates were stunned. He murmured, "But, can't you see that he has the pressure of a giant cultivator? If you can see that, is he still a master? Idiot, patrol in another direction." A scolding voice came from behind. The black-clothed cultivator heard it clearly, but did not move. "The Ice Castle Elder token that the Juking Fairy gave me is quite useful. There is basically no questioning when entering and leaving." Luo Chen thought silently. He was the only one, and Wang Yuan was not there. In fact, Wang Yuan also wanted to come back with him. But under Luo Chen's persuasion, he gave up this idea and went back to Xianlin directly. Not letting him come back is naturally because the blood demon legend is related to him. Even if the real blood demon is not Wang Yuan, but someone else. But if Wang Yuan really comes back, he will inevitably be investigated and questioned by the 4 giant masters, without sufficient evidence to prove his innocence. It is better to have less trouble than more. After the war is over, relying on his relationship with the Ice Castle, this kind of false rumor can be easily suppressed. And Wang Yuan also has a reason to say that he has been being hunted and has no time to commit crimes. Wang Yuan will go back to Xianlin first, and Luo Chen will take the rest of the Luo Xianhu back a few months later. Since then, this war has little to do with him. After entering the island, Luo Chen tried to restrain his aura as much as possible. He was covered in a black coat, and even had a hood on his head. Occasionally, a few monks passing by on the road looked at him curiously, but they didn't care at all. This indifferent scene made Luo Chen curious. Why do people look so unsurprised by my dress? However, soon, he knew the reason. On the streets of Jincha floating island, the number of monks far exceeded Luo Chen's imagination. There were many people dressed like him, and there were also those who had their heads and tails wearing masks and hats. Could it be that the monks who rotated on the 6th mountain have returned? Such a large number of monks surprised Luo Chen. This number is almost twice as many as before. But his keen spiritual sense allowed him to clearly distinguish those monks who concealed their faces when he looked at them. These were not monks from the 4 sects at all. Self-cultivators. All of them are. There are few young people, most of them are middle-aged or elderly. Are they self-cultivators who came here to participate in the war in exchange for the secret art of forming a pill? While Luo Chen was thinking silently, he quickly entered an alley. After a while, he walked out wearing a red cloud Taoist robe and a 3-leaf Taoist crown. Unlike the Taoist crown that only tied his hair, Luo Chen's 3-leaf Taoist crown was a little high, and the lower part covered his forehead. Overall, he looked less unrestrained and unruly, but more stable and mature. After adjusting the Taoist crown a little, Luo Chen entered the ice castle. When he stepped into the area, he frowned. There are more people outside, but fewer vassal cultivators from the 4 sects. He was puzzled and quickly returned to the Luo Chen Club. President. It was Su Huanzhen who greeted him. Luo Chen nodded and went straight into the stone house, followed closely by Su Huanzhen. Tell me the intelligence on the floating island during this period. Su Huanzhen did not hesitate and told him everything. Luo Chen also quickly learned what great changes had taken place on the battlefield in the few days he had been away. In short, it can be summarized as the 4 sects alliance abandoned the defense and counterattacked. No longer defending the 5th and 6th mountains, but summoning a large number of cultivators to try to recapture the lost 7th mountain. On the Jinsha floating island, the news that the 4 sects had taken out the secret art of forming a pill, and even the secret art of forming a pill by the upper method, was spread by those who were interested. In the entire Yuding domain, those foundation-building true cultivators who stayed out of the matter came one after another. In just half a month, there were almost 400 or 500 more foundation-building true cultivators on the floating island. They were either family cultivators, or independent cultivators, or elders from some first and second-rate sects. With a golden elixir road ahead, everyone was tempted. Moreover, this trend is still expanding. At last, Su Huanshan said, in a short time, the group of puppets from Luo Chen sect that are not afraid of ordinary thunder will be sent to the battlefield of Jilijian under the leadership of the elders of the sect. President, the horn of counterattack has been blown. After hearing this information, Luo Chen fell into deep thought. He originally thought that the civil war between the two Yuanying upper sects of Yuding would continue to drag on. But how come it seems that Luo Chen sect has accelerated the process? Or, do they want to regain the advantage and then continue the tug of war? The realm of cultivation and the reasons of personal connections limit Luo Chen's thinking of deeper things. Unable to understand, Luo Chen waved his hand. You go down first. Don't let anyone disturb me these few days. Su Huanshan took a curious look at the three-leaf Taoist crown on Luo Chen's head, and then respectfully left the stone house. After he left, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief and took off the three-leaf Taoist crown. A flame mark stood on his head. It was lifelike, as if it was burning. Luo Chen's face was calm as he stroked the mark on his forehead with his fingers, and he didn't seem to be worried about it. His fingers suddenly turned into swords. A wisp of bright red blood slowly emerged from his sword finger, and then carefully fell on the flame mark. SHH. A burning smell instantly spread. Luo Chen clenched his teeth, ignoring the slight pain in his soul, and continued this action. After a long time, he slowly loosened his sword finger and tilted it down to the ground. Tick-tock. A drop of bright red blood slowly dripped from his finger to the ground. Seeing this scene, Luo Chen couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Brother Wang is not lying to me. Even if he doesn't know the light and dark forces, he can activate this move of blood-transforming magic finger with only blood. On the way back, Wang Yuan and Luo Chen studied together the mark that Yan Lizi had imposed on Luo Chen before his death, which seemed to be a curse. In the end, Wang Yuan came to the conclusion that it was similar to the blood secret technique mastered by the withered toad Ho Quan. It should also be one of the true disciples of the Yan League. It's just that Yan Lizi's mastery is more advanced. Wang Yuan has studied this thing countless times in the past few months. At first, he just wanted to cover the rear and create time for the Laotian monks to escape. With his ability, plus the same mastery of the breath-retaining spirit technique, he should be able to get rid of the pursuers by circling around the battlefield. Then he was surrounded and intercepted several times and was almost stopped. This made him realize that he might have related tracking marks on his body. Especially when he met the withered toad head-on. After several consecutive fights, the induction from the depths of his blood made him more certain of this guess. With his personality, it is naturally impossible to let this kind of legacy remain on his body. So at that time, he tried to use the bright and dark forces of the changes in ki and blood to remove the marks on his body. It was also in this process of being chased that Wang Yuan continued to understand, and finally stepped into the threshold of transformation. At that time, he finally understood who the withered toad was and why he could find his trace again and again. Wang Yuan is not someone who would sit and wait for death. He used the hastily derived blood transformation magic finger to remove the traces of the whole family bloodline on his body while changing his position. In the end, the two sides had already reversed their roles. From Ku Chen leading people to chase him, he turned to chasing the other side alone. Either they fled far away with one strike, or they defeated them one by one, and finally completely disintegrated the opponent's encirclement. If Ku Chen had not secretly found two helpers, Wang Yuan could kill them all by himself. In fact, even if Luo Chen did not come, Wang Yuan had a 30% chance of dying together with Ku Chen, Yang Wei, and Yan Lizi. I have gone too far. Back to the flame mark. Use the essence of blood as the primer, the soul as the connection, and the pure spiritual power to perform it. Luo Chen looked at the drop of blood on the ground that emitted a foul smell. He used the fireball technique to burn it. The blood-transforming demon finger can dissolve this mark, but it will take a long time. After all, my attainments in this art are far less powerful than Wang Yuan's. Time. Luo Chen muttered to himself. Under his calm face, there was a hint of uneasiness and urgency. The identity of Yan Lizi was clearly stated before he died. He was the biological son of Di Wanian, the elder of the Yan League. If the younger is beaten, the older will be punished. This is an irrefutable truth since ancient times. Even if a child is bullied in elementary school, The parents will go to the school. Not long ago, the monks of Luo Chen who suffered heavy losses, and Luo Chen, the old man, also went out in person. Now, together with Wang Yuan, he killed Ku Chen, Yan Lizi and others, which can be regarded as revenge for Li Yingxiang and others. Therefore, D19's revenge is inevitable. This time, Luo Chen will not let the Ku Chen and Hokuan incident happen again. But at present, he does not have the strength to eliminate future troubles. Then the most urgent thing is to remove the mark on the forehead first, so as not to be found by others. With my attainments, the blood-transforming demon finger can only remove the essence in blood, and I have to work slowly. But I have another trick. With a thought, Luo Chen used the soul-pinching technique to perform the cleansing technique for the first time since he established his foundation. As a first-level spell, the cleansing technique is extremely popular, and almost every cultivator knows one or two. The only difference is the level of attainment. Luo Chen's attainments in this spell have long reached a point that has never been seen before and will never be seen again. After performing this spell, not only can dirt and dust be removed, but even alien auras can be removed. When he was in the key refining stage, he used this to remove the mark of the pure spiritual power of the foundation establishment stage left on him by Mishuhu. He also used it to dispel spells, ghosts and yin energy at will. After reaching the foundation establishment stage, he did not give up this technique, and would perform it from time to time. Others only thought he had mysophobia. But they didn't know that he felt that even if this technique was perfected, it still had potential to be tapped. Just like the basic spell of Fireball, after the great perfection, it can still be continuously optimized, and finally he developed a Scorching Sun spell that can accumulate power almost infinitely. It is slower than the genuine Scorching Sun spell, but the upper limit is far higher than the genuine Scorching Sun spell. His hope for the cleansing spell is the same. After continuous practice, especially in the past few months of removing the evil spirit from Li Yingxiang's body, Luo Chen has gained something. Clean everything that is not mine, dirt and dust can be cleaned, spiritual power and evil spirit can be cleaned, and the soul mark can be cleaned. While muttering, Luo Chen remembered the old things in Dahofang. Mishuhu is very shrewd. Not only did he leave a spiritual power mark on him, but also a spiritual consciousness mark, which was finally removed by Pang Rengshan. Then can he do it too? He has this foundation. In these years, he has opened many storage bags, and there are many people who are proficient in the soul restriction. Isn't the spiritual consciousness mark a variant of the soul restriction? Under his careful operation, his hands trembled slightly. A cleansing spell hit the flame mark on his forehead. In an instant, Luo Chen's body suddenly paused. Ripples suddenly appeared in the golden sea of consciousness. In a trance, Luo Chen suddenly woke up. He felt relieved, as if the shackles on his body were lightened a little. Concentrating the water mirror technique, Luo Chen looked at his forehead again. The lifelike flame mark had faded a little after the blood transformation magic finger was cast. Now the overall color has dimmed a little. Seeing this, Luo Chen's mouth corners slightly raised. It really works. This cleaning technique still has great potential. After confirming that the blood transformation magic finger and the cleansing technique can eliminate the flame mark, Luo Chen's heart, the big stone, fell to the ground completely. According to his estimation, it will take at most a few days to completely solve this hidden danger. After all, the one who cast this technique is just a 6th-level foundation cultivator. It is not a very advanced method. Wang Yuan can solve it with force and blood means, and he Luo Chen also has his own methods. The next step is to wait for the half-year period to arrive, and then I can lead the team to leave. Luo Chen murmured. Stop. Excuse me, is your president Luo Chen here? Who are you? Tian Kizi Chukui wants to see you, please inform fellow Taoist Luo Chen. The Luo Xianhu monks on duty at the station were stunned when they saw the majestic man in front of them. Chukui. Isn't that the most famous and powerful casual cultivator in their Xianlin immortal city? He didn't dare to neglect it and went back to report immediately. Inside the stone house, Luo Chen, who was casting a spell to remove the mark every day, frowned when he heard Chukui coming to visit. What was he doing here? He knew about Chukui, because Tian Kizi has always been on the merit list of the Four Sects Alliance. He joined the Four Sects Alliance as a casual cultivator and gained merit on the battlefield. It's just that the other party is a casual cultivator, and his realm is high, so the alliance has not strictly restricted his range of activities. Therefore, Luo Chen had hardly met him in the past few months since he arrived at Jinsha, floating island. After the 4 sects showed the secret technique of forming the elixir, Chu Kui must have been very excited. He was not in a hurry to gain merit on the battlefield, but he came to me without any hurry. Interesting. I would like to know what he is planning. Luo Chen smiled slightly and immediately asked his men to invite Chu Kui over. After a while, the tall man wearing a bamboo hat came to the stone house. He took off the bamboo hat. Before Luo Chen could speak, he went straight to the point. President Luo, are you interested in making a big deal? Chapter 383 Chu Kui enters Luo Chen, and the clouds fall to Jinsha. Do something big? Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. His eyes swept over the other person, and he could see that the other person had bathed and cleaned himself. But he still had a strong bloody aura. It can be seen that he had killed countless people and committed many sins during this period of time. It must be no small matter for him to say the word big. Tell me about it. Luo Chen said lightly. Chu Kui's expression relaxed. Since the other party was willing to listen, there was a way to do it. He didn't hide it and said directly, you and I will join forces to hunt down the monks of the Sword Sect Alliance and obtain the Lauren sect's upper method of Dan formation secret technique. Hearing this, Luo Chen smiled. He couldn't help shaking his head and smiled. Do you know how many points are needed to exchange for that upper method? I know very well. There are thousands of key refining monks and hundreds of foundation establishment monks. If you can kill a few late foundation establishment monks, it will be even easier. Chu Kui talked freely, obviously coming prepared. Simple, ha ha ha. Luo Chen laughed, pointed at Chu Kui and said, if it's simple, why do you come to me? Chu Kui sighed helplessly. Yes, it's easy to say, but how difficult it is to do. Even on the battlefield, some rules that are rigid and conventional must be followed. For example, the rules of king versus king, general versus general, and soldier versus soldier. The lethality of high-level cultivators is really too terrifying. The gap in realm is an insurmountable natural chasm. If a cultivator in the late stage of foundation building loses his face and kills the cultivator in the key refining stage without caring about his life, it is almost like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Not to mention the late stage of foundation building, even the cultivator in the early stage of foundation building can kill a large number of people. But it is obvious that the giant and masters on the battlefield will definitely not allow such things to happen. To put it bluntly, once the rules are broken, you can do this in the foundation building stage, and others can do this in the giant stage, so can't the Yuan Yingxianren do it? In the end, both sides will be left with nothing but a commander without troops. This war is meaningless. Therefore, the rules set by both sides are actually aimed at cultivators of the same level. Foundation building cultivators are not allowed to target the existence of key refining stage too much. And with Chu Kui's ability, he is not afraid of any existence of the same level of foundation building in a one-on-one fight. But if he hunts down hundreds of foundation building cultivators, it will be a very difficult thing. Moreover, on the battlefield, there is also a fucking head snatching incident. He beat the man seriously and fled, and several sects nearby became interested and joined forces to kill him, and he had nothing to do with it. Chu Kui has no place to complain about the suffering of such casual cultivators. Looking at the helpless Chu Kui, Luo Chen restrained his smile. He said calmly, to be honest, Brother Chu, in a short time, I may lead the team to the rear, and the things here will no longer have anything to do with me. Hearing this, Chu Kui's face changed slightly. How is it possible? Ice Castle has the fewest vassals and lacks cannon fodder the most. Will they agree to your Luo Xianhu to withdraw? Facing his disbelief, Luo Chen shook his head. I am now a guest elder of the Ice Castle, and my status is as respected as that of the Golden Core Master. They are just 100 or so key refining cultivators. If I want to take them away, they will naturally give me this face. Chu Kui opened his mouth, but in the end he was speechless. That's right. The name of Dan Chenzi was not earned by fists, but by genuine alchemy. Such a scarce talent, any major sect would give some face. It is outrageous for someone like Luo Chen to appear on the battlefield. Seeing that he was a little disappointed, Luo Chen couldn't help asking, with your ability, it shouldn't be difficult to unite with a few late-stage cultivators and gain merits on the battlefield together. Why bother to find me, Luo Xianhu? In this regard, Chu Kui could only smile bitterly. You've misjudged this. Although I have a wide network of contacts, most of them are just casual acquaintances. When there is work to do, they will think of me, but when it comes to life and death, they dare not trust me at all, and I naturally dare not either. Luo Chen said awkwardly, my words may not sound nice, but, although you and I have some connections, we can't say that our friendship is very deep. In this case, do you dare to trust me? Lies don't hurt people, but the truth is the sharpest blade. Chu Kui couldn't help but smile awkwardly. But then, he said seriously, I still recognize the name of Ho Lingjun. Luo Chen was stunned. Then he smiled with relief. The world only thinks that his other Taoist name, Ho Lingjun, is because of his powerful fire method. In fact, it is not the case. In the three words Ho Lingjun, there is also the word Jun. Even if he can't be said to be very open and aboveboard, at least in the world of immortal cultivation where people fight against each other, he is one of the few people with a bottom line. Chu Kui said bluntly, I know your style of doing things. You are lenient to your subordinates and open-hearted to your friends. Even if it is just Tao who is only entangled in interests, once you agree, you will do your best. If you ask me to pick one person who can trust you among the tens of thousands of cultivators in this huge battlefield, only you. If you can talk, talk more. Luo Chen likes to hear someone praise him in person. Moreover, if I join Luo Xianhu, with your style of treating your subordinates well, you will not stand by and watch me die when I am in danger. Chu Kui said slowly. What he said is not bad. Luo Chen has always been good to his own people. Especially this time he went to the battlefield in person, for the cultivators in Luo Xianhu, he was respected to the extreme. But when he heard this, Luo Chen was stunned. Join Luo Xianhu. He seemed not to hear the words clearly and repeated them. Chu Kui nodded and said seriously, I have studied the rules of the four sects merit exchange. If the secret method of forming a pill is exchanged by a casual cultivator, it can only be used by one person. But if it is a corresponding vassal force, it can be used by the entire force, but it cannot be easily passed on. With the power of one person, it is not difficult to raise tens of thousands of merits. But if the strength of a force is gathered, it is not that difficult to earn those merits. So, I have the idea of cooperating with you. So that's it. No wonder the first sentence the other party said when he saw him was not to address him as a fellow Taoist or a brother Taoist, and he didn't even call him by his name. Instead, he respected him as President Luo. So it's waiting here. Luo Chen figured out the connection in a blink of an eye. Of course, his attention fell on Chu Kui's insights into the rules of the secret method of exchanging merits. Gather the power of a sect, obtain tens of thousands of merits, and exchange for the secret method of forming a pill. Is it difficult? It must be difficult. But it seems that it is not that difficult. Luo Chen estimated how far he could go in a large-scale battle in the foundation building period with the support of his teammates. Chu Kui had already given the answer. I've seen you use fire magic before, and it was all powerful and had a wide impact. Especially the move that killed Wei Tuo, which contained the power of sealing and suppression. If you and I join forces, we can kill dozens of foundation building cultivators at will. If we fight guerrilla warfare, a few more times, tens of thousands of merit points, nothing more. He spoke every word with a very heavy tone. In his words, he did not hide his recognition of Luo Chen's strength. Others may not know what Luo Chen can do. But Chu Kui has been Luo Chen's sparring partner for a while. Under the other party's seemingly warm smile, there is a powerful strength that cannot be underestimated even in the late stage of foundation building. It can even be said that because the fire magic has a very wide killing range, the threat to relatively low-level enemies is greater than that of these late-stage foundation-building cultivators who rely too much on magic weapons and magic treasures. Facing his approval, Luo Chen remained silent. But this silence, in Chu Kui's eyes, was the greatest good news. It meant that Luo Chen was really thinking about the feasibility of this matter. Seeing this, he struck while the iron was hot. I am not a person who only cares about the present. No matter whether this matter succeeds or not, once we cooperate, I will completely join the Luo Tian Club and respect you. As long as you don't mind that I have too many enemies outside, then I, Chu Kui, will never abandon Luo Tian and leave. Not only that, as long as it succeeds, I will owe you a huge favor. The silent Luo Chen's eyelids twitched. Chu Kui is selling himself. In order to form a pill, he is even willing to be a second-rate force like Luo Tian Club. You know, with his strength and reputation, there are many first-rate forces willing to recruit him. Even the Jinden sect doesn't mind having such a talent. It seems that he really doesn't want to miss this opportunity. But, suddenly, Luo Chen, don't you really have any thoughts about the Dharma-forming pill? Chu Kui asked proudly, his words pointed directly at the depths of Luo Chen's heart. At this point, Luo Chen finally raised his head and looked directly into the other's tiger eyes full of fighting spirit. He whispered, "Give me half a month." Chu Kui was stunned, and then overjoyed. He could wait for half a month. Does Luo Chen have thoughts about the Dharma-forming pill? Of course he does. Otherwise, he would not have asked Taowan for a better secret technique related to the forming pill when he had the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation secret technique. Although Taowan could not give it, he also gave the experience of the forming pill written by his family ancestor before his death. It was after reading Nanshan Daoji. Luo Chen truly understood how much the secret techniques of different levels could improve the success rate of the forming pill. The Dharma forming pill is the simplest, but the probability is the lowest, and it can only increase it by 10%. The middle level method of forming a pill is relatively better, but it is also limited, and it can only add 10% or 20%. Only the upper level method of forming a pill, even though it is the most difficult, can increase the probability by 30% to 40% once it reaches the threshold of forming a pill. Some people may think that it is only 30% or 40%. It doesn't seem to be much higher. But if we use the foundation building analogy, with a foundation building pill, there is a 30% increase in the probability. Without the foundation building pill, it really depends on aptitude and fate. Luo Chen never dared to pin his hopes on fate and luck. And he was not sure about his aptitude at all. You should know that when he was building his foundation, he used a full 5 portions of foundation building spiritual medicines to succeed. Building a foundation is already so difficult. Forming a pill will probably be even more difficult. Moreover, the higher the realm, the more terrifying the backlash will be after failing to break through the level. Luo Chen dare not guarantee that he can rely on his own foundation to try to break through one after another like building a foundation. But if he has the secret technique of forming a pill with the upper method. In the stone house, Luo Chen, who had come out of his cultivation state, was thinking about how likely he would be to form a pill in the future if he had the secret technique of forming a pill. The final result was unknown. Because before he reached the great perfection of building a foundation, it was difficult for him to judge how much progress he could make. At least, he had to ensure that the success rate that the external auxiliary secret technique could increase reached the limit. As for taking risks on the battlefield, once he made a decision, he would not look back. Along the way, whenever he encountered a major event that required a decision, he almost never backed down. Whether it was destroying the Fu family, attacking Xiaohun Mountain, or fighting alone in Qinhu River. Which time was not the weak defeating the strong? Which time was not going against the trend? In the mortal world, there is a saying that fame and fortune can be achieved immediately. In the world of cultivating immortals, it will only be worse. Fight with others, fight with the sky, and even more with yourself. If he had not taken a risk every time, Luo Chen would not have reached his current height in just 20 years. Cowardice, retreat, compromise, and muddle through are not things that people with ambitions for the great way do. However, Luo Chen was never a foolish man in every fight. If he was not 70% or 80% sure, he would not put himself in absolute danger. In the next battle, he would not use the monks of Luo Xianhu. On the battlefield, swords have no eyes. Although the monks of Luo Xianhu are the elite among the scattered cultivators, they are too easy to be affected in the battle of hundreds or thousands of foundation-building cultivators. Therefore, in this battle, the main force is only him and Chu Kui. He has a certain understanding of Chu Kui's ability. The realm is the 9th level of foundation building, and the commonly used weapon is the magic long stick, which has a very high degree of sacrifice. In addition, he is proficient in the art of body refining. There are some other means that have not been revealed to the public, but they are not weak. After all, the Taoist name of the other party Tian Qizi is not a false name, but is earned by himself. In recent years, he has often taken on black jobs, and his combat experience is no less than that of Luo Chen himself. It can be said that as long as the Taoist characters of the 7 sects do not appear, Chu Kui is not inferior to anyone. On his side, Luo Chen is even more confident. Whether he could win or not was another matter, but when it came to running away, he was absolutely sure. So, he was already somewhat sure about protecting himself. Unfortunately, if Wang Yuan was still here, the 3 of them would be absolutely invincible. Luo Chen sighed. With his nearly instantaneous large-scale attack spells, combined with Wang Yuan's single-point breakthrough, and Chu Kui's high realm and rich combat experience. With the cooperation of the three, he was really sure to grab enough merit points on the battlefield. It can only be said that there is nothing perfect in the world. Although Wang Yuan came back alive, the legend of the blood demon he carried made it difficult for him to show up in a short time. Otherwise, it would easily bring trouble to Luo Xianhu. Thinking of the blood demon, Luo Chen frowned. That was a fake pill cultivator. If he met him on the battlefield, it would be absolutely a big trouble. Regarding this, he had to find an opportunity to explain it to Chu Kui in advance so that he could be on guard. After some calculations, Luo Chen's fatigue from cultivation dissipated a lot. He was not idle either. He immediately used the blood transformation magic finger and cleansing technique to remove the flame mark on his forehead. The reason why he asked for half a month was to remove this thing. Half a month should be enough. Only then can he step onto the battlefield without any worries. Time passed while he was concentrating on his studies. During this period, Luo Chen went out for a trip and participated in the free trade rally held by Jinxia Floating Island, and he did gain a little. When the time came to the 10th day, Luo Chen suddenly walked out of the stone house. There were many cultivators like him on the floating island. Everyone looked up at the sky. A huge flying boat came rumbling from afar, clearing the clouds and mist. The behemoth that was 100 feet long was dawning. A magic weapon-level flying boat. This is a big shot from the Luo sect who went out in person, so there would be such a scene. Amid the discussion, Chu Kui had quietly stood beside Luo Chen. This magical flying boat must be loaded with powerful combat puppets. Luo Chen, the time is ripe. Chapter 384, Jinden takes action, War Puppet. The time is ripe. This is not an empty talk. With the arrival of the magic flying boat of Luo sect, the entire Jinxia Floating Island seemed to come alive. The awe-inspiring disciples of Luo sect frequently went out on Jinxia Floating Island. The elites of the other three sects also began to prepare for battle. The vassal forces under the four sects and many independent cultivators were also ready to show their skills in the next war. The free trade meeting, which was held once a month in the past, is now held every day. For the next counterattack of the four sects alliance, everyone is trying to enrich and improve their combat methods as much as possible. In this situation, Luo Chen has become more and more secluded. Chu Kui was very curious about what he was doing, but he did not ask. Since Luo Chen said it was half a month, it was half a month. Anyway, there are only 4 or 5 days left. Inside the stone house, as Luo Chen once again performed the blood transformation magic finger and the cleansing technique, a drop of water, so thin that it was almost non-existent, fell on the ground. That was not a drop of water, but the last trace of the origin of the flame mark. Luo Chen did not hesitate and summoned the water mirror. At a glance, the handsome face in the mirror smiled. There was no more vivid flame mark between the eyebrows, but a smooth and clean one, as if it was at the beginning. Success. After all, it was just a trick performed by a foundation-building cultivator. With the combined wisdom of Luo Chen and Wang Yuan, it was not difficult to solve it. At this moment, the chronic disease was gone. Next, we can go into battle lightly. With a slight tremor in his ears, Luo Chen casually withdrew the water mirror technique. Just at this moment, footsteps were heard at the door. President, a disciple of Luo sect is here to visit. Luo Chen was stunned. He thought it was to inform Luo Xianhu to prepare for the change of guard, but he didn't expect it to be someone from Luo sect. Is it Xiang Xingzi? No. Huh? The person who came calls himself Qin Yuanjiang. Luo Chen was startled, as if he didn't hear it clearly. Who? He said his name is Qin Yuanjiang, his cultivation is at the foundation building stage, and he came to visit you, the president. Hearing this name, Luo Chen was a little dazed. Qin Yuanjiang? Luo Chen carefully looked at the young man in front of him. He was about the same height as him, and he was wearing a black tight-fitting shirt, which made him look very energetic. With narrow eyes and thin lips, he looked very much like his mother Murinkinglian. Such facial features should have appeared feminine. But he had a straight nose, which instantly brought his overall temperament to another category. He was heroic but tough, lively and smart. His eyes revealed curiosity about everything in the world and a sense of vigor. He was a young tiger. No wonder Qin Liangchen gave him the nickname Little Tiger. It was at this level. Luo Chen couldn't help but frown. When he looked at Qin Yuanjiang was also looking at him. The first impression was, so young. Is this the leader of Luo Chen society that his mother mentioned repeatedly in the letter? He obviously doesn't look much older than himself, but he can do so many things that his parents admire and worship him. Even when he proposed to bring the two elders to Qianai Xianchang to settle down, they refused and repeatedly stated that they wanted to follow this person. What charm does he have, and what ability does he have? Judging from his realm, it doesn't seem to be that good. He is similar to those ordinary senior brothers in the sect, and looks like he is in the middle stage of foundation building. Is it just because of his outstanding alchemy skills? Such a person can really rise among the casual cultivators, become famous in Kingdom Valley, be favored by Bingbao, and be personally recruited by the elders of Alio Mountain, and even be heard of in his Luon sect? When he was confused, Luo Chen smiled and said, Xiaohu, you have already established your foundation. If this good news is passed back, I believe your parents will be very happy. I wonder why you came to see me. His parents will be happy, that's for sure. His parents have always been proud of him. However, Qin Yuanjiang still looked a little unnatural when he heard his nickname from a man who looked about the same age as himself. Ahem. He coughed and said, Daoyao Luo, I heard that my father had come to the battlefield and had specially gone to Luon sect to look for me, so I came to see him. Daoyao Luo? Luo Chen's face froze. I call your father brothers and sisters, and call your mother sister-in-law. Why are you calling me Daoyao here? If you don't say Uncle Luo, you should at least say Daoyao brother, or call me by my Dao name to show respect. However, on the surface, Luo Chen's demeanor as an elder was still very good. He smiled and said, your father has been sent back by me. Calculating the time, he has already arrived at Xianlan Fairy City. Qin Yuanjiang nodded. There was disappointment and happiness in his eyes. Disappointed that he didn't see his father, but happy that he was still alive and didn't have to participate in the next battle. At this point, the purpose of the visit has been made clear, and the matter has been made clear. Next, it seems that there is nothing to say. Logically speaking, the two sides have a certain origin. Especially since Qin Yuanjiang's parents worked under Luo Chen, it was natural for him to chat with them and ask about their parents' situation. But there was an awkward situation. When Luo Chen met Qin Liangzhen and his wife, Qin Yuanjiang had already entered the Luon sect. There was no intersection between the two. If he wanted to ask, he would ask as a junior, but the two were actually not much different in age. In the foundation building realm, a dozen or 20 years old is not a gap at all. Embarrassed, Qin Yuanjiang stood up and said goodbye. Luo Chen looked at him, frowned slightly, and finally couldn't help but say, you have just completed the foundation building not long ago, right? Qin Yuanjiang paused and said with a little pride, I succeeded in the foundation building 3 months ago. At his age of 30, he could be proud of building the foundation so early. But, although this realm is good, there are no eyes on the battlefield, and there are many cultivators in the middle and late stages. Your sect sent you out, isn't this a bit inappropriate? Hearing Luo Chen questioning the sect's decision, Qin Yuanjiang's face sank slightly. Luo Chen knew that his words were a little abrupt and even offensive. But after all, he was the son of a friend, and it was not his style to not remind him. Not only me, all of our younger disciples who have successfully built their foundation have joined the war. Qin Yuanjiang snorted coldly, looking unwilling to be left behind. Besides, working for the sect is our natural responsibility. If I can make a contribution in this war, I can obtain the status and treatment of a true disciple with my initial foundation building realm. Fellow Taoist Luo, don't underestimate me. In his words, there was a proud tone of I am proud of the sect today, and the sect will be proud of me in the future. He was even more confident in his own strength. Luo Chen was helpless. Maybe this is the arrogance of disciples from large sects. Of course, another word can be used, called cohesion. Whatever the sect asks them to do, they will do it without question, and even do their best. This is also related to the fact that these cultivators grew up in the sect since childhood, and the corresponding interpersonal relationships and resources needed for cultivation are all in those mountains. Over time, they became a rope. However, war is ruthless and swords are blind. These things are really useless to individuals. He has already made a reminder. It would be impolite to say more. Sighing, Luo Chen nodded. I wish you an early promotion to the true teaching. Qin Yuanjiang was a little unhappy. He heard the contempt for what he could do in Luo Chen's words. He was about to leave on the spot. But before leaving, he paused. You are right. No one dares to ensure their own safety on the battlefield. Big Bao values you very much. If you cannot participate in the next war, you should not participate. After saying that, he left. Behind him, Luo Chen laughed dumbly. This kid. I don't know if he looks down on him or cares about him. He said such a thing before leaving. This character is a bit twisted. He is neither like Qin Liangjun nor Murin Qinglian, but he feels a bit like the combination of his parents' personalities. Walking out of the stone house, the teasing voice of Chu Kui was in my ears. Young people nowadays are so arrogant that they even look down on us seniors. Luo Chen smiled. After all, they are senior disciples of the sect. Even if their realm is a little lower, they are still arrogant. Chu Kui hummed. This is why he doesn't want to deal with disciples of the sect. They are arrogant and look down on everyone. He would rather sit down with Luo Chen and haggle over pieces of spiritual stones. When did you come? Just around the same time as that Qin family kid, I heard that someone from the Luo sect was coming. I thought they were urging us to go to the Jiuli mountain, so I rushed here to wait for news. You are a little impatient. I can't help it. If I go too late, I'm afraid I won't be able to drink the porridge. Luo Chen shook his head. Don't worry, there are endless people to kill. The most abundant thing in the world of immortal cultivation is low-level cultivators. Chu Kui agreed with this. There are indeed endless people to kill. Above the thousands of miles of yellow sand, a series of escaping lights flew towards the sixth mountain. In terms of quantity, it is even twice as many as the last time. You know, this war has been going on for many years. The number of monks participating in the war has not decreased, but increased. In other words, more and more people are participating. Those scattered cultivators who huddled in the corners and the family cultivators who stayed at home waiting to die and had little lifespan, all couldn't help it in the face of the huge benefits given by the Four Sects Alliance. Just like Luo Chen and Chu Kui, they are part of it. In the crowd, Luo Chen looked up and saw four figures high above. Yin Yu of the Ice Castle, Master Wan of Aleo Mountain, Elder Long of Kingdon Valley, and Ling Huji, the Jinden master who led the Luo sect this time. These four people are all the leaders who preside over the affairs of various sects on the Jinsha floating island. Now they are collectively taking the initiative. It can be seen that this battle is bound to win. Looking at Elder Ling Hu of the Luo sect, Luo Chen's eyelids twitched. He felt a sense of familiarity from this person. But he had never seen the other party. Why did he have such a feeling? The Jinden who planned to ambush Pang Rengsheng in Daofang. Inexplicably, a figure shrouded in a black robe jumped into his mind. The more he looked like him. Especially, Xiang Xingzi was following closely behind him. It was more and more confirmed that he was probably the culprit of Day Ghost City. Luo Chen, what should we do next? Chu Kui asked beside him. Luo Chen said lightly, no hurry, I will settle the people of Luo Xianhu first. Well, I'll listen to you. Although he said so. But when Chu Kui saw that Luo Chen left Suhuanshan and Duanfeng behind the sixth mountain, a strong look of doubt appeared on his face. Aren't you going to bring these two helpers with you for this battle? You and I are enough. Two more of them won't make a big difference, but it won't be a problem if they were missing. After Luo Chen settled everyone, he turned around and said calmly, besides, if we can't keep up with our fighting rhythm, a few more people will become a burden, don't you think? Chu Kui was speechless for a moment. That's true. But it seems to be a little different from what he had imagined before. Shouldn't we use the power of all the cultivators of the Luotian Club to hunt down as many enemies of the Sword Sect Alliance as possible? Seeing Luo Chen's serious look when he instructed Su Huanzhen, Chu Kui thought to himself, you're a bit too soft-hearted. But soon, when he saw Su Huanzhen and Duanfeng trying their best to apply to fight with Luo Chen, he shook his head. Isn't it because of his soft-heartedness that he sought cooperation with Luo Chen? The clarion call for the counterattack of the Four Sects Alliance had already sounded half a month ago. However, as the two sides fought in the Jiuli mountain for a longer time, they became more familiar with the environment. Luo sect can use the fourth order formation to exert the effect of the third order. The Sword Sect Alliance can do it too. In fact, they have arranged a complete large-scale third order defense formation on the seventh mountain. Although it is not the fourth order, it can fully exert the effect of the third order defense formation. It is extremely difficult to break through without the Jinden. With the help of the terrain and the formation, ordinary foundation building cultivators and key refining cultivators cannot break through the defense of the 7th mountain. Therefore, in the previous half a month, several Jinden from the 4 sects stationed in the 6th mountain began to take action one after another. It took half a month to finally shake the defense formation. This time, the change of defense was actually not a change of defense at all. The cultivators from the Jinsha floating island joined together with the cultivators from the original 6th mountain to form an army of more than 30,000 cultivators. Most of them were cultivators in the late stage of key refining. The core force was the more than 2,000 foundation building cultivators. Under the deep night, suddenly, 7 rays of light emerged from outside the 7th mountain. There were either the cold and cold black ice or the majestic seals, flying swords and flower baskets. Almost at the moment when the 7 rays of light appeared, 4 vast mana burst out from the 7th mountain. There were also fierce shouts in the air. "You guys are going too far." The 4 sects alliance ignored this. "You were the first to go too far." They remembered very clearly that when they attacked the 7th mountain at night, the Jinden master attacked regardless of his status. Almost in an instant, the 4 Jinden on the 7th mountain attacked together, each intercepting the next attack. One of them split the sword light and forcibly blocked 2 attacks with the power of 1 sword. But even so, there were still 2 Jinden level attacks that hit the 3rd level defense formation. This formation had been worn out for more than half a month. Now it was attacked by 2 Jinden monks at the same time, and it was shattered in just an instant. At this time, Ling Huji of Lauren's sect stood out from the crowd. "My disciples, get ready." As soon as he finished speaking, a series of dark, threatening war puppets appeared behind him. They were cold and ferocious. Behind each puppet was an excited Lauren sect foundation establishment true cultivator. They controlled their own puppets, and bright white light emerged from the puppets' open mouths. "Shoot!" Ling Huji waved his sleeves. The next moment, hundreds of light beams lit up behind him, shooting towards the 7th mountain like thunder. In an instant, the night was illuminated. This offensive was no less powerful than the previous attack by the 7 great golden elixirs. The air was torn apart, and the thunder roared. When the vast attack fell, it reflected the panicked and terrified faces of countless cultivators on the 7th mountain. Boom, 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 boom. Endless explosions sounded at the same time. In just a moment, the battle formation that the Sword Sect Alliance had gained by using the defensive formation to delay time was disrupted. Wailing, shouting, and the sound of panic running resounded throughout the 7th mountain. Ling Huji looked at this scene with satisfaction, and then waved his hand again. "Everyone, kill." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 385, Water Mirror sees the whole situation, Luo kills without pardon. Deafening explosions resounded through the clouds. Shrill cries echoed through the mountains. Luo Chen's eyes turned away from the Lauren sect, and beside him was Chu Kui's excited yet calm voice. The first moment of close combat is the time when casualties are greatest. You and I don't have to rush and let the 4 sects vassals rush forward. Go to the flank first, and then find a good opportunity to reap the harvest. Luo Chen hummed. Following Chu Kui, he controlled the wind and clouds in the void and headed towards the flank of the battlefield. The two of them maintained an extremely calm mentality, and were not moved at all despite the shouts and screams in front of them, and the surging spiritual energy. And as Luo Chen took a step, in the night sky behind him, a pair of eyes followed his back. "Senior sister, it seems that this little man you found is a little ungrateful." A crisp voice like a bell reached his ears. Fairy Juking didn't even turn her head, ignoring the sarcasm in her words, and just said coldly, "He wants to do something, can you and I stop him?" Yin Yu was stunned and curled her lips. Luo Chen was now hired as a guest elder by the Ice Castle. In terms of status, he was at the same level as them and was not recruited. He wanted to fight on the front line, and Juking and I couldn't say much. You should pay more attention to this little guy. If there's any damage, I will have a hard time explaining it to the Supreme Elder when I go back. Fairy Juking said coldly, "You don't need to say more, I know what's going on. You should take care of the arrangements for the next battle." If the disciples under your sect lose too many, you will be in trouble just for your hut sister. Master Yin Yu snorted, retracted his consciousness, and no longer paid attention to Luo Chen's movements. This battle is not just as simple as taking down the 7th mountain. The 8th mountain is also their target. Although it is not possible to achieve success in one battle, at least 4 mountains must be occupied to regain the balance. Otherwise, Luoyan sect would not decide to send a large army. At the bottom of the flank of the 7th mountain, on a piece of flowing sand, the color is light gold. This place is a place where the 2nd level mineral material quicksand refined gold is produced in abundance, so even in the relatively safe flank, it is still protected. Kuaidao sect was arranged here. Strictly speaking, Kuaidao sect, which has a late foundation building and 3 early foundation building masters, is not a vassal of Jianzong. Their backers are Xiandao sect, a vassal of Jianzong. After the war broke out, Xiandao sect, which has a Jiandan master, was recruited, and then Xiandao sect recruited Kuaidao sect. This situation is similar to the Bingbao recruiting Luo Xianhu, and then Luo Xianhu sent Li Yingzhang, the head of the vassal Qinhu Li family, to the battlefield. The vassal of the vassal is not a vassal, but still a chess piece controlled indirectly. The only lucky thing is that although the Kuaidao sect has suffered a lot of damage since the war began, it has been completely preserved in terms of high-end combat power and foundation building true cultivation. At this moment, the leader of the Kuaidao sect, Zeman Wuhe, surrounded by 3 disciples, looked at the shocking war that broke out in the distance. There was unstoppable worry in his eyes. Master, no need to say more. When we see that the situation is not right, we will directly move the camp. Yulang will lead the people to go first, Dezu and the army will follow me to cover the rear, and we will fight and retreat. But will this offend the Xiandao sect? Jiang Yulang couldn't help asking. Zeman Wuhe sneered, Xiandao sect? They can't take care of themselves. Just now, the Luoyan sect puppet bombarded the 7th mountain, and the Xiandao sect position was the first to bear the brunt. Why should we care about them? In fact, if we win this battle and survive by chance, then the Kuaidao sect may be able to next the Xiandao sect and become a first-class force. After a few words, not only has the current decision been made, but also the future is looked forward to. Duandun is not a short-sighted person. The 3 disciples behind him also praised sincerely. Master, you have great foresight. Disciple, I will follow Master's orders. If Master can exchange for the secret technique of forming a golden elixir from the sword sect, maybe in the future our Kuaidao sect will also have a golden elixir master. Just at this moment, Zeman Wuhe raised his head suddenly. You little rascal, get out. As he shouted, his palms behind his back made a movement. At that moment, the 3 disciples in the early stage of foundation building quickly understood and retreated to prepare to activate the 2nd level attack formation. Under Zeman Wuhe's gaze, 2 figures stepped out of the night. One held the Kishin stick, with a strong fighting spirit. The other held a long sword upside down behind his back, with cold eyes. Looking at the 2, Zeman Wuhe's face changed drastically. Foundation building 9th level. Foundation building 6th level. Dao. In the sky, the 2 completely ignored him. You come to break the formation, and I'll do the late stage of foundation building. Chu Kui said briefly. Luo Chen hummed. No nonsense. The next moment, Chu Kui held the Kishin stick and smashed it on his head. Zeman Wuhe was frightened, but he did not flinch while gritting his teeth. He sacrificed a big knife. A knife light of dozens of meters burst out and faced the Kishin stick's shadow. Boom. With one blow, the ground shook for several miles. In the quicksand camp, many cultivators in the late stage of key refining were directly stunned. Seeing this, Zeman Wuhe shouted angrily. I will fight with you. I wish for it. Chu Kui shouted excitedly, and immediately waved his long stick to chase Zeman Wuhe, who flew out. Looking up at the 2 people in the sky, Luo Chen's mind was clear. Step by step, he walked towards the quicksand camp. His eyes were looking at the formation that was quickly condensing the golden giant knife light. As the intensity of the war deepened, both sides were rapidly evolving all means that could increase their strength. The most suitable defensive formation for guarding the mountain was not easy to arrange. However, various lethal formations were everywhere. At this moment, a golden sword nearly 20 feet long rose from the center of the formation. Shiank Sword Formation. A 2nd-level gold attack formation, with the combined efforts of the 3 people, It was enough to quickly launch a powerful attack comparable to the late stage of foundation building. This man is only at the 6th level of foundation building. Quickly kill him with the formation, and then we will go to help master. Little junior brother, you are the most familiar with the formation, you will be responsible for controlling the last attack later. Yes, senior brother. A fast and compact conversation took place in the formation. The brothers from the same sect cooperated seamlessly. With the preparation in advance, the power of the formation was condensed to the extreme in just a few breaths. Then, a huge sword light suddenly slashed down. Target, the man in red robe. Zhang Yulang was extremely excited, with a touch of sickly blush, controlling the sword light to make sure it did not deviate. Whether the opponent escaped or resisted, there would only be one end. That is death. However, as he watched, the red-robed man opposite looked at the sword light that was risking his life, and his face was neither sad nor happy. He neither ran away nor used a defensive weapon. Instead, he slowly stretched out his palm. What is he going to do? Use your body to resist the sword of Xiang. In Zhang Yulang's surprised eyes, the red-robed man's hand suddenly burst into spiritual energy. A blue light gushed out. The next moment, a light curtain light-colored glass suddenly took shape in front of him. The golden knife and the blue curtain touched in an instant. Ling. Under the blue-colored glass light curtain, the knife light could not move forward. Without the follow-up power, the golden knife could not continue and gradually dissipated. Zhang Yulang was dumbfounded. What kind of magic was that could actually block the sword of Xiang? At this time, the anxious voice of his senior brother came from his side. Be careful. A fiery red sword shadow, like a meteor from the sky, rushed straight to the center of the formation. Zhang Yulang's face changed drastically and he quickly pulled away. The next moment, the sound of paper breaking came, and the Xiang sword formation broke inch by inch. Outside the formation, Luo Chen watched this scene with satisfaction. Offensive formations are much easier to break than defensive formations. Defenses from the outside to the inside, with restrained power and no trace. To break a defensive formation, one must either use overwhelming strength or destroy its formation veins and break its formation patterns in one fell swoop. He had spent a lot of effort to break Yang Wei's Thunder Prison formation before, and had to rely on the strongest method in his hand, Mountain Collapse, to break the formation. But this Xiang sword formation, when releasing the attack, it is the time when the flaw is the biggest. With his sharp eyesight and powerful spiritual awareness, it only took a moment to find the flaw. Breaking the formation is as easy as pie. After breaking the formation with an ordinary sword, Luo Chen held the Zhuanghe sword upside down and opened his mouth to spit. A sword ball flew out. After spinning around, it flew towards the youngest of the three. Seeing the sword ball, the three people were terrified. It's a sword cultivator, run. Sword cultivators are known to have the strongest combat power and are invincible at the same level. The red-robed man was at the 6th level of foundation building, and was stronger than them. If he used the sword pill to fight the enemy, they would have no power to resist. However, when the sword pill reached him, Zhang Yulang found that the opponent's sword controlling technique was not that sophisticated. A flying knife stopped him in midair. He turned and moved, and the swallows returned with joy, which was very exciting. Seeing this scene, the other two brothers couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that this person is not an orthodox sword cultivator, but just a blood-refined sword pill. Don't panic, little brother, I'll help you. On the opposite side, Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. Take care of yourselves first. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge mountain fell from the sky. 1,000 peaks. Immediately suppressed one person. Not only that, Luo Chen tapped his left hand, and 7 thorn flower seeds flew out. In the blink of an eye, 7 huge vines rose from the ground and enveloped the last person. 3 things at once, and the means are varied. 1 person against 3, strolling in the garden. In the sky, there was a furious voice, which was filled with anxiety. However, under Chu Kui's oppression, he became weaker and weaker, and suffered heavy damage. Luo Chen took a look and then nodded secretly. Almost done. With a thought, the sword ball that was entangled with Zhang Yulang suddenly split into 2 sword lights, and bypassed his flying knife like 2 spirit snakes. Swish. Swish. 2 holes, one on the chest and the other between the eyebrows, emitted green smoke. Zhang Yulang fell to the ground, and died with his eyes wide open. Junior brother. Yulang. 2 angry roars sounded. They were greeted only by Chu Kui's wild laughter and Luo Chen's chuckle. "Take care of yourself." He turned his hand and pressed, and the 1,000 layers peak reappeared with a surging force, and countless golden quicksands in all directions were pulled by the terrifying suction. But in a moment, the huge force was added. The cultivator in the early stage of foundation building, who was already struggling to hold on, stared with eyes wide open, with a look of despair on his face. Boom! The 1,000 layers peak pressed down with a bang. The surging force instantly crushed it into a pool of meat paste. Luo Chen nodded with satisfaction. The weapon control technique is not limited to the Zhuanghe sword. The combination of Tuiyu technique and Qian Changfeng also complements each other. Even after superposition, it has the attack strength of an ordinary late foundation building. It is easy to deal with a mere early foundation building cultivator. Suddenly, he turned his head and saw that in the cage intertwined with 7 vines, a bright knife light was about to rise. He is quite courageous. In a desperate situation, he wants to condense a magic weapon killing move by using his injuries to buy time. What a pity. Luo Chen moved his left hand, and the sword ball trembled instantly. In a breath, it pierced through the brain of the last person. The magic weapon killing move that was about to be released suddenly lost its power, and no one controlled it. The terrifying power burst out in the blink of an eye, blowing the owner's body into countless pieces. All this is a long story. But with Luo Chen's 3 minds at the same time, it happened very quickly. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were killed instantly. Zeman Wuhe watched helplessly as the 3 disciples he had taught since childhood died tragically at his feet. He went crazy. He turned into a sword dragon and rushed towards Luo Chen. "I want you to die." In response, Luo Chen held the Zhuanghe sword upside down, motionless, and just looked at him quietly. Until he stepped into the 3-meter range. A huge stick shadow suddenly stabbed down. Bang! Zeman Wuhe lay on the ground, looking at Luo Chen unwillingly, and finally took his last breath. On his back, there was a long stick with a black body and light gold at both ends. Chu Kui floated in the air. "Sorry, it took a little more time." Luo Chen shook his head. "It doesn't matter, after all, he is a cultivator at the 8th level of foundation building. It's not easy to kill him in such a short time." Chu Kui smiled, but he didn't take credit for it. He could see that Luo Chen had made great contributions in this battle. Not only did he break the formation and kill people, but it also involved Zeman Wuhe's energy. Otherwise, if he didn't use all his skills, he would have to go through a lot of trouble to kill them. "You seem to be stronger than before. You didn't even use your best fire skills, but you easily killed 3 early foundation building cultivators." Luo Chen smiled. "Fire skills are the trump card, so how can you use them at will? With these skills, under the control of powerful spiritual power, strong soul, and flawless traction technique, he has already reached the late foundation building level. Since he can kill people easily, why use big moves? What do those key refining people say?" Luo Chen asked. Under his gaze, the late key refining disciples of Dao sect were fleeing in panic. It seemed that they ran a long way, but with the ability of the 2 of them, it was not difficult to catch up with these 200 or 300 people. Chu Kui was silent for a while, and then said decisively, "Let them go. Killing too many low-level cultivators will affect the merit evaluation." "Well, let's do it your way." Luo Chen nodded. Then the 2 of them wandered around the battlefield and collected the spoils. The merit value is determined by how many enemies you kill. But how to judge whether you killed them depends on the spoils given at the end. It is best to have a human head, which can be directly proved. The second is the magic weapon, which has the spiritual power and spiritual consciousness mark of the owner. Once the owner dies, these marks can easily determine life and death. Finally, it is the testimony of others. If the battlefield is chaotic and there is no time to harvest the heads and corresponding physical evidence after killing someone, other people will have to help testify to prove that you killed the enemy. This judgment standard has many loopholes. Some people even cheat. But generally speaking, it will not go wrong. Besides, few people dare to cheat in front of the Golden Core Master. After a while, Luo Chen and Chu Kui returned with the spoils. For some key refining cultivators who fainted on the ground due to the aftermath of the battle, they were not merciful and killed them at will. The corresponding magic weapon storage bags were also put into the bag. It's not in short supply. Before the storage bag was cracked, there were 2 flying knife magic weapons and 3 top-grade magic weapons. Tisk. This cultivator who is crushed to death by you actually has a top-grade defensive magic weapon, and it's not damaged. Give it to me. Luo Chen was not modest and asked for it directly. There are many cultivators in his Luo Chen society. Although these things are nothing in front of the cultivators in the late stage of foundation building, they are all first-class good things for the foundation building in the society. Chu Kui is not greedy either. This battle is for merit points, and everything else can be given up with pain. What about now? Luo Chen's expression was stern, and his hands were put together to form a circle. Then, it slowly expanded outward. A blue water mirror, under his control, slowly unfolded. The spiritual energy on the battlefield fluctuates violently, the spiritual consciousness is everywhere, and there is also the spiritual consciousness of the giant and master monitoring. It is not enough for me to perform the water mirror technique alone. Give me a hand. Chu Kui hummed, and immediately helped Luo Chen expand the water mirror technique. Soon, a huge water mirror with a radius of 10 feet appeared in front of them. The scene of countless cultivators fighting on it was vividly displayed on it. With the water mirror, he could see the whole situation and find a good opportunity to attack. Soon, Chu Kui's eyes lit up. It's nearby. There is a group of defeated soldiers coming towards us. There are 5 cultivators in the early stage of foundation building, 3 cultivators in the middle stage of foundation building, and a seriously injured cultivator of the 7th level of foundation building. He seems to be a sword cultivator. Luo Chen, do you want to do it? Crack. The blue water mirror suddenly broke. Luo Chen's face was filled with murderous intent, and he gently uttered a word. Do it. Chapter 386, Dan Chenzi, you are a bit unfair. 9 people in a group. All of them are true foundation cultivators. Such a force is already very impressive on the battlefield. However, they were very unlucky. At the beginning of the battle, they were bombarded by the puppet army of Luo Chen's sect, so that everyone was injured. After paying a certain price, they chose to retreat from the side. 8 of them were led by the seriously injured late foundation cultivator. There was no other reason, because the opponent was the true disciple of Yuding Sword Sect. The injured true disciple of Sword Sect was still the true disciple of Sword Sect. At this moment, as everyone was running fast, some people looked back from time to time. Lan's Henchuan, the Luo sect cultivators are still chasing us, what should we do? A middle-stage foundation cultivator said anxiously. As soon as this was said, the others looked nervous. No one expected that the Luo sect cultivators, who had been mediocre before, would burst out with unimaginable combat power today. No longer choose to fight one-on-one. Either hundreds of cultivators will gather into an army, or they will form groups of 3 or 5 and cooperate with each other. With the help of puppets, even a powerful late-stage foundation-building cultivator would find it difficult to overcome the puppet barrier, even if someone rushed in forcefully. But the Luo sect cultivators could also use the puppets to delay, fight and retreat, or even remotely control the puppets to surround them. In this way, after several fights, everyone was scared. Lan's Henchuan's face turned pale, and he looked back angrily. We can't just run away like this. Everyone should get ready later, and catch them off guard and annihilate them all. Someone worriedly said, but the one chasing us is Han Zheng. He is the grandson of Han Zhan Zhenrun. If we hurt him, will we offend a Yuanying Zhenrun? Offending a Yuanying Zhenrun? This kind of thing, even just talking about it, is heart-wrenching. Lan's Henchuan's face was cold, so what if we offend him? Since he has gone to the battlefield, there is no reason to allow him to kill others and not allow us to kill him. Besides, if we can take his head, it will be a great achievement for my sword sect. Everyone, are you afraid of Master Han Zhan, but not Master Yuding of our sword sect? As soon as these words came out, everyone calmed down. Yes. They have a Yuanying master, don't we have one on our side? On the battlefield, everyone is equal. There is no reason to wait for death. For a while, the 9 foundation-building true cultivators settled down in their hearts. Some people even wanted to try, imagining what rewards they would get from the sword sect if they killed Han Zheng with their own hands. Compared with these people's fantasies. Further behind, 5 mid-stage foundation-building cultivators were flying at high speed. Although there were few people, their momentum was eye-catching. Occasionally, the foundation-building true cultivators of the vassal forces saw them along the way, and they hurriedly gave way. There was no other reason. These 5 people were all disciples of the Luo sect. It seems that there are only 5 people, but if they go all out, no one knows how many puppets they can summon. It is even more unknown whether there will be combat puppets comparable to the late stage of foundation building or even the great perfection realm among those puppets. Among the 5 people, there are some who have reached the 6th level of foundation building. But it is obvious that the 4 people are all led by the cultivator in the center, who is at the 4th level of foundation building. Junior brother Han Zheng, are there just a few defeated generals? Do we need to chase them so hard? Facing his brother's confusion, Han Zheng smiled slightly. The other 8 people are just so-so, but there is also a late-stage true disciple of the sword sect among them. That person is our target. Hearing this, the others suddenly understood. As the overlord of this region, the Yuding sword sect has stood for hundreds of years since it established a ding. But the number of sword cultivators under the sect has only barely exceeded that of the Kingdom Valley sect over the years. Compared with the 7 sects, it can be said to be a unique one, but it cannot suppress the heroes. So for so many years, the Yuding sword sect has only been the overlord of the Yuding region, not the only master. Numbers are their biggest drawback. Since the war began, they have either been in groups or stationed in one place, and rarely have single sword cultivators been dispatched. On the 7th mountain, the number of sword cultivators stationed is even fewer. Now, they finally meet a true sword cultivator in the late stage of foundation building. Naturally, there is no reason to let him go. Just as several people were chasing, Han Zheng suddenly showed a look of doubt on his face. Huh? Junior brother, what's wrong? Speed up. Han Zheng's face changed slightly and blurted out. Immediately, the 5 people burst into spiritual light and chased forward. Not only that, one by one, they even summoned puppets, ready to fight at any time. However, sometimes when they found out, things had already happened. Han Zheng's footsteps suddenly stopped. With his eyes wide open, he looked at the night sky in horror. A round of scorching sun bloomed from the night. Boom! There was a loud noise. Immediately, boundless flames bloomed. The vast airwave rolled forward, affecting the area of 10 miles. In the fiery explosion, 9 figures were horrified and each used their own defense. With the strength of 9 people, they fought against the 1st and 2nd level spells. Even though the incident happened in a hurry, they still managed to hold on. But then, a figure rushed in like a tiger into a wolf pack. Holding a golden and black long stick, some big, some small, some short, some long, he kept harvesting the lives of the enemies. Ah! Puff! Damn, it's Yankazi. 1, 2, 3. After being suddenly attacked by the violent scorching sun technique, the formations of the 9 foundation building were already broken. As a result, Chu Kui's harvest was like entering an empty space, and he didn't encounter any decent resistance. However, in just a few breaths, 6 people fell under his attack. Among them, there was even a person in the middle stage of foundation building. Lan's henchman looked at this scene with a grudge. There was a barrier in front and pursuers behind, and there was no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth. He suppressed the blood in his throat and shouted, "Run in separate directions." The other 2 mid-stage foundation building cultivators fled in another direction without hesitation. Lan's henchman transformed himself into a sword, bursting out at an extremely fast speed, and was about to leave. The speed of a sword cultivator is extremely fast. Even if he has not yet reached the Jinden stage, he is still a leader in the foundation building stage without the 5 elements escape technique or the corresponding flying secret technique. However, as soon as his figure moved, a figure with a speed no less than his appeared in front of him with a few tremors. The red robe was dazzling, and the sleeves fluttered. "Dao, I will lend you your head." "Despicable man, don't even think about it." Lan's henchman did not hesitate, and the sword light wrapped around his body suddenly condensed, turning into a sharp sword and heading towards the red figure in front. This sword was sharp. This attack was undoubtedly the strongest attack Luo Chen had faced since he went into battle. It was not just as simple as what a 7th level foundation building cultivator could burst out. He took a deep breath and suddenly thrust the long sword held upside down behind him forward. Duh! With a light shout, the Zuanhero sword turned into a meteor and shot straight ahead. Not only that, his eyes suddenly widened, and the faint light seemed to be looking at King Ming like a creature from the underworld. At this glance, Lan's henchman was stunned and hesitated for a moment. When he woke up, the sword ball he had sent out had already fallen into blue ocean, advancing slowly and hard in it. But in front of him, there was a bright fire, accompanied by the sound of the sword, piercing into his body. How could this be? He opened his mouth and muttered, and then his whole body was forcibly inserted into the mountain wall by the Zhuanghe sword. Buzz! In the glass-like curtain, a sword ball was spinning. As the owner died, it seemed to make a wail, and gradually stopped moving. HMPH. Luo Chen snorted coldly, grabbed with his big hand, and forcibly took off the sword ball. Then he looked in the opposite direction. What he saw was the scene of Chu Kui's long stick sweeping across and blowing up 2 mid-stage foundation building cultivators in the air. Dan Chenzi, what you did is a bit unfair. A voice with hidden anger came. Luo Chen looked at the owner of the voice calmly. Han Zhang stepped on a black wooden kite and stared at him gloomily. Behind him, the 4 mid-stage foundation building cultivators were ready to go, and their aura was released without concealment. At some point, Chu Kui had packed up the spoils and walked to Luo Chen in silence. The two stood side by side, facing 5 with like eyes. Chapter 387, The Two Heroes of Xianlin, The Two Evils on the Battlefield. The mountain wind was fierce, and the shouts and cries of killing in the distance were still audible. There were also lightning and thunder, which struck from time to time. 7 powerful foundation builders gathered at the quicksand camp, ready to fight. When Han Zhang asked that question, Luo Chen had no choice but to remain silent. In this unspeakable silence, Han Zhang's face was so gloomy that it seemed as if water was about to drip. The 4 fellow brothers behind him were even more prepared to attack. But unexpectedly, Han Zhang suddenly smiled. Okay. You have the guts, I will remember you. To the astonishment of the 4 brothers, he waved his hand. Let's go. Junior brother. Let's go. Han Zhang shouted and left first. The 4 people had no choice but to glare at Luo Chen and Chu Kui fiercely, and left with Han Zhang. After they left, Chu Kui obviously let out a long sigh. The heavy breathing proved how turbulent his heart was before. I'm afraid they are ready to accompany Luo Chen to fight against the 5 true disciples of Luo sect. He panted and looked at the calm Luo Chen in disbelief. Where is your eloquent tongue? You didn't say a word just now. The most important thing is, they actually retreated. Luo Chen glanced at him indifferently. The spiritual power in his hand surged, and the Zhuanghe sword flew back with the body of the sword cultivator land from Yuding sword sect. While checking the things on the other party's body, he replied, What did you say? Apologize? Beg for mercy? Or give up the merit points? Chu Kui was asked. The words in his mouth were stuck in his throat and he couldn't say a word. Indeed, those words did not fit Luo Chen's temperament. He couldn't think of the scene where Luo Chen said those words. It's just. But, they are true disciples of Luo sect after all. Tisk. The sword flashed, and a headless corpse fell to the ground. Luo Chen held a human head in one hand, and a token and a jade pendant in the other. He opened his mouth and spit out a fireball, which instantly burned the body to ashes. He collected money from the corpse and destroyed the corpse. All in one go. This familiar scene made Chu Kui's eyelids jump. The other party was the leader of a sect after all, but he was very skilled in this method. Luo Chen did not carefully study the extra spoils on the other party, but put them all into the storage bag. After clapping his hands, he said leisurely, It is precisely because they are disciples of Luo sect that I can be so calm. Oh. Luo Chen smiled softly. Although my Luotian society was recruited to participate in the war, it is nominally a part of the 4 sects alliance. The relationship between us is that of allies, not enemies. Now the overall situation is undecided, and what we are doing is killing the enemy, and there is nothing wrong. Under such circumstances, Han Zhang has no reason to attack me. As soon as these words came out, it was like enlightenment. Chu Kui understood it instantly. This is indeed the truth. However, Chu Kui suddenly realized it and said with a wry smile, I guess you are the only one who dares to snatch food from the tiger's mouth besides the 4 sects. If it were someone else, even me, it would be difficult to escape unscathed. At least I have to leave something behind. Luo Chen pulled the corner of his mouth and said nothing more. He took advantage of the other party's identity as a disciple of Luo sect, which can be called deceiving him with a method. However, he also has the confidence. Whether it is the reputation of Dan Chenzi or the identity of the guest elder of Bingbao, it is enough to make him no less than any major sect's true disciple. Moreover, if the other party really wants to take action, what will happen? If he and Chu Kui can't beat them, can't they run away? Once the news of attacking the allies spreads, Luo sect's reputation will be ruined. The 4 sects are still okay, But those casual cultivators will probably have to consider whether they still want to work for Luo Chen sect. It was precisely under these many considerations that he had the confidence to remain silent. Han Zhang was indeed a smart man. He chose to pick it up high and put it down gently. Of course, it was him. If it were someone else, under such pressure, even a great cultivator like Chu Kui, who is in the late stage of foundation building, would have to know the situation and act accordingly. It's just a bit unfair. They beat him up and seriously injured him, but in the end we got the advantage. Chu Kui laughed, holding 7 or 8 storage bags in his hands, full of harvest. He's not my friend, why should I be fair to him? Luo Chen snorted lightly and glanced around. Let's go. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's go to another place and see if we can do something before dawn. After saying that, he found a remote direction and left directly. Chu Kui had no objection and followed him closely. In the night, 2 figures wandered around the edge of the battlefield like ghosts. When they met a lone enemy, they would attack. If it was a small group of defeated soldiers, after weighing it, the 2 would each use their own means to damage the main force as much as possible. Afterwards, they each covered their faces and chased after the enemy. If they met a fast runner, they would not chase him to death, but try to get as many merit points as possible. The slightly larger troops retreated without hesitation. This went on. After a long night, the 2 tired men hid in the underground cave and calculated the merit points they had gained. Hunting 2 great monks, 1,000 merit points. 6 mid-stage foundation building monks, 1,200 merit points. 12 early-stage foundation building monks, 1,200 merit points. A total of 3,400 merit points. After getting the accurate data, Chu Kui's tired face was full of excitement. If some of the late-stage key refining monks who were slaughtered by them were counted, this number could be piled up to about 3,005. The requirement to exchange for the upper-grade Jinan secret technique was only 6,005. It seemed that everything was just around the corner. Luo Chen, the war outside is not over yet, should we continue now? Facing his enthusiasm, Luo Chen was very calm and poured a basin of cold water on him. If you don't want to die on the battlefield, I advise you to take a rest. Chu Kui's expression froze. Looking at the slightly embarrassed Luo Chen and himself with wounds of all sizes on his body, he trembled suddenly. He seemed to be a little too proud of himself. Or, in the huge temptation and endless killing, he had lost his mind. This was not like his usual self. Seeing that he was much calmer, Luo Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Looking up, his eyes seemed to penetrate the flowing quicksand filled with blood and fire outside. Don't worry. This war is far from over. Chu Kui was surprised, but the 7th mountain is about to be taken down. This morning, even the giant and cultivators on both sides took action, rolling up hundreds of miles of yellow sand, and the fight was earth-shaking. The giant took action, which meant that the war was about to reach its climax. Once it ended, the war would inevitably stop for a while. Luo Chen snorted, you only saw that the 7th mountain was about to be taken, but you didn't notice that the number of cultivators on the 4 sects alliance side was increasing. What does this mean? Just think about it and you will understand. When the 2 sides fight, the number of cultivators will only decrease. There is no reason for the number to increase. Unless the 4 sects alliance is constantly increasing its troops. He kept thinking back to what he saw and heard on the battlefield today. Some of them were obviously newcomers who had just joined the 7th mountain battlefield. Transferred from the 5th and 6th mountains? Or were they cultivators left behind on the Golden Sands floating island? Chu Kui was shocked. He couldn't help but blurt out. Could it be that the 4 sects alliance also wants to take back the 8th mountain? Luo Chen nodded heavily, that must be the case. Otherwise, Master Yin Yu, Master Ling Hu and other giant and cultivators who are in charge of one side would not appear on the battlefield together. The appearance of so many giant and cultivators means that it will not be just a small fight to take back one mountain. This war will continue. Chu Kui's eyes were shining, but he soon frowned again. With more and more monks on our side, won't there be a situation where there are too many monks and too little porridge? I'm afraid it won't be so easy to get the merit points later. Luo Chen had a different opinion on this. Most of those who died in the front were cannon fodder. Even the 2 great monks we killed, one was dragged down by the sect, and the other was seriously injured and caught by us in front. The real elite are still behind. Don't worry about these, try to recover your spiritual power and maintain a certain state. Don't fail and implicate me. Luo Chen closed his eyes while speaking. One pill after another, he absorbed and refined roughly while regulating his breath. Chu Kui smiled. Don't worry, how could I hold you back? When night fell again, the battle continued in the 9 Thunder Mountains. Even more tragic than before. The scope of the battle was not limited to the 2 Thunder Mountains of the 7th and 8th Mountains. In the vast yellow sand wasteland, countless monks escaped. Most of them were cultivators who had been so angry that they had gone crazy, and had unknowingly escaped from the core area of the war. In this tragic battlefield, 2 figures emerged from the quicksand. How is your recovery? I am about 80% recovered. When I encounter danger, I have a secret technique that can burst out a stronger strength than when I was at my peak. Very good, our next target is 10 miles to the southeast. There are 3 true disciples of the Yan League, who are chasing the cultivators of Kingdom Valley. Their realms are not high, and only one is in the middle stage of foundation building. Okay, eat them. After a brief conversation, the 2 figures no longer hesitated, and each drove the escape light away. After a while, an abrupt battle suddenly broke out. The shocking stick shadow fell, and a blood mist flew away. Simple, but fast. After Luo Chen put away the spoils, he did not even look at the few Kingdom Valley disciples who survived by chance. He recalled the flying sword and fled to the distance with Chu Kui. On the ground, the few Kingdom Valley disciples who survived the disaster looked at their backs with doubts. Who are they and why did they save us? A question came from the mouth of a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. It is rare to do good without expecting anything in return, especially since they are inner disciples of a large sect after all. After saving them, they should at least leave their names and gain the friendship of Kingdom Valley. But they came and went in a hurry, without even a single word of conversation. One of them suddenly blurted out. Isn't that Dan Chenzi? Huh? Facing the doubts of others, the cultivator said excitedly, I am absolutely not mistaken, he is Dan Chenzi, and also the worshipper of our Tao family. As soon as these words came out, everyone's faces became a little exciting. Luo Chen became famous in Yuding domain from Kingdom Valley. After many years, even though the Dao Seed battle was impressive, Luo Chen was not a close person after all. In addition, he defeated the 7 sons of Kingdom, so many people were reluctant to think about him. At first glance, he did not recognize him. But the cultivators of the Tao family were different. Luo Chen was still known as the worshipper of the Tao family. Naturally, he remembered it better than anyone else. The other Kingdom Valley disciples looked at each other in bewilderment. No one could have imagined that it was Luo Chen who saved them. The Tao family cultivator was so excited that memories kept coming to mind. I also remembered the other person. It was Chu Kui, the famous Xianlin cultivator recruited by the He family. I didn't expect that they would join forces. Seeing that he was going to continue talking, the cultivators around him couldn't stand it anymore. This place is dangerous. Let's go back to the base first. Okay. Luo Chen and Chu Kui didn't care about how the people behind them would judge. They didn't think about hiding their heads. There are only a few conditions for hunting merit points. The battlefield is complicated, and it is impossible to collect all the spoils as merit certificates every time. Therefore, it is best to show your true face, so that it can also be used as a certificate for the record. For them, today's hunting is relatively easier. Because the battlefield has expanded. Chu Kui assisted Luo Chen in performing the water mirror technique, and with Luo Chen's pair of spiritual eyes, he can easily find the prey. The 2 of them kept searching for the prey and killed it with thunder. Unknowingly, more and more foundation building cultivators died at their hands. When the sky gradually brightened, 2 figures quietly returned to the 6th mountain Luo Xianhu's base. President. Fellow Taoist Shu, you. Luo Chen waved his hand. No need to say more, be alert, we need to adjust our breath. Duanfeng nodded. However, looking at the 2 people with a strong bloody smell, his eyes were still filled with uncontrollable worry. Only those who are close to and familiar with each other can vaguely feel the madness suppressed by calmness. How is the president? Su Huanshan asked quietly. Duanfeng shook his head and whispered with some fear, they seem to be killing people. Killing people? Su Huanshan was a little confused about this answer. How many people did they kill to make Duanfeng, who is always fearless, so frightened? Inside the house, Luo Chen swallowed 2 Zongmiao pills in one breath and sat cross-legged. Not only that, in his hands, each of them was holding a medium-grade spirit stone. This is Chu Kui, who personally taught him the method yesterday. He got it from the He family of Kingdom Valley. He can use this method to absorb the spiritual energy in the spirit stone, but it is limited to spirit stones of medium quality and above. He must recover quickly. He has killed too many people. Although he has never been in danger of his life, the loss of spiritual energy in his body is real. Even though his spiritual power is far superior to that of his peers, it is only about 60% now. Chu Kui is even worse than him. The other party has refined the Kishin stick magic weapon to about 70%, and he is very familiar with its operation. As a result, he relies heavily on that magic weapon during the battle. The battlefield environment of Jilai is too harsh, and the spiritual energy is violent and complicated. Even if my skills have the function of automatic recovery, it is still not enough to make ends meet. Fortunately, I have elixirs and spirit stones as supplements. I think the disciples of the 6 sects also have similar methods. The only ones who lack such methods are the vassals of each family and those independent cultivators. Luo Chen did not sympathize with those independent cultivators. Since you have participated in this war, you must be prepared. The only thing he regretted was that if the fighting continued like this, the scattered cultivators in Yuding domain would be severely damaged. By then, Yuding domain would really become a situation where the sect dominated. Although it was already like this. Suddenly, Luo Chen, who was replacing the middle grade spirit stones, paused. The sect dominated. A guess that made his back cold emerged in his mind. When he connected all the things that happened in the past 20 years, Luo Chen murmured, "What a cruel calculation, what a vicious decision." Chapter 388, Artillery Fire, Sword Array, Landslides, Canyon Collapse. A civil war in Yuding lasted for 20 years. There were countless battles and twists and turns, and finally it converged on the battlefield of Jilai. Luo Chen knew a lot about this civil war. He even sent the intelligence department of Luo Xianhu to collect all kinds of intelligence. Whether it was true or hearsay, he never stopped learning. He also looked at the overall situation many times, sorted out the trend of the veins, and tried to for the time when the war would end. It can be said that Luo Chen believed that except for the high-level Jinden of each sect and the 2 Yuanyings Henren who were elusive, his level of cognition was far above that of most sect disciples, vassals, and casual cultivators. The more he knew, the more confused Luo Chen became. Because wars are not fought like this. In his cognition, if one side is strong and the other is weak, then it is a blitzkrieg, a war of annihilation. Thunder and lightning, one strike to achieve success. Just like Luo Xianhu's targeting of the Fu family and the Duan family. It is definitely not a procrastination, and it lasts for 20 years. If it is a too strong situation, there are 2 situations. Either sit down and talk, or it will be a long tug of war. The former is impossible. It is impossible to reach an agreement on the 4th level spiritual land required for the cultivation of Yuanying's Henren. Then, there is the last possibility, tug of war. Judging from the current situation, it seems to be in line with ordinary people's cognition. But, it is not right. A real tug of war should at least have a corresponding important target as the focus of attack. The 4th level mineral vein Jilai seems to meet this requirement. But the competition for this resource land can be carried out in a more elegant way. Small-scale true sword fighting, boulder master fighting. If it really doesn't work, 2 Yuanying's Henren can solve it by simply sparring. There is no need for such a big battle. It can be said that Jilai is not worth mentioning for Yuanying's Henren. If Luoyan sect really wants the 4th level spiritual land, they should focus the war on attacking the hinterland of Yuding Sword Sect. Even if they send allied forces to consume the living forces of Sword Sect, they should target the hinterland of Sword Sect, not an enclave thousands of miles away. Fighting like this now is meaningless. It has no effect except to wear out Kingdom Valley, Alao Mountain, Ice Castle, Yan League and many vassals under the Sword Sect who have reached the 1st class power level. Oh, the most consumed here are countless independent cultivators. And they are elite figures among independent cultivators. The problem. It lies in the word accept. At this moment, it seems that the significance of this long tug of war is really to wear out all the forces in Yuding domain, except the 2 major sects. Kingdom Valley has the largest force and the largest number of cultivators, but its combat power is ordinary. On the battlefield, facing the same level, except for the genius like Tawan, the rest of the disciples are no match for the disciples of other sects in a one-on-one battle. There are too few vassals of the ice castle, and the disciples have begun to fight bare-chested after the cannon fodder has been almost worn out. The main force of Luo Mountain was involved in the Blackwater Swamp battlefield and now suffers heavy losses. Even a giant master has fallen. This is the side of the Four Sects Alliance. As for the Sword Sect Alliance, as far as Luo Chen knows, 3 of the Sword Sect's first-class vassals have been beaten to death. Among them is the Xiandao sect, which has become famous in recent years. Except for the sect leader, most of the foundation-building members in the sect have been damaged. The Flame Alliance also suffered a bad fate. The Blackwater Swamp delayed them for too long, and they also lost a giant master there. On the battlefield of Jilijishan, they sent a large number of troops, and their vassals suffered too much damage. Now they are gradually reaching the point of personally going into battle. And what about the 2 Yuanying upper sects? The Lorn sect cultivators mostly use puppets to fight against the enemy. Even if they are defeated, the worst that can happen is to abandon the puppets and keep their lives. On the Yuding Sword sect side, the number of true disciples sent out is even smaller. After 2 days of hunting with Chu Kui, we were lucky enough to kill a Sword sect true disciple in the late foundation building period. It can be seen from this that the 2 upper sects are consciously retaining their own living forces. The current situation is very similar to another war I experienced, a war without gunpowder. While muttering, Luo Chen remembered the time when he moved the Luo Xianhu to Xianlan Fairy City with his entire sect. In order to open up the elixir market, Luo Xianhu and the Zhang family of Gunlongji had a competition for the elixir business. In that business competition, the 2 families fought with sparks flying. The best result is a win-win situation, with both families making a lot of money. So who lost? Danian sect lost, Qinhua Jiangli family lost, Tanchenhu family lost. The eldest and the second fought, and the third died. Isn't the current situation a civil war between the 2 major sects, but the biggest losses are suffered by other people in Yuding domain? Luo Chen vaguely remembered. When he participated in the Dao Seed competition and first arrived at Kingdom Valley, Tao Yixing enthusiastically introduced to him how powerful Kingdom Valley was and how large the number of cultivators was. There were tens of thousands of key refining cultivators, more than 1,000 foundation building cultivators, and 15 golden core masters. This is just Kingdom Valley, so what about Ice Castle? What about the Flame Alliance? What about Luo Mountain and Yanmen? Except for the Bigu Palace, which has few disciples and only 3 Jinden, the number of cultivators in the other 4 sects is too much. In addition, the Yuding domain is close to the Million Mountains and is rich in resources. As a result, there are endless foundation-building cultivators among the scattered cultivators, and countless third-rate and second-rate forces gather in the 10 major immortal cities. Over the years, many first-rate forces with giant masters have been born. Can the power of one domain support so many cultivators? Yes. But after supporting so many cultivators, it is completely unable to support 2 Yuanying upper sects. It can even be said that even the original Overlord Yuding Sword sect will feel that the resources are not enough if it wants to expand. But if through this war, after weakening, suppressing, and destroying most of the forces, won't the development space be broadened? After thinking about all this, Luo Chen couldn't help but feel a little numb. The huge Yuding domain cannot accommodate 7 major sects. However, it can accommodate 2 Yuanying upper sects. As long as the other 5 sects are mostly in decline and the loose cultivator world is in name only, the power of one domain will be enough to support the 2 upper sects. After all, whether it is the Sword sect or the Lorn sect, they are not major sects with thousands of years of inheritance. There is only one Yuanying in the sect. Their current needs are actually not as many as those of the upper sects in other major domains. After some analysis, Luo Chen gradually sorted out everything from his perspective. However, there are still many doubts. The simplest point is that he does not believe that all the people in the other 4 sects are stupid. Since he traveled through time, there are almost no stupid people among the high-level cultivators he has come into contact with. The so-called vision advantage of the time traveler ahead of the times is nothing at all in the long history of the mountain and sea realm. There must be someone smarter than him in the 4 sects. The intelligence information mastered by the 4 sects must be far more comprehensive than what Luo Xianhu has collected. Can't they see through this? Or, seeing through it, but for some reason, still forced to take this path? Interests? Hatred? Or, just like Luo Xianhu was initially coerced by Juking Fairy, they were also under the tyranny of Yuanying's Henren and had to participate in the war? This is one of the doubts. There is another thing that puzzles Luo Chen. That is, even if the two major sects weaken or even destroy the strength of each sect according to their ideas, there is still only one 4th level spiritual land in Yuding domain. Yuhuang Mountain. He doesn't believe that Yuding's Henren is willing to share that 4th level spiritual land with Hanzan Laozu. So when the two great masters met, what conditions did they reach that would allow? No. Luo Chen's heart skipped a beat, and a mountain gate with continuous green mountains and abundant spiritual energy gradually emerged in his mind. Yuding domain has more than one 4th level spiritual land, and there is also a potential 4th level spiritual land. Kingdom Valley. In his sight, he seemed to see the geographical pattern of 5 peaks covering the valley and naturally condensed veins. Tao Yisheng's proud words of hope seemed to ring in his ears. 400 years ago, when the war was launched, our Kingdom Valley seniors conquered this place. Using secret methods to connect the mountains and rivers, we moved mountains and filled the sea, and created the pattern of 5 peaks covering the valley. Now, hundreds of years have passed, and Gam Valley has reached the 2nd grade upper level. Given time, thousands of years later, this Dam Valley will definitely be able to achieve a 4th grade spiritual land. By then, if a Yuanying's Henren is born in my Kingdom Valley, there is no need to find another 4th grade spiritual land for cultivation. With the power of the giant and cultivators in Kingdom Valley, it would take 1,000 years. But what if it was done by the Yuanying's Henren? 1,000 years? Luo Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, forcing himself to wake up from his endless thoughts. These things are too far and too high for him to reach now. What he can do is to seize this opportunity, get as much merit points as possible, and take a solid step towards achieving the Jinden stage. No matter what the two great sects plot, if I achieve the Golden Core stage, I can become a guest of honor of one of the two sects with my alchemy skills. While muttering, Luo Chen took out a middle grade spirit stone again. He closed his eyes and absorbed the pure spiritual energy in it. This rest lasted for a whole day and night. When Luo Chen stepped out of the simple cave, he looked up and saw a series of escape lights rushing to the front line of the war. Among them, there were many people who looked down at them, with envy, disdain, or ridicule. How far has the war progressed? Su Huanshan and Duan Feng had already gathered. The former immediately replied, the Sword Sect Alliance is not giving up an inch. They have gathered a large number of cultivators and stationed them in the 8th mountain, as if they want to fight us to the death. The latter was full of confidence. The new puppets of the Luo sect are extremely powerful. A few rounds of volleys can destroy a position. Now the 3 sects, led by the Luo sect, are constantly reinforcing the 8th mountain. I feel that it will be captured in no more than 3 days. 3 days? I don't think so. Chu Kui came from behind, pouring wine from a gourd as he walked. The rich spiritual energy can be clearly sensed even from a few steps away. This is his preparation for this war. And it is also a kind of spiritual wine from Tabeifang City that can quickly restore spiritual power. Walking to his side, he said excitedly, if the Jinden Master takes action personally, breaking the formation will be easy. Next, it's time for us foundation building cultivators to show our skills. When he said this, Su Duan and the others nodded secretly. They have all seen the Jinden Master take action. In the special geographical environment of Jilijian, even if the ordinary 3rd level defense formation is fully opened, it can't stop the full-strength bombardment of several Jinden masters. Just as the 3 people were talking enthusiastically. Gradually, they found that Luo Chen had not participated. Chu Kui looked at Luo Chen in confusion. What are you thinking about? Luo Chen's face was calm. Nothing, just thinking that we should set off. How is the recovery? Chu Kui patted his chest. No big problem, what about you? Then let's go. When the two set off, Su Huanshan and Duan Feng hesitated to speak. At best, they could only watch the two leave silently. In the interval of rushing to the battlefield of the 8th mountain, Chu Kui said regretfully, it would be great if Min Longai was here. Luo Chen hummed. With the strength of the two of them, under advanced planning, they can indeed avoid the top powerhouses and hunt ordinary foundation building true cultivators calmly. But if they encounter the existence of the 8th or 9th level of foundation building, or a slightly larger scale, they still have to retreat. It's not that they are defeated, but they just don't want to waste too much time. But if there is a formation master like Min Longai, no one dares to challenge him when the 3 of them join forces. How many merit points do we have now? Chu Kui asked. 6001. Luo Chen replied. Hearing this number, Chu Kui became excited again. It's not far from 10,000. If he is lucky in the next few days and catches a few lone late-stage foundation-building cultivators, he may be able to accumulate enough soon. Compared with his optimism, Luo Chen is not so optimistic. The two of them rely on each other. Although they cooperate more and more tacitly, it is a fact that their states are constantly declining. On the first day, they dared to break into the camp and kill the 9 foundation-building cultivators. On the second day, they could only wander in the Wonoli yellow sands and hunt relatively weak ordinary foundation-building cultivators. As of today, the states of both sides are less than 80% of their peak state. They have to be more careful when choosing opponents later. When they arrive at the front line, the battle between the two sides has already started thoroughly. Just like last time, it was still the Giant Master who personally broke the formation. The only difference from before is that the original 7 Giants have become 10 Giants. On the 8th mountain, there are also 6 or 7 Giant Masters who resist. Among them, there is no lack of powerful sword energy, 1 against 3. That is a sword cultivator in the Giant period, and must be from the Yuding sword sect. However, the sword cultivator is strong in attack and weak in defense. After many interceptions, the defense formation of the 8th mountain was still broken. Even on the Luo sect side, someone deliberately brought down a thunderstorm, completely destroying the foundation of the formation, and cutting off the sword sect's subsequent idea of repairing the defense formation. When the formation was broken, the rest of the process was the same as before. The puppet army of the Luo sect went out collectively. Prepare to wash the ground with artillery fire. It can be imagined that after a few rounds of artillery fire, the defense formation of the 8th mountain will inevitably be disrupted, and then it will be the same as before. However, when the puppet army of the Luo sect emerged, stars suddenly rose on the 8th mountain. To be precise, they are not stars. Instead, it was a bunch of sword balls. Hundreds of sword balls merged together, and actually outlined a seemingly true formation in the void. The moment he saw the formation, Elder Linghu from Luo sect's side changed his face. 10,000 swords. In shock, he slapped out with a palm, trying to stop the sword formation from forming. However, before the palm print arrived, a sword light shot up into the sky. Swish! The huge palm print instantly disintegrated. A clear and handsome young Taoist flew out from the 8th mountain. Fellow Taoist Linghu, let the younger generation fight. If you take action, it would be ugly. Seeing this person, Linghuji's face sank. Kiang. Master Kiang smiled slightly. Now, are you and I going to fight, or wait and see? Linghuji was silent. While the two were talking, the attack of both sides had already taken shape. The puppet army of Luo sect released fierce artillery fire and bombarded the crowd gathering on the 8th mountain indiscriminately. At the same time, the 10,000 swords diagram constructed by the sword sect also burst into fierce light, emitting thousands of sword ki, falling like rain. The 4-sect alliance army, which was about to take advantage of the situation to kill, was instantly severely damaged. At this point, both sides were already in a dilemma. But unfortunately, above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds gathered, and the wind howled. Endless silver snakes flickered. Seeing this scene, Linghuji breathed a sigh of relief. The 10,000 swords diagram would not last long if the heavenly thunder gathered. Sure enough, after a moment, the many sword balls flew back. Under the bombardment of heavenly thunder, the sword balls, which were things of spiritual sacrifice, could not withstand any destruction. In this way, the two sides returned to the same starting line. Kill! Everyone, kill! With the order of the 2 great Giant Masters, the 2 streams of cultivators rolled and collided with each other. In the corner, Luo Chen and Chu Kui looked up, looking at the slowly dispersing sword formation with awe. Hundreds of people formed a formation, killing unparalleled. Even the Giant Masters had to retreat. Fortunately, the time and place are on their side. Looking at the war that broke out in an instant, Chu Kui's heart trembled. Fortunately, I joined the Luo Chen Society and can act freely with you. Otherwise, in a battle of this scale, the so-called Shiankazi is just a joke. Luo Chen forced a smile with a stiff face. The foundation of the upper sect is beyond their imagination. Originally, they thought that the puppet army was invincible. Unexpectedly, there is also the means of sword cultivation formation. However, under the special geographical environment of the 9 Thunder Mountains, the 10,000 swords map could not be maintained for too long, and now they returned to the battle scene they were most familiar with. After the initial battle, the torrent of cultivators began to continuously divide into battle groups. After a while, there were tens of thousands of scattered small battle groups. In this way, it became the situation that the two heroes of Xianlin liked to fish in troubled waters the most. At the beginning of the battle, the spiritual energy fluctuations were too intense, and I couldn't condense the water mirror technique. Chu Kui was also very clear about the current environment, so, let's follow the original plan. Well, go to the edge of the battlefield and wait for an opportunity. After reaching an agreement, the two of them converged and quietly flew to the periphery of the 8th mountain. According to their experience, the battle group continued to split up and the scope of the battlefield continued to expand. In the relatively peripheral areas, if you wait and see, there will definitely be prey that will take the initiative to enter the net. 3 hours later. Which one is this? Luo Chen asked in a low voice. Chu Kui's face was solemn, and he raised 3 fingers. The third one, in the early stage of foundation building, seems to be an inner disciple of the Yan League. Luo Chen frowned. They are getting more and more grouped together, and our chances seem to be getting less and less. Grouping is not just on the side of the Sword Sect. The same is true on the side of the Four Sects Alliance. Chu Kui was helpless. There is no way. In order to obtain merit points, many people took risks and did the same thing as us. Whether it is the Sword Sect or the Four Sects. As far as I know, the 2 Nether Evils and the 4 Lion King Elders are doing this. The 2 Nether Evils and the 4 Lion King Elders are all outstanding figures among the independent cultivators like Chu Kui. They are very famous in the small acre and 3-point land of the Immortal City where they have lived for a long time. During the Kingdom Valley Dao Seed competition, Luo Chen had seen the 2 Nether Evils, a man and a woman. They were invited by Shangwen Yan, and even if they fought alone, they still helped Shangwen Yan get a good result of 3rd place in the first round. You know, even He Yuan King, who was second, sent Chu Kui and the masters of the clan, but he only got 2nd place. As for the 4 Lion King Elders, they were even more important figures 100 years ago. The 4 brothers joined forces and were extremely powerful 100 years ago. Now the 4 of them have all advanced to the late stage of foundation building. When they join forces, it is even rumored that they can compete with a Golden Core Master. These beings, like Luo Chen and his men, also hunt and kill, and their efficiency is definitely not low. What about us now? Chu Kui asked hesitantly. Without the guidance of Luo Chen's water mirror technique, their range of activities was confused. Let's change places. Yes. The familiar scene appeared again, and the 2 slightly left the battlefield and looked for a new ambush location along the edge. When passing a canyon, Luo Chen paused. Chu Kui looked down at the battle scene below. Do you want to chew this hard bone? It was indeed hard bone. There were more than 10 foundation building cultivators involved below. According to their plan, it is best not to get involved in a battle of this scale. However, this time, Luo Chen did not hesitate to sacrifice the magic weapon. Go ahead, that kid is down there, I can't just stand by and watch him die. Chu Kui was stunned for a moment, his eyes fell on an embarrassed young man, and he suddenly realized, well, that kid's mother is a high-level member of Luo Xianhu, and I am now a member of Luo Xianhu, so I will help him. While muttering in a low voice, the kishin stick fell into his hand. Inside the canyon, a big melee was going on. Judging from their clothes and badges, they were clearly vassals of the Yan League and inner disciples of the Luo sect. Killing this group of Luo sect disciples will be a great achievement. Don't hold back. Kill. In the crowd, an old man with gray hair and beard, with a violent look in his eyes, gave orders. He kept pinching the spiritual formula in his hand, and under his control, a flying sword went back and forth in the crowd, and wailing sounds were heard from time to time. He was in the late stage of foundation building. Although he had just been promoted not long ago, he was also considered a master among the vassal forces. In addition to his close relationship with the Yan League, these people would listen to his command. On the opposite side, the group of young inner disciples of the Luo sect looked terrified. The senior brother who led the team was ambushed and killed. The puppetry they were good at was not easy to use in the narrow environment of the canyon. With their hands and feet tied, they were suppressed by a group of vassal forces that were not the elite of the sect. Some people went crazy under heavy pressure. Let's all die together. The disciple at the 3rd level of foundation building desperately urged the puppet. A brilliant beam of light shot out. The enemies dodged when they saw this. But in the melee, some people still couldn't dodge in time. An enemy in the middle stage of foundation building was rubbed by the edge, and most of his body was evaporated. Seeing this scene, the disciple was happy. But behind him, a shrill voice came. "Brother Li, why did you kill Brother Wu?" Brother Li was stunned, watching a puppet falling to the ground without anyone controlling it, and his master was in the center of the light column. "I accidentally killed my fellow disciples?" Just as he was stunned, a flying sword pierced his chest like lightning. You can't distinguish between friend and foe, and your combat experience is weak. In the battle, you even dare to be distracted. With such a mentality, you are worthy of building a foundation. Zheng Xianfang, with gray hair and beard, sneered. He didn't care about that person, and his eyes fell on the 3 remaining disciples of Luo sect. Faced with this cruel look, Qin Yuanjiang, one of the 3, trembled all over. The brothers are all dead. Among the 3 people left here, he was the only one who had just established his foundation, but he actually became the leading senior brother. "Senior brother Qin, what should we do? Our puppets are all damaged and are going to die now." Qin Yuanjiang listened to the panicked words of his 2 junior brothers and forced himself to calm down. "What are you afraid of? Take out your magic weapon to fight the enemy. We, the disciples of Luo sect, don't have the tradition of waiting to die. The flying sword technique that the elders usually let you learn can also kill the enemy." As he spoke, he took out a golden long sword. The sword tip was cold, as if it had never been sharpened. Facing this scene, Zheng Xianfang sneered, "It's just a desperate resistance, just wait to die obediently." The other foundation-building true cultivators, seeing that the overall situation was decided, couldn't help laughing. Just when they were about to end this battle in one fell swoop, Zheng Xianfang's face suddenly changed. He looked up suddenly. A red-robed Taoist was high in the sky, holding his hands empty, as if he was pulling something. The next moment, he roared. Landslide. Boom. Boom. 2 loud noises were heard, and the mountain walls on both sides of the canyon collapsed. The huge mountain wall exploded, and for a moment, the spiritual energy was surging, and the rocks flew through the air. The manuscripts in my inventory were completely used up. This chapter was written and published at the same time. There are many typos and omissions in it, which will be corrected immediately. If you see any mistakes, please forgive me. Chapter 389. It's you, Luo Chen. Mountains collapsed, and rocks flew through the sky. Countless boulders, like meteorites, screamed and howled as they smashed into everyone in the canyon. Qin Yuanjiang looked at this scene in astonishment. It was originally a dead end, but now there seems to be a glimmer of hope. "Defense!" he shouted, and immediately took out the defensive magic weapon to resist the countless broken stones. The 2 junior brothers behind him did the same. However, among the countless boulders falling from the sky, it was quite difficult for them to resist with their abilities. Just as they were about to die, a majestic figure jumped into the canyon. He stood in front of the 3 people and held up a broken small shield with one hand. The small shield grew in the wind, and in the blink of an eye it was a foot long, covering the 3 people behind it. "Who are you?" Qin Yuanjiang looked at the man's back in surprise. The man did not answer, but cursed irritably. "Luo Chen is getting stronger and stronger." Hearing this, Qin Yuanjiang was shocked. He looked up, and only then did he suddenly realize that the man in the sky above the canyon looked very familiar. Isn't it Luo Chen, the leader of Luo Xianhu, whom he had just met not long ago? He saved me? When he was shocked, the exclamations of the 2 junior brothers behind him came. Look at those people from Yanmen. Good death. The more miserable the better. In the canyon, 7 or 8 figures, each deployed defensive magic tools, and struggled to resist the attacks from all directions. Under the flying boulders, they kept hitting them. Bang! 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 The frequent and dense sounds were emitted, representing collisions again and again. In a short time, 3 monks with lower cultivation fell under the bombardment of rocks. In the sky, Luo Chen watched this scene, with a slight sense of complacency in his eyes. This move was not a complete landslide. Instead, he performed a kind of seemingly earth-based spell based on the landslide method and under the blessing of the earth mountain technique. It can be called an improved and reduced version. The power is weaker, but under favorable terrain, it can also play an unexpected effect. He just used his spiritual power to pull down 2 mountain walls, thus creating a pure landslide scene. But that's all. After all, it was just a weakened version, and it couldn't be successful in one fell swoop. There were still 4 enemies left, and after blocking the first wave of attacks, they had already gained a foothold. The leading great monk raised his head and roared at Luo Chen. Dan Chenzi, you are going too far. Huh? Do you know me? Luo Chen frowned, but his hands moved quickly, and the Qianchong peak, which had been accumulating for a long time, immediately smashed down. Not only that. At the bottom of the valley, Chu Kui put away the broken small shield and said, "Take care of yourself." Then he held the long stick without looking back, flew into the sky, and went straight to the 4 people. Judging from his posture, he was going to fight 2 against 4. "Brother, what should we do? Or should we escape first and go back to get reinforcements?" Listening to the words of the 2 junior brothers, Qin Yuanjiang didn't say any nonsense, controlled the long sword, and stopped another enemy in the middle stage of foundation building. Seeing that he was ready to fight side by side, the 2 junior brothers gritted their teeth and had no choice but to use their flying swords. The 3 of them joined forces to fight against a mid-stage foundation building warrior. In this way, the front battlefield formed a 2-on-3 situation. Luo Chen, you hold back 1 mid-stage foundation building warrior, and leave the other 2 to me. Chu Kui shouted, and regardless of whether Luo Chen agreed or not, he smashed out with a stick. The stick came very fast. Even though the man was concentrating, he was still hit on the defensive magic weapon. When he made contact, he realized that in addition to being fast, it was also heavy. Boom! With just 1 blow, he was slapped into the belly of the mountain. Chu Kui recovered a little and looked at the gray-haired old man. Rolling dragon spine Zhang Xianfang. Looking at the majestic man, Zhang Xianfang's pupils shrank and his body retreated involuntarily. "Chu Kui, we have no hatred in the past and in the present, why do you have to force me to death?" Chu Kui sneered, "Although we have no hatred, I need your head to help me on the golden elixir road." After 2 simple sentences, Chu Kui rushed forward. Zhang Xianfang knew that Chu Kui was powerful, and while using his flying sword to block him, he quickly flew away. Above the canyon, Luo Chen suppressed a mid-stage foundation building cultivator with Qianchong Feng, and the sword pill in his hand kept attacking the opponent. In addition, he even had the energy to observe the 2 battlefields. When he heard the name Zhang Xianfang of Gunlongji, his heart moved slightly. No wonder the other party knew him. The Zhang family of Gunlongji is an old acquaintance. He knew that the Zhang family had 3 foundation building cultivators. In addition to Zhang Qijian, who often showed up outside, there was also a mid-stage foundation building cultivator and an early foundation building cultivator in the family. But he didn't expect that the mid-stage foundation building cultivator had already advanced to the late stage. However, the opponent was defeated by Chu Kui, who was at the 9th level of foundation building, and had no power to resist. When his eyes fell on Chu Kui's long stick, Luo Chen's eyes showed a trace of envy. After fighting side by side for many days, he already knew the power of the opponent's magic weapon. It was a high-quality low-grade magic weapon with both gold and earth elements. Not only did it have a powerful killing move, but its ordinary attack was no less than his Zhuanghe sword. In addition, Chu Kui had refined it to a very high level. Under normal use, it was extremely powerful. Even if he had to deal with it, he had to concentrate on it. One trick, eat all the world. Chu Kui has almost brought the potential of this magic weapon to the extreme. No wonder he was injured when touched and died when hit. Turning his head, looking at the enemy who was struggling to hold on, Luo Chen shook his head. There is too much noise here, so let's solve it as soon as possible. With a thought, the Zhuanghe sword suddenly appeared. How can you use 3 magic weapons at the same time? In the horrified eyes of the enemy, the black fire sword flew out and then cut off his head. Swish! The body was split into 2. We won. Turning around, Luo Chen looked at Qin Yuanjiang and the other 2 with a surprised look. However, 3 first-level foundation builders, working together, could actually kill a 4th-level foundation builder. Is this the excellence of the inner disciples of a large sect? Facing Luo Chen's surprised eyes, Qin Yuanjiang, who was panting after surviving the disaster, stood up. His face was a little difficult, but he finally spoke, "Uncle Luo. Thank you for saving us." Hearing this, Luo Chen's mouth corners couldn't help but rise. Rest first, maybe there will be other enemies coming soon. Qin Yuanjiang hummed, and immediately took a pill to restore his spiritual power. The other 2 junior brothers, however, stared at Luo Chen with complicated expressions. Luo Chen ignored them and walked on the battlefield, collecting a lot of spoils. When he stood in front of the bloody corpse of a cultivator, he suddenly said, "Aren't you going to collect the bodies of your fellow disciples?" Qin Yuanjiang and the other two were stunned, and then they took action. Luo Chen looked at this scene and shook his head secretly. They are still 3 rookies. I hope they can grow up after this battle. When he finished collecting the spoils, Chu Kui had hurried back. It's solved. That old guy's realm is not high, but he has many tricks. It took me a lot of effort. Luo Chen, how are you doing here? Luo Chen replied, "It's all packed up, let's go." Seeing that he was about to leave, Qin Yuanjiang and the other two wanted to say something but stopped. Looking at them, Luo Chen sighed. It's not advisable to stay here for a long time, leave as soon as possible. In addition, try not to leave the main force in the future. Although the realm of these vassal cultivators is not high, they are very scheming. Next time, if you encounter such a terrain that obviously restrains your puppets, don't step into it easily. After saying that, without waiting for their response, he and Chu Kui flew away quickly. Looking at their departing backs, Qin Yuanjian bowed silently. When he stood up, the impetuous look in his eyes had disappeared, and the whole person seemed to become more stable. "Brother Qin, who is that senior? You call him uncle, but isn't his last name Luo?" Qin Yuanjiang shook his head. "I'll tell you about these things later. Take the bodies of the brothers and go back to the elders." The two nodded. But their eyes were still full of curiosity. Luo Chen? Dan Chenzi? Could it be that he is the master of alchemy who is famous in Yuding domain? Why is he still so powerful? The spell before was earth-shattering, and it was not something that an ordinary foundation-building cultivator could perform. 2 days later. On the Wanli Quicksand Wasteland. 2 figures walked on it in the dust. No, there are fewer and fewer small groups of enemies in the wasteland. If we hunt like this, we can't make up the remaining 2,000 merit points. Chu Kui looked irritable. Luo Chen silently calculated the current merit points. After many days of hard work, he and Chu Kui have accumulated a full 8,000 merit points. This record is jaw-dropping. It means that at least dozens of foundation-building cultivators died at their hands. Ambushes, interceptions, strong attacks, head-grabbing. Almost all the means that can be used have been used up. But there is still a little short. You will leave the front line and go to the rear soon. Chu Kui said anxiously, according to your analysis, once the 4 sects alliance conquers the 8th mountain, it is very likely to suspend the offensive and return to the initial confrontation with the sword sect. In this case, it will take a long time to collect the remaining merit points. Luo Chen, say something. Suddenly, Luo Chen stopped. Letting the wind and sand blow in his face, he looked at the tall thunder mountain with dark clouds gathering and murderous aura rising to the sky with his untidy beard. Facing his gaze, Chu Kui's pupils shrank. You don't want to go to the main battlefield. Luo Chen remained silent, still thinking and calculating in his heart. Chu Kui beside him said worriedly, you said it yourself, the main battlefield now is a meat grinder. The 2 major sects don't regard their vassals and independent cultivators as human beings. If we go there, are you afraid? Luo Chen suddenly asked back. Chu Kui was stunned and his face flushed. Do you think I'm afraid? Before the Great Dao, Chu Kui would never be a coward. If he was afraid, he would not have approached Luo Chen from the beginning. Luo Chen nodded, in this case, then seize this only opportunity. Seeing him take a step, Chu Kui grabbed his arm. I'm not afraid, but you are different from me. You are still young. You have a reputation in front of you. Even if you don't take a risk, you will have a great chance of forming a pill in the future with a relationship with the Ice Castle. If it doesn't work, just give up temporarily. Leave me alone on the battlefield. Spend a few more years and I can always collect the remaining 2,000 merits. Luo Chen looked at his arm. Chu Kui let go tactfully. Yellow sand filled the sky, and the man in a red robe looked extremely calm. I have never been to the Ice Castle, and it is still unclear whether they will help me with my Dan. Even if they help me with their whole strength, they must have other requests. By then, I will be more deeply bound to them. Wouldn't it be good to be more deeply bound to the giant sect? Chu Kui was puzzled. Luo Chen would not elaborate on his conjectures about the actions of the 2 Yuanying sects. If his conjectures were true, the Ice Castle and its ilk might not last long. If they were bound too deeply, they would all prosper and suffer together, and it would be even more difficult for him to get out. He continued, so, If I can form a den on my own, my relationship with the ice castle will be relatively independent. A guest official is just a guest official. Chu Kui seemed to be thinking. Besides, you said you would leave me alone to look for opportunities on the battlefield. But how do you know if there will be another chance after this? Chu Kui was stunned. What do you mean? Some things are meaningless if they are said out loud. Let's go. Luo Chen said lightly, and he had already stepped forward. The wind and sand were whistling, and Chu Kui stood behind, his face uncertain. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and firmly followed Luo Chen's footsteps. The main battlefield of the 8th mountain has become a veritable meat grinder. Every inch of land must be fought for, and no one will give in. Such a tragic war has exceeded everyone's imagination. The independent cultivators want to retreat, the vassals want to retreat, and even several giant and major sects try to temporarily cease fighting. But under the high pressure of Luo sect and Yuding sword sect, no one can retreat. Luo Chen and Chu Kui no longer have the calmness they had when they first wandered on the battlefield, like the god of death. Now it has become more and more difficult to hunt the enemy. Those who can survive until now are all strong. Both of them were experienced and had sharp spiritual perception. If something went wrong, they would either bombard them from a distance or flee for several miles. When Luo Chen finally killed a sword cultivator in the middle stage of foundation building, trouble came. The retreat was blocked. A man holding a light black long sword blocked him and Chu Kui alone. Dan Chenzi, Tiankazi. Chu Kui approached and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" The man looked cold and stern. "My name is Yang Cheng." This name was a little unfamiliar. However, Chu Kui and Luo Chen did not dare to underestimate each other, because the other party exuded a strong spiritual power fluctuation of the 9th level of foundation building. Yang Cheng's mouth corners rose slightly. "They call me Flashing Thunder Sword, maybe you should be more familiar with this name." Flashing Thunder Sword. When these 3 words came out, Luo Chen and Chu Kui's faces changed drastically. Almost without any hesitation, the two retreated immediately, and the speed was so fast that it was astonishing. However, they were fast, and Yang Cheng was even faster. The longsword in his hand instantly turned into lightning, wrapping him up. When he took a step, it seemed that thunder and lightning exploded in all directions. After a few steps, he was already 100 feet behind the two. "I have heard of your reputations for a long time. One is the leader of the casual cultivators, and the other is the master of alchemy. However, your style of doing things is so despicable, which can be called evil and demonic behavior. Today, I will eliminate the devil and defend the way." As he spoke, he pinched the sword formula. Between the black and white colors on his body, there was a hint of thunder. The dark clouds in the sky gathered, as if echoing him from afar. The lightning sword is one of the most unprovoked existences in the battlefield of Jilijian. Its reputation is even higher than that of Yan Lizi, Shamlinger and others. Most people will run as far as they can when they meet it. Luo Chen and Chu Kui, who frightened ordinary foundation-building true cultivators, seemed to be the same. Yang Cheng looked at the two people who fled in embarrassment, with disdain on the corners of his mouth. However, the next moment, he directly cursed. "Despicable villain." Dozens of vines rose from the ground, blocking his forward momentum. On the ground, there was soft mud, and 2 brown and yellow hands grabbed fiercely. Cut. Cut. The black and white sword light flowed, easily eliminating the 2 attacks. But what was frightening was the 2 people who came back. A long stick that reached the sky smashed down, and not only that, a big sword spewed out meteors. His eyes widened, and sword lights burst all over his body. Boom. Boom. Loud noises exploded one after another, splashing countless dust. In the smoke, a figure suddenly flew out, and fled in the direction of the way he came, like lightning. How arrogant he was when he appeared, how embarrassed he was when he ran away. Chu Kui held the kishin stick and said with regret, "This boy is quite special, worth 1,000 merits, what a pity. It's not that easy to kill. After all, he is the true disciple of Yuding. We just caught him off guard and made him look down on us." Luo Chen estimated the remaining thorn flower seeds in the storage bag. If he wanted to use the vine technique with all his strength, he could probably hold on for more than a dozen times. "Let's go," Luo Chen said casually and turned around. However, the next moment, his pupils shrank suddenly. "It's better not to leave." An old voice came faintly, obviously extremely old, but it seemed to contain the sound of metal clashing. In the distance, an old man stepped forward step by step, with endless sadness and anger in his turbid eyes. As he approached, Luo Chen's heart beat wildly. Above his brow, a faint flame mark suddenly appeared. It was dim at first, and the closer the man got, the brighter it became. But in a breath, it was as red as a beating flame, burning and stinging. Looking at the flame mark, the old man stopped. "It's you, Luo Chen." Chapter 390 Crazy Idea, Kill Him. When D19 said it's you, the atmosphere around was as solemn as winter. Luo Chen tried to take a step, but it was as difficult as a mountain pressing down on him, and he could hardly breathe. "You are really brave." D19 sneered. "You killed my son. Not only did you not run away, but you even dared to show off on the battlefield. I don't know whether to say you are brave or ignorant of life and death." Luo Chen said in a hoarse voice, "Senior, I ask myself why this curse mark still exists on my body after I eliminated it by various means. Want to be a ghost who knows?" D19 sneered, and in Luo Chen's expectation, a golden light suddenly emitted. "Go to the underworld and kneel down to ask my son." When the golden light touched his eyes, a broken shield suddenly appeared in front of Luo Chen. Clang. When the golden shield first touched, there was an explosion, and the iron shield was instantly shattered. In the explosion of iron pieces all over the sky, a blue light curtain bloomed. The light curtain was very large at first, like a piece of glass. But as the golden light was unstoppable, the blue light curtain kept shrinking. It would be best if it only covered Luo Chen's whole body. Luo Chen's expression was ferocious, and his whole body was shocked. The golden light finally stopped moving forward. The old man frowned slightly and recalled the golden light. It was a cloud-like magic weapon, which kept changing its shape in his hand, sometimes a sword, sometimes a hammer, and it was so magical. Incomplete defensive magic weapon, the ultimate defensive spell. No wonder you two have the confidence to dominate the battlefield. Opposite him, Chu Kui's expression was extremely solemn. He could never have imagined that Luo Chen had provoked a great enemy of the Jinden level. "Senior, it is not justifiable to bully the weak with the strong. Are you trying to reason with me?" D19 opened his mouth and spit out, and the cloud in his hand turned into a golden flying sword. Luo Chen's face changed slightly, and he shouted, "I am the guest elder of the Ice Castle. Juking and I have a relationship. How dare you kill me? My son should have said something similar before he died. Can you forgive him? Don't try to delay with words. I will kill you today." Swoosh. The flying sword shot out. Facing this attack, Luo Chen raised his spiritual power and instantly sent out a glass sky curtain. However, this time, the flying sword entered the curtain like a fish in water, and it did not play any blocking role. Clang. Another explosion sounded. The golden and black long stick suddenly stretched out and directly knocked the flying sword away. Another failure. D19 looked at Chu Kui for the first time. "You are not right." Luo Chen also looked at Chu Kui in doubt. There was a strange breath on the other party. Is it the secret technique he mentioned before? In front of the two, a round pill appeared in Chu Kui's hand, and he swallowed it directly. The strange aura instantly became extremely strong. A voice transmission entered his ears. "I know that your flying technique is extremely fast. You retreat first, and I will follow. But, no buts. This Jinden cultivator is not strong, he can't stop me." Luo Chen took a deep look at Chu Kui, and a pair of illusory wings suddenly bloomed behind him. The whole person flew backwards, and the speed was so fast that it was eye-catching. The mere foundation-building voice transmission could not be hidden from the Jinden master opposite. D19 was anxious. Want to escape? How can it be so easy? He pinched his hands, and the Jinden magic weapon turned into a giant hammer, raised high in the sky, covering an area of 1 mile, and smashed down. Facing this attack, Chu Kui suddenly raised his head. Holding the kishin stick, he stabbed it straight. Boom! In the collision, the giant hammer flew back. Chu Kui slowly floated into the sky, holding the long stick in both hands, and his momentum rose wildly. In the blink of an eye, he overwhelmed D19. "Mana, it's mana." D19's face was gloomy. "You lucky guy, where did you get a golden elixir that can actually extract the mana from it?" Chu Kui's face was solemn, and he didn't respond. He clenched the long stick tightly and smashed it down. Facing this shocking stick, the golden cloud in D19's hand kept changing, and a light shield emerged. Boom! After the blow, Chu Kui was not willing to give in and swung the stick again. 1 stick, 2 sticks. During the continuous smash, the light shield burst into sparks, and D1 was beaten back. Such a scene naturally fell into the eyes of countless strong men on the battlefield of the 8th mountain. Several golden elixirs all cast their attention over. There was also a figure that burst out at a high speed from a distance and sprinted towards this side. A foundation-building cultivator actually suppressed a golden elixir master. Such a sensational thing happened in front of the strong men of the 6 Yuding sects. How absurd and shocking. You deserve to die. With a loud shout, D1, who was retreating step by step, turned pale. He had sensed Luo Chen's retreat and the attention of other giant and cultivators. If he delayed any longer. D1 pointed a finger at his forehead. It was as if something had been untied. His momentum was rising wildly. 1 time, 2 times. In the blink of an eye, he was back to his prime. With a wave of his hand, the golden cloud turned into a huge hammer and smashed out. The figure in the distance stretched out a slender hand, and a wall of solid ice blocked Chu Kui. Crack! The solid ice only resisted for a moment before it shattered. Chu Kui swung his stick with all his strength, but it couldn't withstand the force of the hammer, and the whole person was blasted dozens of miles away. D1 snorted coldly, and without looking at the white figure, the whole person turned into a golden cloud and flew out of the mountain. Luo Chen, you can't escape. Whoosh! Fairy Juking flashed and held Chu Kui's back. Looking at the unconscious man, she snorted coldly. He dared to enter his body with his golden elixir. He is really courting death. With a flick of her slender fingers, a pill the size of a longan fell into her palm. Then, with a push of her hand, Chu Kui flew towards the 7th mountain that was taken down by the 4 sects alliance. Junior sister Yin Yu, take good care of this man. Yin Yu chuckled at the 7th mountain. Junior sister, you have to hurry up. If that little guy is killed by the furious D1, you will have a hard time explaining to the Supreme Elder. HMPH. Fairy Juking snorted coldly, and a white shuttle emerged, carrying her to chase D1 quickly. A red figure flew away crazily. It was still in the same place the previous moment, and it was dozens of feet away the next moment. After images were everywhere, and the wind was whistling. Luo Chen touched his forehead with his hand, his face gloomy. Impossible, I clearly got rid of this thing, how could it still exist, and even let someone find me through induction? The heat between his eyebrows made his heart feel cold. No. My previous method was indeed effective. Otherwise, D1 would have been hunting him down long ago. He didn't answer just now, which means he relied on other means to determine that I killed Yan Lizi. It must be said that Luo Chen's inference was the closest to the truth. D1 had been at the Jilai mountain battlefield for a long time. But no matter how he activated his blood induction, he could not find the connection with the withered and flourishing mark. With no other choice, he used the intelligence of the Yan League to find information about his son. In fact, the intelligence was also very simple. The only news before Yan Lizi disappeared was the attack on the 7th mountain. Then he was invited to pursue the enemy. The main figures involved were Ho Quan, the withered toad of Taishan Square, and Wang Yuan, the 2 minor figures of Luo Xianhu. In this way, the scope was instantly narrowed. Wang Yuan's whereabouts were unknown, and the life and death of the withered toad was unknown. Then Luo Chen and Chu Kui became famous on the battlefield. Today, I tried it by chance, and I actually stimulated the remaining mark of withering and flourishing from Luo Chen. In this way, there is no need to distinguish the details. Enemies, the only way is to kill them quickly. When he was sure that the fire mark was not the reason why he was found in an instant, Luo Chen felt relieved. But then, another huge stone pressed on his heart. At this moment, his best choice should be to use the speed of 90,000 miles to return to the 4 sects alliance. In this way, D1 naturally can't do anything to him. He also has this confidence. Since escaping from the 8th mountain, the other party has been chasing him closely, but he has never been able to close the distance with him. It can be seen that this 3rd level flying spell that he has practiced hard is indeed unique. But what about after going back? He always has to go back to Xianlin and Luo Xianhu. A giant enemy is outside. Unless he holds the thigh of Juking very tightly every day, he will always feel like a thorn in his back. There is only a thief for 1,000 days, but there is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days. A sudden thought emerged in Luo Chen's mind. Kill him. At first glance, D1's strength was not that great. Chu Kui could compete with him for a short time with his secret technique. If he set an ambush in advance, he might be able to kill him. And even if he couldn't kill him, if he delayed a little, the juking fairy would definitely come. By then, Luo Chen took a deep breath and looked at the thick dark clouds that had accumulated for thousands of years over the 9th mountain. A sense of madness filled his heart. Chapter 391, Thunder roars from the sky, guided by the magic sword, and the sky is clear of dust. Outside the 9th mountain, a golden light broke through the air. The moment he stepped into the 9th mountain, he hesitated for a moment, but then he flew in. D1Ian's face was extremely gloomy. He thought that revenge would be easy, but it went wrong one after another. Whether it was Luo Chen's ultimate defensive spell or Chu Kui's ability to use other people's golden elixir to perform golden elixir methods, it was beyond his expectations. As a result, he was forced to unlock the seal of withering and flourishing that suppressed his cultivation. The seal of withering and flourishing of the Yan League is extremely strange. It is a seal formed by the golden elixir cultivators when they are beginning to decline and their lifespan is about to end. Reduce consumption, accelerate weakening, and thus prolong lifespan. This is the withering and flourishing fire. But once the seal is unlocked, it is like coke rekindled from the ashes, returning to the peak of prosperity. It seems dazzling and dazzling, and it has returned to its peak. In fact, it is just a raging fire, and there will always be a time of decline after prosperity. Once the prosperity turns to decline, the lifespan that was suppressed in the past will pass away at a crazy speed. We must kill Luo Chen quickly and return to the Yan League, otherwise there will be endless troubles. Although he thought so, D1Ian felt that the distance could not be shortened, and his heart was extremely irritated. What kind of flying magic did this boy master to be so fast? The speed of escape is almost no less than that of a giant cultivator. Huh? It seems to be slowing down. D1Ian's heart moved. He could feel that Luo Chen's speed was constantly slowing down. Although it was still so fast, far exceeding the foundation building true cultivator, it was enough for him to slowly close the gap. D1Ian sneered. The cost of performing the secret technique should be not small. Now I can't hold on, just wait to die. He looked back and then suddenly increased his speed. Outside the mountain, the heartless fairy caught up. D1Ian could sense Luo Chen's approximate location through the withered and prosperous mark, and she also had her own way to sense Luo Chen's location. Zuan Bingfu. The life-saving talisman that she personally gave to the other party in the heavenly palace of Kingdom Valley was made by her. It contained two means, one for attack and one for defense. Naturally, she could use it to quickly track the other party. Otherwise, if the other party was really in danger, she would not be able to rush to help. But at this moment, Fairy Juking's eyebrows were very tightly knitted. What is Luo Chen doing? Why doesn't he come to find me, but instead goes against me and distances himself from me? She was extremely irritated. Even if Luo Chen no longer belongs to her alone in the future, she is still the one who benefits the most after joining the Ice Castle. Unlike Yin Yu, her attitude towards Luo Chen has become dispensable. Even life and death, she doesn't care that much. I must save him. Otherwise, I won't be able to explain to the Supreme Elder. Fairy Juking took a deep breath, and the cloud shuttle under her feet was filled with frost. Under the infusion of her magic power, the overall speed increased by 30%. Like a white light, it crossed the sky and went straight into the 9th mountain, falling into the empty valley. The strange land of the 9th mountain was once a place where birds could not enter and thunder could not be seen. After a great battle, Luo Chen destroyed the terrain with a landslide technique. Whoosh! A red shadow flashed and came, and his footsteps stopped. He looked up at the sky, as if it was a terrifying thundercloud that had not dissipated for thousands of years, and a trace of brutality flashed in his eyes. This place can be a battlefield. A flash of light flashed in his hand, and hundreds of round seeds emerged. Second-level thorn flower seeds. Long before leaving Xianlin, he had already processed them specially, so that they can be quickly stimulated to form vine techniques. Each seed can stimulate a vine, and each vine is as powerful as a foundation-building true cultivator under the blessing of Luo Chen's great perfection vine technique and the master-level immortal evergreen technique. On the battlefield before, this technique really made a lot of contributions to Luo Chen and Chu Kui in hunting enemies. Whether it is setting an ambush in advance or involving restraints, the effect is extremely outstanding. Even the famous lightning sword master Zhang Cheng was implicated by this technique. thus creating a great opportunity for Luo Chen and Chu Kui to strike back. At that time, he only used 10 seeds. Now, there are 100 seeds, which are all the stock Luo Chen has. He threw them casually. Hundreds of seeds were scattered in all directions and sank into the ground. Luo Chen's mind moved and he added spiritual power. Deep underground, thorn flower seeds sprouted new buds, ready to go. Hundreds of attacks from foundation building cultivators are enough to defeat even a giant cultivator. But this is not enough. Luo Chen shook his hand, and a slightly huge hill appeared in front of him. The best magic weapon, Qian Changfen. It was originally a treasure of the earth path refined according to the magic weapon Qianfen seal, but because it could not accommodate too many peaks, it was condensed into one, so it failed in the end and barely achieved the level of the best magic weapon. However, its power is not condensed enough. But the suppressing force is still magnificent. After building the foundation, this magic weapon is one of the weapons Luo Chen uses most easily, second only to the sword pill. Luo Chen looked up at the sky and lifted up the 1,000 peaks, causing it to rise rapidly. The vine technique pulls and binds, and the 1,000 peaks suppress and seal. The combination of the two can be the first killing move. Even if it can't seriously injure D1 it can create enough time for me to perform the second killing move landslide. In the middle, it may be connected with other magic attacks to confuse and feint. Luo Chen estimated the limit of his combat power that he could burst out. Giant and cultivators are also human beings, not unkillable. After he killed Yan Lizi, he collected some information about D1. This person has few means, but he has many means. Such a contradictory statement is that he has invested all his energy in refining his life magic weapon, the 1,000 illusion golden cloud. It is the cloud-shaped magic weapon he saw before. Metal is originally solid, but the opponent has found a new way to refine a magic weapon that can be transformed into 1,000 forms. Therefore, this person's adaptability in early battles can be said to be extremely strong. No matter what the scene is, he can change the corresponding weapon and make attacks of different natures. As before, the golden light rushed to his face, which was a hidden weapon technique. The golden cloud flying sword behind him was like a fish in water, easily breaking Luo Chen's defensive spell, the glazed sky curtain. If Chu Kui hadn't interrupted it with a secret technique, Luo Chen would have died just by that blow. And the subsequent giant hammer form was to perform the thunderous strike to make a contribution. In the final analysis, I was shocked by the power of the golden elixir and lost the initiative. Therefore, in the next battle, I must seize the initiative and must not relax for a moment. The extreme landslide technique is the second killer move that Luo Chen prepared for D1. But Luo Chen's methods are not limited to these. A gray scabbard appeared in front of him. Luo Chen's palm flicked, and 6 dead sword pills appeared in his hand. 3 of the 6 sword pills were obtained from the free trade gathering on Jinsha floating island. The other 3 were obtained from the battle. They were the early foundation building stage, the middle foundation building stage, and the great monk Lan Zhenchuan. All of them were treasures that had been sacrificed and refined by the sword cultivators of the sword sect for many years. If these people did not die and achieve the golden core realm, the sword pills in their bodies would even have a chance to be promoted to their life magic weapons. The sword pills themselves were weapons refined according to the embryos of magic weapons. Luo Chen carefully inserted the 6 sword pills into the 6 holes on the gray scabbard one by one. If one was inserted into the body, the power of the scabbard would be a low-grade magic weapon, which could give birth to the sword light that only the foundation-building sword cultivators could master. If 2 were inserted into the scabbard, it would be a medium-grade one. By the time the 4th one was obtained, it had already reached the category of the best magic weapon. But the potential of this scabbard is more than that. Back then, Xiang Xingzi commissioned Duan Qianqin to refine this thing, presumably to deal with the current war between the 2 sects. Learn from the barbarians to defeat them. Use swords to fight swords, fight to support the enemy. If he can gather all 7 sword pills, he can reach the realm of foundation building and fight against stronger sword cultivators. The 5th sword pill was sheathed, and it was still the power of a top-grade magic weapon. But when the sword pill of Lan Zhenchuan was embedded in the hole outside, the scabbard began to tremble wildly, and the breath of magic weapon began to spread. Not only that, the terrifying sharp power spread. Luo Chen's physique, which was tempered to the extreme, actually had deep scars on his palms that could be seen to the bone. Uncontrollable power. Luo Chen's face changed slightly. The dominant force is missing, Well, since we have to fight the Golden Pill Master, how can we hold back? He opened his mouth and spit out a blood-colored sword pill. It was the sword pill he had sacrificed for many years since the Daofang period. As he embedded this sword pill into the gray scabbard, the violent tremor calmed down in an instant. However, in this calm, an extremely terrifying and sharp intention was brewing. In this way, the third killing move was ready. Not enough. Not enough. Still not enough. Luo Chen's eyes showed madness, and a piece of black ice containing a chilling ore was pressed into his chest. Black ice talisman. The thing given by the Juking Fairy. This thing is like a magic weapon and a talisman. It contains the power of the Juking Fairy's attack. Not only that, it can also freeze itself in times of crisis, and only the golden elixir can break it. As the black ice talisman was embedded in Luo Chen's body, the extreme coldness permeated his body. It calmed his restless and crazy mood in an instant. 4 killing moves are enough to kill any foundation-building cultivator. Even the Taoist disciples of the 7 sects can hardly compete. But Diwanyan has been famous for many years. Even if the strength he showed before was inexplicably weak, I may not be able to completely kill him with these 4 moves when he bursts out with all his strength. We must use that thing. Take a deep breath. Luo Chen carefully took out a compass from his storage bag. The 18 arrays of the tour. The ultimate magic weapon of the Ghost Valley array. Luo Chen picked it up when he saw it was incomplete, so he gave it to Min Longayu. Later, with the cooperation of Min Longayu and Duan Feng, it was repaired and perfected to restore the power of the magic weapon. Along the way, this array has repeatedly made great achievements. In the Battle of Dangsha, the Jing brothers and sisters were killed. In the Battle of Shangongmen, the 8-turn fire dragon broke a mountain protection array, and even shocked the 2 late-stage foundation-building cultivators with the power of the 9-turn. When it came to the battlefield of the 7th mountain, the array was still powerful, and 5 thunders struck and killed 5 foundation-building cultivators, thus earning Min Longayu the Taoist name of Li Zhanzi. Even if it was only circulated in a small range, and even Min Longayu himself might not know the Taoist name. But it was enough to prove the power of this treasure. When Luo Chen left Dangsha, Min Longayu returned the item to its original owner and told him about the 1st and 3rd level attack array. Since arriving at the battlefield, Luo Chen has been nurturing this thing according to Min Longayu's method. Now, everything is ready. Only the east wind is missing. Luo Chen suddenly looked up, and the east wind was in the sky. This is also the main reason why he chose the old side of Xiankong Valley as the battlefield. The 3rd level formation, pulling the thunder clouds accumulated for thousands of years in Jili Jishan, who can stop it? He carefully buried the formation plate deep underground in Xiankong Valley. Buried in a place where Diwanyan would never find it. That ancient stone door is there. Such a relic has not been discovered for thousands of years, which shows its concealment effect. If Xiankong Valley had not been shaken by Luo Chen, he and Wang Yuan would not have discovered this place by chance. He didn't think Diwanyan's consciousness could find this place. The sword sect cultivators didn't find it for so many years. In this way, the 5 killer moves are ready. I just need to wait and see. Luo Chen looked around, and his heart was filled with pride. Next, it's time to wait for the opportunity. Looking around, Luo Chen looked at a place, and his heart suddenly moved. Something suddenly appeared in his hand. He should like this great gift very much. After making all the preparations, Luo Chen sat cross-legged on the ruins of Xiankong Valley, holding a pill in his mouth and a spirit stone in his hand, trying to recover his spiritual power as much as possible. After about 10 breaths, Luo Chen slowly opened his eyes. Not far away, an extremely sharp and domineering momentum rushed over quickly. Even though it was far away, it still made people feel painful. Here it comes. Looking at the golden light that broke through the clouds and mist, Luo Chen's pupils shrank, but soon returned to normal. Whoosh! The golden light came before the person, in the form of a sword. Luo Chen took a deep breath, stood up, and the Zuanhou sword fell into his hand. The whole person kept retreating, and the tip of the sword drew a circle and kept shaking. Layers of red rings emerged, blocking the golden flying sword. It was the fire defense technique that Luo Chen had learned in his early years. It was meant to melt the void and wipe out all attacks. Puff, puff, puff. Wherever the flying sword passed, the aura ring continued to break. Fire system is not known for its defense, not to mention that Luo Chen's research on this technique is not very profound. However, Luo Chen's methods are not limited to this. His left hand seemed to be slow but actually fast. A blue light shield that was condensed to the extreme emerged. The flying sword pierced into the light shield, like a fish in water. However, this time, it was from the inside to the outside. Luo Chen had been fooled once, so how could he use the same trick again? The great perfection of the glazed sky curtain allowed him to do whatever he wanted inflexibly. It was just a trick to change the flow of spiritual power. This time, the golden flying sword moved very slowly inside his light curtain. But after all, this was the attack of a giant and cultivator. Moreover, it was a full-strength attack after D1 unlocked the seal. The ultimate second-level water defense spell, when encountering the golden flying sword that is known to be the best at attacking, is still inferior. Swish! The fish jumped out of the water with all its might. The red cloud robe moved without wind, and it swelled like a huge balloon. Swish! The ultimate defense robe was punctured in an instant when it encountered the golden flying sword. At this time, all of Luo Chen's defensive means seemed to have been used up. However, the moment the flying sword pierced his chest, thick pieces of dim yellow armor, 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, prevented the flying sword from moving forward. The second-level spell Turtle Spirit Armor. Luo Chen had already prepared the armor in advance, and it was still the ultimate defense. At this moment, the flying sword finally ran out of energy and could no longer move forward. Seeing the golden light retreat, he wanted to attack again. Luo Chen's fierce look flashed. "I'm here for no foul reason. Old man, take my move." D1, who had just stepped into the territory of Xiankong Valley, looked violent and looked at the ground. Swish! 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 One by one, vines broke out of the ground, and the momentum shook, forming a forest in an instant. Each vine was covered with thorns and spikes, which were extremely ferocious. Not only that. On the vines, flower buds bloomed, and pink flowers bloomed, revealing stamens, and faint fragrance of flowers filled the air. The brighter, the more dangerous. Thorn flower seeds are not vines in themselves, but the flowers are dangerous. All along, Luo Chen only used accelerated vines to fight against the enemy. But this time, he had no reservations. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of vines bloomed, forming a ferocious and beautiful thorn flower cage. D1 paused slightly, with disdain in his eyes. "You dare to show off a first-level spell?" With a wave of his sleeves, the vines that had been baring their teeth and claws and were extremely ferocious suddenly twisted and turned. A road appeared in the jungle cage. It was a road for him to kill Luo Chen. In the distance, Luo Chen pressed down with his left hand. "How can my skills stop here?" Above the 9 heavens, a huge mountain rumbled down from the sky, and the timing of its descent was before D1 broke through the thorny vine cage. Facing this overwhelming move, the vicissitudes of life opened his mouth and spit out a vast magic power. In the air, the huge mountain was shattered. Huh? D1, who was originally disdainful, suddenly frowned. After the huge mountain was shattered, there was actually a small mountain inside. Qian Chongfeng, more than 1,000 peaks. Luo Chen used the means of controlling the weapon in advance to condense a large amount of ore and rock layers on it. Now, the true appearance is revealed. This thing alone cannot suppress it. Luo Chen shook his left hand to control the falling Qian Chong peak, and waited until it was 10 feet away from the opponent. Then, explode. With a low shout, the top-grade magic weapon that had accompanied Luo Chen for many years exploded. In an instant, a huge power, with D1 as the center, swept in all directions. At the center of the explosion, D1 recalled Qianbian Huanayan. A golden light was attached to it. Self-destructing magic weapon, it's really bold. But it's useless to me. In the smoke and dust, the old man stepped out slowly. No worries, no injuries. A pair of turbid eyes fell on the young man who was waving the long sword. At this moment, his face finally changed. The earth trembled, and the spiritual power was everywhere. In the sky, an illusory mountain appeared again. This time, it was not Qianchong Peak, nor was it Tuiushu. But its suppressive power was far greater than before. D1 snorted coldly and blasted out with a palm. A huge pillar of mana appeared, but the illusory mountain actually appeared to be sparkling, seemingly unaffected. Isn't it an earth spell? D1 was startled. The next moment, the illusory mountain collapsed with a low roar. Landslide. The power of the landslide swept over, and the terrifying spiritual energy exploded layer by layer, mighty and mighty. D1's face was extremely solemn. This spell has the power of the third level. Even he had to be careful to deal with it. The golden light covered his body, forming an absolute defense. His hands slashed continuously, and the golden light was dazzling, cutting the collapse. Time and time again, the vast power was cut into pieces. After a few breaths, D1 walked out of the landslide range with blood on the corners of his mouth. He was injured. No one would have thought that he would be injured when killing a foundation-building cultivator at the giant level. Even if it was just a minor injury that shook his internal organs. But he was injured after all. If this matter were to get out, the entire Yuding region would be in an uproar. He looked at Luo Chen solemnly, and for the first time, he no longer looked disdainful, but instead respected him. The ultimate defensive spell, the ultimate offensive spell, the almost instantaneous vine spell, the earth and mountain spell. Your magic talent is the strongest I have ever seen. In that case, I must kill you. Come and pay for my son's life. Just as he was about to sacrifice the thousand changes cloud, Luo Chen smiled. Do you want to see your son? He's right there, can't you see him? He waved his hand and a piece of rubble was lifted up. A head with eyes wide open and scarred, lying there. D1 was startled. The next moment, a mirror emerged. Amid the sparkling water, flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water emerged. In the picture, a scene jumped onto the mirror. It was the roar of thunder clouds and lightning. It was the backstabbing of a long sword and the whistling of a sword wall. After a moment of trance, the flowers in the mirror dissipated and the moon in the water broke. No. He is not my son. Puff. The art of flowers in the mirror and moon in the water was broken, and Luo Chen spit out a mouthful of blood, and his brain ached. A new crack suddenly appeared on the bronze mirror in his hand. That head was indeed not Yan Lizi's. He just used the ghost in God questioning state of mind, and when D1 was confused by his words, he forcibly performed the third level illusion of flowers in the mirror and moon in the water. He was not very skilled in this third level illusion. He just relied on the thorn flowers blooming from the vine technique, secretly cast the flower fairy, supplemented by the water mirror technique and the magic of confusing the gods, and finally relied on the ghost mirror to barely perform it. The purpose was naturally not to fascinate the opponent and let him sink into the illusion. What he wanted was that moment of opportunity. Enduring the pain brought by the backlash of the spell, Luo Chen grabbed the gray scabbard with one hand, and with the other hand, he put his fingers together like a sword and suddenly slashed out. When the furious D1 woke up from the illusion, he saw shocking sword energy coming in an instant. Giant and sword cultivator, sword energy taking shape? He looked horrified. Subconsciously, he sacrificed a defensive magic weapon. Qianbian Huanayan was his life magic weapon, and he had sacrificed it the most. It was an integrated attack and defense, and could adapt to most combat scenarios. But it did not mean that he only had this one method. However, the defensive magic weapon that was hastily sacrificed was barely deployed. The extremely brilliant sword energy directly defeated the treasure. Not one, but 7. In an instant, the 7 stars in a row formed, and a defensive magic weapon was broken in an extremely domineering way. It pierced D1's forehead. At this time, a layer of golden light spread out from D1's forehead, and the terrifying sword energy actually slowed down. In the distance, Luo Chen's face was ferocious, and his sword finger suddenly poked forward. Break it from me. As he pointed, the terrifying sword energy of 7 stars merged into one, bursting out with a last brilliance. Ling. D1 lowered his hands and looked at the ground in disbelief. A drop of blood from his eyebrow dripped onto the ground. The next moment, he suddenly looked up. I want you to die. The whole person stepped into the hollow valley, and the thousand-changing cloud turned into a golden hammer, ready to smash down. Luo Chen looked at the small red dot on the other party's forehead with pity. Is this the only extent of a painstaking blow? Just now, did the other party mobilize the power of the golden elixir? It is said that giant and cultivators, whose spiritual consciousness merges with the spirit and evolves into spiritual consciousness, no longer need to release it immediately, and can do it instantly. So, can they block the attack comparable to that of a giant and sword cultivator in an instant at the critical moment? What a pity. After sighing, Luo Chen slowly pushed out with his palm. You are trying to stop a chariot with your arms, and you still have to resist stubbornly. D1 saw him waving his palm, and the golden hammer suddenly smashed down. Boom. The next moment, an illusory figure appeared behind Luo Chen. He had a slender figure, a calm face, but a pair of eyes were extremely cold. The illusory figure followed Luo Chen's palm and also swung a palm towards the sky. Endless Zuanbing aura emerged. In the blink of an eye, it was a scene of ice covering thousands of miles. The golden giant hammer was frozen in midair. D19 looked at the phantom furiously. Zuanbing Fu. Bitch, you still want to protect him? Kill. With a roar, the golden giant hammer broke through the heavy Zuanbing power and kept falling. Boom. With just one blow, Luo Chen was smashed deep into the ground and disappeared. The Zuanbing talisman was, after all, just a talisman made by the Jinden master. Even if he hit it with all his strength, what would happen? Even if the fairy Juking came in person, he, D19, was not afraid. However, the boy was not dead yet. D19 could sense that the other party's aura was still there, and even very strong. If he was not mistaken, the other party was not only terrifying in magic and had many methods, but also had a very strong body. It was a rare practice of both magic and body. The move just now was buffered by the method of the bitch Juking, so he could not kill him. Just as he was about to run towards the big hole leading to the ground, a cold and ruthless voice came from afar. Dao, show mercy. Spare his life, I am willing to give you 3 pieces of 10,000 years Zuanbing. D19 snorted coldly, and his powerful consciousness spread out. But it was not directed at the fairy Juking in the distance, but directly pierced deep into the ground. He wanted to catch the other party and torture him. But since the fairy Juking was here, he couldn't do it calmly. He just used his spiritual consciousness to attack and directly wipe out the other party. However, after the spiritual consciousness swept through, it returned without success. D19 was stunned and showed disbelief. The soul of a foundation-building cultivator could actually resist his spiritual consciousness attack? He stepped in front of the big hole and looked down. Under the ground, the extremely embarrassed man held a long sword and muttered something, and it seemed that he had finished reading it. Suddenly, he pointed his long sword directly at the sky. The next moment, a compass suddenly appeared, and the 18 prohibitions were opened at the same time. Countless strange patterns, like spider webs, spread out, but in a moment they covered the 10-mile radius of Xiankong Valley. A mysterious aura emerged. Above the 9 heavens, thunderclouds roared and echoed from a distance. D19 suddenly looked up at the sky, with a look of extreme panic. He jumped up and wanted to escape. However, the magnificent thunder of the sky, led by the divine sword. The low chanting resounded in all directions. A thunderbolt as thick as a bucket crashed down. D19 was hit by this blow, and his whole body stiffened, and the whole person fell to the ground. In the middle of the air, he trembled all over, turned abruptly, and was about to escape again. However, boom, 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 boom. The boundless thunder, like the violent waves of the sea, came one after another. Countless thunderbolts roared down from the dark clouds. In the ocean of thunder and lightning, a golden figure was like a seabird, floating with the waves, unable to rise again. The golden light became dimmer and finally turned into nothingness. Whoosh! The heartless fairy suddenly stopped, and the momentum of rushing forward rolled up a cloud of wind and clouds. She was pale and looked at the scene in front of her with horror. Is that the thunder caused by Luo Chen? The power of heaven and earth is so terrifying. How can we, the Jinden cultivators, resist it? D19, we are done for. She murmured as she stopped where she was, not daring to get close to the Xiankong Valley. Even though she was concerned about Luo Chen's safety, she could only wait. This kind of thunderstorm with a large range and strong intensity would not last long. All she could do now was to wait. However, as the waiting time got longer and longer, her heart became more and more depressed. Even the Jinden cultivators could not resist this kind of power of heaven and earth. Luo Chen, who was in the center, was afraid that he would not survive. Just when she was in despair, suddenly, a vast beam of light rose from the ground. In just a moment, it broke through the thousands of thunder clouds. At this moment, the dark clouds that had shrouded the Jiulai mountain for thousands of years quickly retreated between the clouds and the wind. Only the sky was clear, and the sky was clear. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelists. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 392, accommodating the strengths of hundreds of schools, exchanging for vast resources, and walking the path of one person alone. The vast light column attracted the attention of everyone within a radius of 10,000 miles the moment it appeared. All the cultivators on the 9 Thunder Mountains were shocked. Looking at the brilliant light column, they were afraid in their hearts, but their eyes were full of fanaticism. Relics. Such a scene had appeared before. It was 300 years ago when the Jading Sword sect opened the Linquang's secret realm. It was rumored that the Linquang's secret realm was the location of the relic cave of an ancient great power. Until now, the Jading Sword sect has not yet fully explored it. That kind of light column was not some strange light, but was caused by the huge spiritual energy that was released in an instant. Such a magnificent spiritual energy release shows that the master of the relic is definitely not at a low level. Even if he is not an ancient great power, he is definitely a being that is close to the great power of the god of transformation. Almost at the moment the relic appeared, countless casual cultivators spontaneously rushed over. The chaotic battlefield of the 8th mountain also called off the troops under the scolding of the Golden Core masters on both sides. Then, the Jiandan masters, led by Luo sect and Jianzong, sent people to the 9th mountain to clear out the idle people. The next day, outside Xiankong Valley, a huge concave hole appeared in front of everyone. Nearly 20 Jiandan cultivators from the 6 sects were present, and everyone stared at the concave hole and the open door below. The dark door was like a black hole, swallowing all the light. The crackling silver-white lightning exploded from time to time, making people daunted. Amid the noise, a very young Taoist walked out from the Jianzong side. He seemed to be only a young man, but his majestic aura overwhelmed all the Jiandan cultivators present. Yao Guang. Lei Jiandan. Jading Sword Cultivator. Each identity was heavy in his heart. Looking at the open door, Master Yao Guang showed surprise. The remains of the great power. The cave of transformation. As soon as the voice fell, the crowd that had become quiet because of him became agitated again because of him. In the bustling crowd, a stream of divine consciousness was spreading. Master Yao Guang retracted his gaze and swept through the crowd. Under his accumulated power, everyone's face changed. Would the Sword sect monopolize the Linquang's secret realm like 300 years ago? Suddenly, Brother Chang Yan, what do you think? Yao Guang changed the subject and asked the elder of the Luo sect, the former great enemy, in a calm tone. A great late Jiandan cultivator named Chang Yan. Under the attention of everyone, the white-haired old man said in a hoarse voice, for the specific situation, everyone should listen to the fairy Juking. Everyone nodded. Not long ago, the fairy Juking had already told the general story. A guest elder in the foundation building period of the Ice Castle activated the Thunder Dao formation, and while bombarding the Jiandan elder D1 of the Yan League, he accidentally triggered the cave left by the great power of the god of transformation, and even attracted boundless thunder to open the door of the cave. If this record was normal, it would definitely shock countless people in the Yuding domain. But in front of the god transformation cave and the relics of the great powers, it was nothing. What do you mean? Yao Guang asked with a smile. Cheng Yan nodded. Since it was opened by the monks of Ice Castle and Yan League, there is no reason for our 2 great sects to have exclusive possession of it. Besides, the Taoist friends of the 6 sects are here, so they should have a share. As soon as these words came out, before Yao Guang could react, the other 4 sects Jiandan masters all agreed. The 2 masters of Alio Mountain, the 3 masters of Kingdom Valley, Yinyu Juking of Ice Castle, and even the 2 Jiandan masters of Yan League with gloomy expressions. None of them had any doubts. Only the first-class forces with Jiandan monks among the vassal forces were unwilling. A tall Tibetan man stepped out from the crowd. Brother Yao Guang, our Xiandao sect lost nearly 70% of its members in this battle, which is tragic. Now that the remains of the great power are in front of us, there must be opportunities within them. Can't we have a share? When he spoke, the leaders of the other vassal forces couldn't help but speak. Fellow Taoist Xiank is right. The opportunity is in front of us, and those who are destined to get it will get it. Brother Cheng also said that everyone who sees it will get it. We are helping Luo sect, so there is no reason to leave us behind. Besides, we reacted slowly, and some casual cultivators in the foundation building stage have already broken in. They can all share a little, so there is no reason to exclude us. Between every word, there is a sign of turning the tables. These vassal forces with giant masters are not just from the Jian sect. Lin sect also has a first-class vassal, and Kingdom Valley also has one. There is also one on the Yan League side. Therefore, no one took the initiative to speak out to stop it, so as to avoid internal instability. Everyone was waiting for the Sword sect and the Luo sect to make the decision. Faced with this turbulent situation, Yao Guang of the Sword sect still had a smile on his face, but that smile was a little cold. He suddenly closed the folding fan in his hand. Okay. Since everyone is interested in exploring, my Yuding Sword sect will naturally not spoil your interest. If you want to go, you can go. But there is one condition: the 6 sects must agree. Everyone was stunned. They didn't expect the Sword sect to be so easy to talk to. There was no usual overbearing style of doing things. For a moment, everyone's attention fell on the old man of the Luo sect. Yao Guang can represent the Sword sect alliance, and the 4 sects alliance will naturally be led by Cheng Yan, who is in the late Jiandan period. What is his opinion? Cheng Yan stared at Yao Guang with turbid eyes. Dao, just say it directly. Yao Guang smiled slightly. It's very simple. There is no need to say more about the vassal forces, but each of our 6 sects can only let one Jiandan master in. Is that so? Cheng Yan frowned. Yao Guang nodded. That's it. Are there any restrictions for foundation building cultivators and key refining cultivators? No. Okay, I agree. Cheng Yan's face flashed with a strange color, and he agreed very readily. The other 4 sects had no objection, and they could send a Jiandan master in, so that they could gain something anyway. Soon. Under the auspices of each sect, Jiandan masters led a large number of foundation building and key refining disciples into the cave gate. And the Jiandan masters of the vassal forces had already rushed in one step earlier. The only surprising thing was that the Sword sect only sent one Jiandan master. It was Yang who had fought with Ling Huji before. Seeing the other party enter alone, Cheng Yan's face changed slightly. He called Ling Huji. Brother, what do you want? Ling Huji asked in a low voice. In front of others, he showed the majesty of a sect elder, and he was also arrogant and domineering in his dealings with others. But in front of Cheng Yan, the eldest brother who was older and more senior than Han Zan of Luo sect, he behaved very obediently. Yuding Sword sect has experience in exploring the ruins of the God of Transformation, so they must know some similar rules. When you enter later, don't rush in and take it slow. In addition, try to let the disciples you bring in use puppets to explore. I think they will be much more efficient than the other sects. In a word, try to be stable. I have notified junior brother Han Zan to come as soon as possible. By then, things will be stable here. These words were spoken slowly and leisurely. Ling Huji suppressed his restlessness and nodded slightly. Junior brother, I understand. Go ahead. Oh, by the way, in addition to being careful of the dangers of the ruins, you must beware of other Jiandan cultivators. Cheng Yan looked at him with a loving look on his face. The evil of people is even worse than the methods of ancient cultivators. Brother, you are right, I will keep it in mind. Ling Huji hummed, and immediately led people into the deep gate. Such a scene was also happening in other sects. At the ice castle, the 2 women, with cold faces, confronted each other. The head sister is on her way. It is right for me to go in and find out the situation first. You are probably going there for the chance to break through the nascent soul stage, so you have to leave your affairs here and go. Juking, aren't you? I can feel that my Zunbing talisman has been activated. Luo Chen may not be dead yet. I want to bring him out. HMPH, what does the life and death of a mere foundation building cultivator have to do with my ice castle? Juking sister, why do you have to act so affectionate and righteous? He is the talent that the Supreme Elder specifically wants. If he really dies, you and I can't afford it. Then what do you say? You and I both have reasons to go. If we stay here, the cultivators of whose sect will get there first. Just when the 2 were deadlocked, the face of the fairy Juking changed slightly. The Zunbing talisman mark that she personally gave to Luo Chen disappeared. This means that the IC defense power contained in it has been completely consumed. Is Luo Chen dead? Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. The news that a divine transformation cave had appeared in Jili Mountain had spread throughout the entire Yuding domain. Coupled with the confrontation between the 2 major sects, it gave the scattered cultivators an opportunity to take advantage of it. For a time, countless cultivators in the Yuding domain rushed here. It can even be said that cultivators from the two major domains that were relatively close to the Yuding domain set out to explore opportunities. In the process, the war between the two major sects was finally eased and slowly stopped. Resident cultivators gradually returned to the various immortal cities. Outside Xianlin Immortal City, on Dangsha Peak, all the foundation-building cultivators gathered together. Today, Chu Kui recovered from his serious injury and came out of retreat. Facing the foundation-building cultivators of the Luo Chen Club, Chu Kui brought up the old story and talked about the battle. The battle in which Dan Chenzi killed Diwan, which was ignored by the world, was also first described in great detail by the public. I know very well what Luo Chen can do. He had the chance to escape, but he set up a killing ray instead. It shows that he must have a backup plan. Don't worry too much. Don't worry, how can I not worry? The crisp female voice echoed in the hall, and Gu Kai said with a worried look on her face, that is the thunder that can kill a Jinden master. What kind of backup plan could withstand this? Duan Feng spoke. Min Longgao, you gave the formation to the president. Do you have a lightning protection method? For a moment, countless eyes gathered. Min Longgao took a deep breath and quickly replied, yes, but according to what Chu Daoyao said, the president directly attracted the thunder clouds accumulated in the ninth mountain for thousands of years. With the lightning protection method I left behind, I am afraid that I can't vent even 1/10 or 1/12 of it. As soon as these words came out, everyone's heart sank. Gu Kai stepped out of the crowd. We must see the person alive or the body dead. We must find the president. At this point, she swept her narrow eyes over all the foundation-building true cultivators present. Don't forget, without the president, we wouldn't be here today. Who among you hasn't received the president's kindness? Faced with this, no one could sit still. I'll go. I'm proficient in formations. Even if it's the ruins of the god of transformation, I can understand a little bit more than everyone else. Min Longgao said. I've been stationed there for 3 years. I'm very familiar with the terrain of Jili Mountain. I should have a share. Duan Feng said. The president has given me a new life, and he is also a great benefactor of my Li family. I will go to find the president from now on. Li Yingzhang looked sincere. One after another, the voices of requests for battle resounded in the hall. In the end, a deep female voice overwhelmed everyone. Enough. Gu Kai turned around suddenly and stared at the woman above. Sima Wei Niang, what do you mean? Sima Wei Niang looked at her for a moment, then looked away. Her eyes fell on another man who had been silent. Palace Master Wang, you said before that you and the president were the first to discover the ruins. Wang Yuan raised his head and spoke slowly. Yes, Luo Chen said that the key to the gate of the ruins should be the thunder in the sky. Sima Wei Niang nodded, that is to say, the president deliberately chose the battlefield in Xiankong Valley. Seeing that Gu Kai was about to speak again, Sima Wei Niang continued, not giving her a chance to interrupt. The president's wisdom is far beyond ours, and every move must have a deep meaning. Along the way, no matter what crisis he encountered, he would leave enough backups. Everyone nodded. This is indeed the case. When destroying the Fu family, the president knew that Miao Wen would definitely stand on his side, so he was fearless. When he killed Xiaohun Mountain, he also secretly contacted the Nangguang family in advance, and even prepared the benefits of the elixir business to connect the other foundation-building people. Even after arriving in Xianlin, surrounded by enemies on all sides, he still made sufficient preparations before going to the meeting alone and fighting alone on the Qinhu River. If you say that Luo Chen is a foolish and reckless man who only knows how to fight for his life, no one will believe it. That is not something Luo Chen can do, but Wang Yuan and others will do it. Moreover, Chu Kui also mentioned that Luo Chen actually had a chance to escape back to the protection of the Jinden Master of the Four Sects Alliance. Then he must have a reason to choose Xiankong Valley as the battlefield and fight for his life. While everyone was thinking deeply, Sima Wei Niang said in a deep voice, under the third-level formation pulling the thunder, whether it is Jinden or foundation building, it is difficult to survive. But the president has the formation plate in his hand, so he can avoid it. If at a critical moment, pull the thunder to open the cave door, and then hide in it, it is actually not that dangerous. As soon as these words came out, everyone suddenly understood. It is indeed dangerous outside, but if the door is opened, it seems to be safe? And the development of things seems to be like that. After returning to Xianlin Fairy City, The fairy Juking once said in person that the opening of the door of the Huashan cave mansion occurred at the same time as the thunderbolts. But all this is just your guess. What if? Gu Kai was still worried. Sima Wei Niang shook her head. We should trust the president, and... At this point, she spread out her palm, and a strange wave jumped on it. Chu Kui blurted out, Linxigu. Yes, it's the foundation building gift you gave me that year, Linxigu. Sima Wei Niang nodded slowly, clenched her fist slightly. After a few years of cultivation, I have cultivated it to the second level, and it can already sense life and death. Now my Linxigu is still alive, which proves that the president is still alive. Seeing the others showing puzzled expressions, Chu Kui immediately explained to everyone this strange goo from southern Xinjiang. At the first level, the heart is in tune. After the second level, it senses life and death. If it can be cultivated to the third level, it can even turn into the famous demon heart goo in southern Xinjiang. After one party dies, the other party can take all the cultivation of the other party throughout his life. It's really strange. After hearing this explanation, everyone's mind can't help but relax. Luo Chen is not dead. This is undoubtedly the best news. No wonder, in the past 6 months, people in Luoxian have been panicking, but Sima Wei Niang is as steady as a mountain, calmer than anyone else. Gu Kai was happy and a little jealous at this moment. Su Huanzan, who had been silent all the time, spoke for a rare time. The president is not here, the president is respected. President Sima, what should we do now? You might as well speak frankly. In this hall, Sima Wei Niang's realm and strength are not the highest and strongest. But her status and position are undoubtedly the highest. Especially in these years, she has been trusted by Luo Chen. It can be said that she is now the backbone of everyone, and her importance is still above the powerful Chu Kui Wang Yuan. Facing the expectant eyes of everyone, Sima Wei Niang seemed to have already made up her mind. 3 things. First, digest the foundation building pills exchanged for merit on the battlefield to enhance the strength of our Luoxianhu. Second, the Battle of Shangzong has been suspended, but the major vassal forces that went to the battlefield and suffered heavy losses before have become a foregone conclusion. We should seize this opportunity to invade and expand and strengthen Luoxianhu. I don't want the president to see a Luoxianhu that is complacent and even declining after he comes back. Third, and most importantly, although the president is still alive, we must send people to search and rescue. One by one, it was really clear. While everyone nodded, they also secretly admired Sima Wei Niang for not panicking in the face of danger and considering all aspects clearly. The team sent out to search and rescue Luo Chen was also quickly decided under Sima Wei Niang's advice. There should not be too many people. There are too many strong people in the ruins. If Luoxianhu sends too many people, it will easily cause trouble. But, the strength must be strong. Chu Kui must go. He has fought side by side with Luo Chen for many days and knows some of his habits. He is the one with the best chance of finding Luo Chen. Wang Yuan was going too. Now that Wang Yuan had understood the changes in Qi and blood and mastered the 3 powers of light and dark, his strength was comparable to that of a cultivator at the 8th level of foundation building. His body refining skills made it hard for ordinary cultivators who are used to fighting with magic tools and magic treasures to defend themselves. With him, there was no need to worry about small-scale battles. Finally, Sima Wei Niang carefully picked Min Longayu. Sitting on the Dangsha terrain and mastering the formation, Elder Min is enough to deal with any enemy in the foundation building period. You are the strongest defense barrier of our Luotian Association. Under normal circumstances, it is best for you not to leave Luotian Association too far or too long. This is also the arrangement that the president has always made for you. Especially at this moment, I sent Elder Chu and Palace Master Wang. You should stay. Sima Wei Niang paused slightly. Under the gaze of everyone, she made an unusual choice. But compared to Luoxianhu, the safety of the president is the most important. Even if Luoxianhu is destroyed, as long as the president is still there, it can be rebuilt. But if the president cannot be found, even if Luoxianhu stands for hundreds of years, it will be meaningless. So, this time I send you to work with Palace Master Wang and Elder Chu to go to the Jili Mountain Huashan ruins. Is there any problem? Min Longai replied in a sonorous voice, no problem. Sima Wei Niang glanced at the others. Do you have any objections to my arrangement? Everyone looked at the three carefully selected people: Wang Yuan, the #1 combat power of Luo Xianhu; Chu Kui, the leader of the casual cultivators in Xianlan Xiansheng; and Min Longyou, the master of formations. Such a lineup has already exhausted the power of Luo Xianhu. Even if it is placed outside, it is an extremely powerful existence. The three of them traveled together, which is undoubtedly the strongest and most efficient combination of Luo Xianhu at the moment. For a time, everyone expressed no objection. Even Gu Kai agreed with this arrangement. Then now, let's do our respective duties. Sima Wei Nyong waved her sleeves and set the direction for major events. Just when the outside world was turbulent. In the 9th mountain of Jilei, in the ruins of Huashen. In a hall with steaming clouds and thunder. An extremely thin man, with his eyes closed, was trembling slightly. On his body, lightning flashed from time to time. Strands of lightning, like water flow, lingered on his body, constantly drilling in and out. Under his feet, there were densely packed things. Magical instruments, magic weapons, talismans, puppets, sword balls, oars, formation flags, and many storage bag fragments. There was no system, no belonging. It was impossible to tell what kind of cultivator would have these miscellaneous things. Only Luo Chen knew what he had experienced in the past 6 months. After the thunder was triggered that day, the majestic thunder came, which was completely beyond his expectations. With a lightning protection method of traveling around the 18 formations, it was impossible to fully vent the power of thunder. After seeing D1 Iron fall in an instant, he took a risk and activated another backup plan. He pulled the lightning and opened the ancient gate, not caring about what realm of monks would be attracted. Fortunately, he succeeded. At that moment, he went directly into the ruins. However, although he survived by chance, it was not without a price. Some of the powerful lightning that chased him poured into his body. Ordinary lightning would be fine. A foundation-building monk could still withstand 1 or 2. But such a large amount of lightning soon formed a qualitative change. After that, his body was in danger of collapse. Luo Chen tried to use the cleaning technique to remove the external lightning. But it was just a drop in the bucket. The big ship took in water, and how many spoonfuls of water could a mere scoop out? In desperation, he activated the last resort, the mysterious ice talisman. In an instant, his whole body was frozen. He tried to wait for the rescue of the Juking Fairy. However, after being frozen, Luo Chen suddenly felt something was wrong. The thunder power throughout his body was still struggling. The freezing technique was disintegrating bit by bit. It would continue to ravage his body within a day at the latest. At this dangerous moment, Luo Chen forced himself to calm down. The thunder power entering the body is not unsolvable. If a cultivator has a thunder spirit root, he can even absorb the spiritual power and improve his cultivation level. He does not have a thunder spirit root, but he has the experience of using the power of thunder to refine his body. If I use these thunder power to open my mind, maybe I can consume it. No. The amount is too much. Even if I consume a part of it, there will still be a lot of residue. I must use another method, either to vent it or consume it. As his thoughts kept turning, Luo Chen set his mind on his 3rd-level body refining technique, Xianpeng transformation. If this technique is successful, it will be a transformation similar to a demon. Wang Yuan disdained it. Luo Chen didn't like it very much either. But Xianpeng transformation is not just a battle technique. Its essence is to imitate the ancient monsters, not to take the path of transformation, but to take the path of body refining by tracing back to the source. In the mountain and sea world, ancient monsters rarely take the initiative to transform into human form. They often constantly grab the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, refine their monster bodies, and thus achieve the state of eternal immortality and rebirth through blood. The concept of Xianpeng transformation is the same. However, due to its incompleteness, the specific body refining method is missing a part. It only proposes to absorb the essence and blood of 3 kinds of monsters and embark on different paths of body refining. These 3 kinds of monsters are Li Peng, Jinqi Dapen, and Xianyang Peng. The corresponding attributes are thunder, gold, and fire. These 3 systems are also the 3 most powerful spiritual roots in the ordinary practice of human cultivators. If you can perform Xianpeng transformation, your fighting ability will naturally be the best of the same level. Luo Chen has all 5 elements of spiritual roots, and can take the path of Jinqi Dapen and Xianyang Peng. When he was building his foundation, He took the emperor's flowing liquid made from the corpse of fiery cloud pen. Strictly speaking, it absorbed the blood essence of fiery cloud pen. In terms of attributes, he followed a path of fire-based body refining like Xianyang pen. If he wanted to complete this third-level body refining technique, he should also complete it in this aspect. Unfortunately, there is no such thing as perfection in the world. I have already met the basic condition of blood essence entering the body, so I can use fire to cultivate thunder and use thunder to refine the body. I will complete the incomplete technique. The time was too short, and the power of the Zuanbing talisman could only last for 1 day at most. Luo Chen had no time to think about it, and immediately called up the system panel. At that moment, he did not look at other entries, but scrolled down to the achievement points at the bottom. Achievement point 65. This number is the most abundant and richest achievement point accumulation Luo Chen has ever mastered. According to Luo Chen's experience, the achievement points consumed by completing the pill formula across levels will exceed 10 points. As for the upper limit, it will be determined according to the level crossed. If you jump 1 level, it will be within 100 points. If you jump 2 levels, it may be more than 100 points, but within 1000 points. It is impossible to describe it in detail, but his current body refining realm is Blood River Realm 50 out of 100, which is not considered to be a big level jump. In addition, the completion of the pill formula will also be affected by his personal accumulation. The deeper the foundation, the more accumulation, and the less achievement points will be consumed. On the contrary, it will be more. The same is true for the exercises compared to the pill formula. In the field of body refining, I am not as knowledgeable as Wang Yuan, but compared with ordinary foundation building true cultivation, I am much, much better. Whether it is daily body refining and key cultivation, or reading literature and classics, I have not fallen behind. Especially this Xiangpeng transformation, I often study it after I have established my foundation. 65 achievement points should be completed. With a crisis ahead, Luo Chen could no longer think too much. He immediately tried to complete this body refining method. Achievement points, like water, began to be consumed continuously. 1 point, 2 points, 3 points, 4 points, 15, 20, 45. After consuming 45 achievement points, the completion progress was completed in an instant. In an instant, a book of martial arts formulas appeared in his mind like a revelation. The front was extremely familiar, which was the record before Xiangpeng change. Luo Chen had memorized it by heart. But the direction of the back was changed. Electricity runs through all meridians, thunder penetrates the whole body, spiritual energy feeds back, and essence and blood are born. When the body refining formula was displayed in detail in his mind, Luo Chen was surprised to find that this completed third-level body refining method was almost tailor-made for him. He had done the Yijing marrow washing, refining organs and opening meridians, and even opening the orifices. Now, it's just using the power of thunder to go through it again. The subsequent spiritual energy feeding back and breeding a large amount of essence and blood originated from the second-level body refining method gas of the same origin. The method of opening the orifices involved was also studied when he was stationed in the 6th mountain before. In addition, there are some special body refining methods: bone shaping, blood exchange, mind preservation, pill condensation, ki intake, armor transformation. At the end, it even gives people a feeling of wanting more. This means that this body refining technique still has room for optimization and improvement. Luo Chen took a rough look at the additional methods and found that they were all closely related to what he had learned. Bone shaping and blood transformation originated from Emperor Liu Jiang's foundation building, and the materials were the bones, flesh and blood of monsters. Mind preservation seems to be the reason for Ming Shen Poshak. Pill condensation is based on the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation secret technique after being proficient several times, as well as the Kingaon Mayadan method. The following key intake and armor transformation originated from Turtle Spirit covering armor. Faced with such changes, Luo Chen was naturally very surprised. This was the first time he used the system to actively complete a technique. He didn't expect that it was based on what he had learned, accommodating the strengths of hundreds of schools, and finally tailored to his own needs. It can be imagined that if he continued to practice according to this set of body refining techniques, even if Luo Chen did not understand the changes in ki and blood and did not follow the orthodox path of body refining, he would have forged a terrifying physique, comparable to the ancient monster. At this time, It is obviously inappropriate to call this set of body refining exercises Xianpeng transformation. Luo Chen temporarily named it Xianli body refining method. The reason for the hasty naming is naturally because there is not much time left. Luo Chen can't think too much. As the black ice talisman melted, the power that sealed the thunder power in his body was also weakening. He has begun to use this third-level body refining method to actively absorb the thunder power to temper his body. First, he has to go through the 4 steps of yijing marrow washing and refining organs and meridians again. When the black ice melted, the majestic thunder power began to try to destroy Luo Chen's body. Luo Chen endured the severe pain and performed the healing technique and the spring breeze and rain technique over and over again. The 2 medical techniques were used alternately to heal Luo Chen's destroyed body. In this gap, Luo Chen arduously walked the path of body refining. The already extremely strong physique changed his muscles and washed his marrow again. The 5 energies in his chest poured out, sweeping the power of thunder like an angry dragon, constantly biting and dividing. Although the 5 energies continued to dissipate in this process, what remained was undoubtedly more pure and powerful. The step of electrifying the 100 meridians was smoother. Luo Chen even took out the spare top-grade blood evil pill to assist in this step. Then, it was Luo Chen's unfinished enlightenment. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it had passed, and another crisis came. Luo Chen's spiritual power was running low. Whether it was the method of spiritual energy feeding back to the body from the gas origin, or drawing the power of thunder and casting spells to repair the body, it would consume a lot of his spiritual power. The spiritual power of the Sea of Qi, which was originally very powerful, was now almost stretched. Luo Chen, without thinking, poured all the top-grade Shenglong pills accumulated in the storage bag into his mouth one by one. Not only that, he also forcibly cracked the storage bags left by the cultivators in the early and middle stages of foundation building. Those that could be opened quickly were opened, and those that could not be opened were opened by force. Even if the storage bag exploded and some resources disappeared in the alien space, he had no time to care. Everything was just to collect the medicinal resources inside. Even if there were no natural materials that could be refined into elixirs, he didn't care. As long as there was spiritual energy, it would be enough. As for whether his body could withstand so many medicinal herbs, he was not worried at all. With such a huge thunder power in his body, he didn't need to worry about whether these second-level elixirs could be refined. It was in this terrifying practice that half a year passed in a flash. The 4 steps of Yijing's marrow cleansing, refining organs and unblocking meridians had already been completed. The opening of the orifices was also achieved as if it was a natural result. At this moment, the 720 orifices in his body were like stars, shining brightly. Inside, the silver-white light flickered, as if there was residual thunder power. Not only that, Luo Chen also completed a blood exchange. The old blood and qi were replaced by the new blood and qi. In addition, at the spine behind Luo Chen, a silver-white spine was constantly shaking, as if a dragon was stretching. It was bone-shaping. Luo Chen was still unable to reshape his entire skeleton, so he first completed the most important spine. Luo Chen had a feeling that because of the existence of this bone, his combat ability would be greatly improved. This was a thunder bone. Now the dragon was dormant. If it didn't move, it would be fine, but once it moved, the situation would change. The resources of more than 30 foundation building storage bags have allowed me to get to where I am now, which is already a rare achievement. But it's definitely not just that. It seems like more than 30 storage bags, but you have to know that these are the accumulation of more than 30 foundation building true cultivators on the battlefield. There are many resources that the other party exchanged for merit points. He obtained more than a dozen foundation building pills with violent spiritual energy alone. Luo Chen's eyes were extremely bright, and it seemed as if lightning was born in his eyes. At this moment, he had already refined the majestic thunder power in his body. The thunder and lightning that permeated this hall were drawn from the outside. He picked up dozens of medicine bottles and poured all the miscellaneous pills into his mouth. Then he took a deep breath. As if the mouth of the abyss had been opened, the spiritual energy of the area within a radius of several miles rushed towards him. A colorful dragon of air was swallowed into his body. This was the method of absorbing air and refining the body derived from the technique of turtle breathing in turtle spirit armor. When the dragon of air entered his body, Luo Chen closed his eyes again. The third-level body refining technique was in operation. An amazing scene appeared. On the surface of his naked skin, pure white armor pieces were slowly forming. It looked very much like the armor covering technique in turtle spirit armor that Luo Chen had used before. But if you look closely, it seems a little different. The pure white armor pieces looked like tortoise shell armor pieces and fish dragon scales. The human body armor was like a demon. Luo Chen had worked hard for many years and accumulated a lot of background, which seemed to be unsystematic and pieced together. At this moment, after systematic sorting and summarization, he finally embarked on a path of body refining that belonged to him alone. It can be imagined how powerful his body will be when he wakes up. In the silent hall, the Taoist priest rested like a black tortoise, neither breathing nor breathing. Silver-white lightning rushed in from outside the hall, crackling, interrupting the tranquility, but unable to wake the sleeping person. I have no more manuscripts saved, and I cannot keep the update time I set before. Sorry, I am really sorry. I bow and apologize. Chapter 393. One man charges into the battle and defeats everyone he encounters. Crack! A bolt of lightning struck, startling several figures. After the arc disappeared on the ground, the four old figures gathered together. The leader had a sad face, looking at the vast wide world, and his heart was also extremely confused. It is rumored that the ancient caves and the ruins of the great powers are full of opportunities, right? Except for a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs and a few fourth-level ores, we have nothing. He said this, causing the other three brothers to nod. This ruins really does not show any opportunities. The youngest old man hesitated and said, could it be that this place is just a place for a great power to rest, and there is no opportunity itself? The caves of the great powers are also divided into grades. If it is a place that the great power has been operating for a long time during his lifetime, then there will naturally be countless opportunities. Skills, magic weapons, medicinal materials and spiritual treasures. There may even be inheritance left behind. But if it is just a place for the great power to rest in their spare time, naturally there will be no good things left behind. It is a very simple truth. When the foundation building cultivators fly outside, they occasionally get tired and open a cave to sleep for a night. Would they deliberately leave countless treasures in it? No way. At present, this ancient ruins is very similar to the situation. The reason why some thousand-year-old herbs grow is that they grow naturally without being picked and destroyed over a long period of time. However, there is a little difference. The leading old man shook his head and said, there is a palace here. Even if it is a place for rest, it must be a palace for the great power. Moreover, an ordinary place for rest cannot form the landform of Jilijishan. He said so, and the other three brothers nodded in agreement. Ordinary caves are not arranged like this. We should explore and search carefully first, maybe we can find something good. Be careful. Although we haven't seen many opportunities here, the danger is unimaginable. The lightning and thunder are everywhere, and each lightning is far stronger than the outside world. It is definitely not something that we, the foundation building cultivators, can easily resist. Everyone nodded. Looking up at the sky, it was cloudless and clear. But from time to time, a few lightning bolts would suddenly explode. They had rushed in with hundreds of foundation building cultivators. After nearly a year, they didn't see much harvest, but more and more people fell. Hey, look! An old man suddenly raised his hand and pointed to the distance. There was a small palace complex there. Although it was in a semi-ruined state, it was full of spiritual energy. A place of opportunity. The eyes of the other three people lit up and flew over quickly. When they arrived outside the palace complex, they couldn't help but stop. Dense silver-white lightning ramped outside the ruined palace, blocking their spiritual consciousness from prying. The power of lightning here is disappearing. We have no means to control it, so we may have to wait for a while. No problem. There are buildings blocking it, maybe there are residual resources inside. Even if there are not, picking a few thousand-year-old spiritual herbs will make the trip worthwhile. For a moment, the four of them took out the corresponding formations and set up a formation to wait. Time passed slowly. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. The power of lightning in several small palaces had dissipated. The four of them kept going out and collecting them, and finally got a little. In the end, only the central palace was left. Looking at the palace shrouded in silver-white lightning, the four of them couldn't help but show their expectations. I heard that the 6 sects giant and masters joined forces to explore the depths of the ruins and even obtain several real artifacts. They really gained a lot. Don't think about it. Those places are not something we can covet. Have you forgotten the rumor that Master Kiang of the Sword Sect killed 32 casual cultivators with one sword? For the real artifact, the 6 sects joined in are killing each other. That's right. Even if there is an opportunity to condense the nascent soul here, it won't be our turn. Unfortunately, the so-called opportunity to condense the Dan has not been found yet. This is the most suitable for us. The four were chatting, and suddenly the oldest one turned around. Looking at the empty back, he spoke hoarsely. Daoao has been spying for so long, it's time to come out and meet. As he spoke, there was a faint shimmering light behind him, and a light laugh sounded. It's not that I'm sneaking around, it's just that you 4 Lion King elders are so famous that I have to hide my whereabouts. The 4 Lion King elders looked in the direction of the voice, and a handsome, unrestrained man holding a jade flute suddenly appeared. Seeing the jade flute in his hand, the 4 Lion King elders couldn't help but shrink their pupils. Xiao Sanren. Why did you come to Jilai Mountain when you weren't in Behu Fairy City? You've been spying for a long time, what do you want to do? This place was discovered by the 4 of us brothers first, please retreat quickly, fellow Taoist Xiao. 4 voices came out one after another. Xiao Sanren frowned slightly, no wonder no one wants to deal with you 4 old guys, one sentence after another, it's annoying to listen to. The other 3 were about to speak, but the eldest of the 4 Lion King elders raised his hand to suppress it. Clearing his throat, staring at him with turbid eyes. Although our realm is not as good as yours, we are not afraid of you. First come first served here, it would be better for you to take the initiative to retreat. Xiao Sanren pulled the corner of his mouth. The ruins of the great power, the place of opportunity. There is no such thing as first come first served. Besides, what if 4 people join forces? In his opinion, there is no difference between 4 people and 1 person or 100 people. Just as he raised the jade flute lightly, his expression suddenly changed slightly. Lian Kang's 4 elders were facing a great enemy, and their faces could not help but move slightly. There was a sound of breaking through the air, and there was more than 1 person. After a while, 3 figures appeared in front of them. A sturdy old man with an iron sword on his back. A pair of Taoist couples, with murderous looks on their faces. Xiao Sanren raised his eyebrows. Zuo Song of Xianlin Iron Sword Hall, Baiyun Fairy City Netherworld 2 Evils, this place is really lively today. When he spoke, the 3 people also saw the situation here clearly. Zuo Song's expression changed slightly, and he subconsciously stopped moving forward. Among all the people here, he has the lowest realm, which is equivalent to the 4 elders of Lion King, and he is only at the 8th level of foundation building. But the other party has 4 people working together, but he is alone. Whether it is the 2 evil spirits of the underworld or Xiao Sanren, they are all well-known independent cultivators in the 10 immortal cities. Not only are they all at the 9th level of foundation building, but each of them has unique methods. In terms of reputation, they are no less than Chu Kui, the leader of independent cultivators in Xianlin Immortal City. Although now because of Chu Kui's battle with Jinden Shengren, his reputation seems to be 3 times greater. Suppress these people in one fell swoop. But this is not a reason for him to look down on Xiao Sanren and others. He retreated, but the 2 evil spirits of the underworld went a step further. A man and a woman ignored the others at all, and their burning eyes swept towards the only large palace that was still intact in the ruins. The power of thunder is so strong, it must be a place of opportunity. My lady is right, this place, we want it, you guys go away. As soon as these words came out, the others all changed color. The 2 evil spirits of the underworld are too domineering. The Jalishan ruins have been open for nearly a year, and some of the ruins have been explored by the monks. The more intense the lightning is, the more likely it is to contain great opportunities. Even if the danger is doubled, no one is willing to back down in the face of opportunities. It is said that the few real artifacts obtained by the 6 sects of Jinden were obtained in the land of thunder and lightning. There are so many lightnings gathered in this ruined palace complex. Even if there are no real artifacts, there must be treasures left. What's more, the 4 elders of Lion King came here first and waited for more than half a month. How could they give it up? The 4 people who were in tune with each other stood together in an instant. Seeing this scene, Mingxia sneered and twisted his wrist. 4 old guys, do you want to die? The eldest of the 4 elders of Lion King ignored his words and looked at Xiao Sanren. Joint exploration. Xiao Sanren said without hesitation, yes. The two parties who were on the verge of a fight before formed an alliance in an instant. In this way, the four elders of Lion King plus Xiao Sanren completely overwhelmed the two nether demons in terms of strength. Nether demon's face was violent, and he was about to speak when he was stopped by his Taoist partner, Yaosha. Everyone, it is still unclear whether there are treasures inside. If we fight each other now and find that there is nothing inside, it will be a big joke. Yaosha is very beautiful and has a pleasant voice. Xiao Sanren looked at her with a slender figure, his eyes shining. Madam Yaosha is right, fighting and killing is really too depressing, why not? Xiao Yulang, if you look at my wife with that look again, I will dig out your eyes. Nether demon said viciously. Xiao Sanren smiled slightly and turned the jade flute in his hand. Well, there is no need for us to argue like this. You must know that the longer we delay, the more likely the six sects will arrive. By that time, the opportunity here may have nothing to do with us. Why not join forces to break the formation? When this proposal came out, the four elders of Lion King had no objection. Zuo Song, who was hiding in the back, also nodded. Mingshi looked dissatisfied, but after Yaosha grabbed him, he kept silent. Yaosha smiled and said, joining forces to break the formation, of course. But what if there are treasures inside, but the quantity is not enough? Xiao Sanren raised his eyebrows. Of course, the virtuous will take it. What is virtue? People with strength are virtuous. In other words, everyone relies on their ability and shows their ability, and whoever grabs it will own it. Yaosha smiled. Mingshi also confidently approved this answer. For a moment, the seven people joined forces and walked towards the large palace where the lightning had not yet dissipated. Halfway through the walk, Xiao Sanren suddenly turned around and said, fellow Taoist Zuo, don't you want to explore opportunities together? Maybe there will be an extra one for you. Zuo Song, who was still hesitant, gritted his teeth and followed the footsteps. Inside the hall, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. At that moment, a white light suddenly appeared in the dark hall, like thunder and lightning. After Luo Chen opened his eyes, he felt the state of his body and his face showed an uncertain expression. Then, he waved his hand and put some of the more valuable resources on the ground into the storage bag. In the past year, in order to refine his body, he almost consumed all the resources containing spiritual energy in more than 30 storage bags. Even his spiritual power is now almost gone. This is the reason for his uncertain expression. His physique is now very strong. Stronger than ever before. He even feels that he can break a mountain with one punch. However, the lack of spiritual energy in his body makes him feel uncomfortable. Since he started practicing, he has hardly encountered such a situation. He, who was used to being filled with spiritual energy, felt particularly uncomfortable now. The Heavenly Thunder Body Refining Method has integrated the gas origin method, so that the spiritual power I have accumulated for many years has been transformed into a body of terrifying blood and ki. The realm of immortal is still there, and it should not be difficult to rebuild. I am not sure about the realm of strength now. There is already a difference between the path of body refining and that of Wang Yuan, so it is difficult to judge. But overall, it is definitely more beneficial than harmful. After a simple analysis of the current situation, Luo Chen looked at the back of the hall. He thought that the lightning from the outside world was constantly being drawn in because of him. But now that the body refining has stopped, there is still a steady stream of lightning pouring into the hall. In this way, it seems that the problem is not with me. Get up, take a step, and walk to the back. After a while, Luo Chen's eyes were dazzled. There are flowers in his eyes. Are these Lei Ying? No, it seems that it is not just Lei Ying. Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and looked at the pure white thunder flowers that looked like camellias. Lei Ying, a 4th-level mineral. It is produced only in places with abundant thunder and lightning power. Even in a special place like the 9 Thunder Mountains, it takes 10 years to produce one. 9 mountains, but only 9. This thing is a must-have for giant and cultivators to refine their own life magic weapon. Without Lei Ying, it is just an ordinary magic weapon, and the upper limit can only reach the middle grade at most. Moreover, it does not have growth potential. Even if it is used as a life magic weapon and nurtured for many years, it can only increase the power, but not the grade. Only by adding Lei Ying to the life magic weapon can the grade be improved, and even one day as the cultivator is promoted to the nascent soul, the magic weapon will become a real weapon. Even many nascent soul cultivators cannot own a real weapon. It can be seen how rare it is to have a real weapon. and there are 18 Lei Ying in front of Luo Chen. Moreover, it seems that they are not the ordinary Lei Ying that appears once every 10 years. Ordinary Lei Ying, which appears once every 10 years, is silvery white in color. The 18 Lei Ying in front of him are pure white in color, with almost no other colors. Millennium Lei Ying? Luo Chen took a deep breath, looked at the 18,000-year-old thunders, and rubbed his hands. It's a bit difficult to start. Only people with a golden elixir can pick this thing. It is said that it involves spiritual consciousness and mana. Foundation building cultivators do not have spiritual consciousness and mana, but only spiritual consciousness and spiritual power that have not yet completely transformed. Maybe I can try it with my current body. Luo Chen stretched out his hand and looked at his slender palm. Yes, slender. Now he is very thin, so that his broad-framed palm has become extremely slender because of the lack of flesh and blood. He has refined his body with heavenly thunder. Even if this body cannot absorb the spiritual energy in the thunder to refine the energy, it can still master the defense simply. Just when Luo Chen was about to pick the 1,000-year-old thunder by himself, his eyes suddenly stopped below the pure white thunder in the innermost. A black ring, lying there quietly. The faint power of the magic weapon on it, which was blocked by the breath of the 1,000-year-old thunder, could not be found if he was not careful. Luo Chen stretched out his hand. Whoosh! The black ring entered the body, and it was burned, but after it was in his hand, the powerful magic weapon aura instantly bloomed without Lei Ying's cover. Luo Chen's eyelids jumped, and he couldn't help but blurt out. Top-grade magic weapon. He never thought that there would be a ring that reached the level of a top-grade magic weapon in the mind where Lei Ying was born. Could it be that this is the so-called opportunity? The three elements of cultivating immortals are aptitude, opportunity, and character. Qualification ranks first, which is both a threshold and an upper limit. Opportunity ranks second. If you are lucky, a pig can also become an immortal if it gets the opportunity. Character is the last. There are too many tenacious and unyielding people who fell because of their poor aptitude. Similarly, there are too many people with excellent aptitude who finally failed because of their poor character. Among these three elements, the only thing Luo Chen has is the character of planning everything and being resolute and unyielding. If the aptitude is too poor, it depends entirely on the character to make up for it. All these years of hard work and exhaustion, isn't it just to close the gap between his qualifications and other geniuses? As for opportunities, he also has some. How can the system not be considered an opportunity? However, this kind of opportunity to pick up a top-grade magic weapon while walking on the road is the first time he has encountered it. However, when he injected his spiritual consciousness into the ring, he knew what kind of opportunity he had. I thought it was some kind of offensive and defensive treasure, but it turned out to be a stored ring. Looking at the small shovels and sand in it, Luo Chen already understood the purpose of this ring. Just like there are shovels and mine carts in the mines, this ring is used to hold Lei Ying. Moreover, its grade should not be so high. It just fell next to Lei Ying and naturally became a top grade after thousands of years of evolution. After thousands of years of thunder and lightning, it can be considered a top grade. It can be seen that its material itself is not very outstanding. But it's a relief. Luo Chen was still worried about how to pick the 1,000-year-old thunder and how to properly store it. Now he doesn't have to worry about anything. Without saying anything, he immediately recognized this ownerless space ring and named it a Thunder Treasure Ring. Then he took out a special shovel from it. After taking it out, he found that this shovel was also a magic weapon. Although it was only of low grade. But it was indeed a genuine thunder magic weapon. What kind of existence is the owner of this place? Not to mention that he cultivated so many thunders, the mining tools are all of magic weapon grade. Duandun is too generous. Besides, this place seems to be relatively remote. If you go to the center, I'm afraid there will be more good things. Luo Chen remembered it very clearly. After he opened the door, in order to avoid being hit by the monks who came in later, he deliberately chose the most remote direction to escape. Finally, in the corner, he found this small group of semi-ruined palaces. In this way, even if there will be powerful monks entering this place later, the key targets will also be placed in the central areas with abundant resources. Judging from the fact that no one has disturbed him for a year, his decision is undoubtedly wise and correct. Who cares who he is, let's mine first. No one could have imagined that Dan Chenzi, who had fought against the Golden Core Master, would do mining as the first thing after waking up. Even though his spiritual power was running low, with a strong physique that Luo Chen didn't even know what realm he was in. Luo Chen's mining work went very smoothly. Millennium Thunder Yings were pulled out of the mine pit by their roots as he swung his shovel, and then put into the sands in the Thunder Ring. The sand was not for nourishment, but for blocking. The thunder power contained in the Thunder Ying was too pure. The thunder power contained in the Millennium Thunder Ying was not even less than the thunder that the Yuan Ying cultivator faced. Without this special sand, ordinary storage instruments and magic treasures would be broken in an instant if they were slightly vented. Now with the help of the sand, those thunder spirits can be safely stored in the Thunder Treasure Ring. It took Luo Chen a day to finally complete the mining work. Although he was a little tired, Luo Chen was very happy. With so many thousand-year-old thunder spirits, if he succeeds in forming a pill in the future, he won't have to run around to search for them when he refines his life magic weapon. Playing with the treasure ring in his hand, Luo Chen put it on the index finger of his left hand with satisfaction. It looks good and convenient. The black thunder ring and the white palm look a little weird. Luo Chen thought about it and put the mountains of resources in his storage bags into the Thunder Treasure Ring. After all, it is a space ring of the top-grade magic weapon level. The capacity is not comparable to these ordinary storage instruments. After filling 5 storage bags in a row, they are still a little empty. As for the other storage bags that he has not opened, it is difficult to put them in. The practice of space within space is extremely stupid. It is easy to cause the 2 storage devices to conflict and cause an explosion. Luo Chen still has this common sense. After a lot of cleaning, Luo Chen took out the brocade white long gown that Gu Kai bought for him that year and replaced the tattered and defenseless Fire Cloud Taoist robe. Looking at the damaged Fire Cloud Taoist robe, Luo Chen sighed. Although he successfully killed Diwan in the battle and achieved an unimaginable impressive record. But in terms of effort and reward, it is completely unequal. In this battle, he lost a Qianchong Peak, the Fire Cloud Taoist robe, and hundreds of second-level thorn flower seeds that had accompanied him for many years. Even the fully repaired Huayao 18 formation plate collapsed after protecting him into this relic. Not to mention, in order to activate the 3rd level Violent Thunder and Raging Waves formation, he spent 500 medium-grade spirit stones. Oh, there is also the Black Ice Talisman that is more precious than magic weapons. That is a real good thing. And what did he gain? Nothing. The golden cloud magic weapon that he coveted and could change at will was destroyed by the bombardment of thousands of thunders. It's a big loss. I will never do such a thing if crossing a great realm to kill people again. Only a fool would do it. While muttering, Luo Chen walked out. But after just 2 steps, his figure stopped. Not only him. In the hall, the 8 people who had just broken the formation also discovered the existence of Luo Chen in the back hall at the first time. Damn it. Someone got there first. Seal off the hall and capture the other party. Little thief, get out. Amid the shouts one after another, a figure with a strong murderous aura jumped straight to the back hall. In the back hall, a fierce look flashed on Luo Chen's face. Without any hesitation, as soon as his mind moved, layers of pure white armor appeared all over his body and covered his whole body. The whole person turned into a white light and jumped out. In just a moment, the 2 figures found each other. No one stopped and rushed towards each other. Mingshi looked at the white figure, a ferocious look on his face, and clenched his fists tightly. He was an existence who had achieved the great perfection of the evil spirit body training. This person actually wanted to fight him head-on? Looking for death? With a low roar, he punched out. A black demon tiger flew out from his boxing gloves. However, facing this move, the white figure actually ignored it and punched out as well. Crack! The phantom of the demon tiger collapsed in an instant. When passing by Mingshi, in his horrified eyes, he slapped out with a palm. The majestic blood and energy came, splitting mountains and rocks. The palm of splitting mountains and breaking monuments. Mingshi roared and deployed his defensive magic weapon. Boom! But after one contact, he was knocked several feet away and hit the solid palace wall. A large area of thunder and lightning power filled the air, and it electrocuted him several times. He fell to the ground and turned into a rolling gourd, rolling a few times and stopping. "Husband, are you okay?" Yao Shi came from the side and helped him up. When Mingshi raised his head, he saw a white figure rushing into the encirclement of the 4 elders of Liankang. "Stay here. Get out of the way." The man shouted, and his 2 flesh palms blasted out one after another, and the majestic airflow forced the 4 people back. At this moment, A huge sword chopped down on his head. The magic flying sword, the great sword control technique, is almost as powerful as the jade tripod sword cultivator. However, facing this sword, the man didn't care and pounced on Zuo Song, the head of the Iron Sword Hall, who was pinching the sword formula. Ignoring my sword control technique like this is really a death sentence, eh? Zuo Song lowered his head and looked at the big hole in his chest and abdomen, his face full of disbelief. His sword hid it. That's a magic flying sword. In a trance, he seemed to remember the faintly emerging armor. Protective air armor? At this time, the white shadow had passed the crowd and was about to leave the palace gate. On the side, Zhao Sanren smiled slightly. Dao Ao, you'd better stay. He opened his mouth to play the flute and flicked his fingers. A ray of soul-stealing flute sound flew out. This is exactly his secret technique, seizing the soul with sound. No matter how many enemies there are, under his soul attack technique, anyone with a lower soul than him can't resist. Even if the soul foundation is stronger than his, it will be severely damaged. By then, with 7 people surrounding him, he will have no chance to escape. However, something shocked Zhao Sanren. A circle of black halo suddenly appeared on the white figure. A ripple eliminated all sound waves. In just a moment, the figure left the hall. When the 2 evil spirits of the underworld rushed out together to chase, there was no trace. Zhao Sanren walked to the door, his face pale and blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. That was the injury caused by the backlash of the soul-stealing flute. Looking at the empty outside world, his mind was shaken and his face was dazed. Who is that? He actually treated the 8 of us as nothing and left without stopping for a moment. Is it a giant and cultivator? No one answered him. Because even if it was a giant and cultivator, it would be impossible for them to leave so easily with the 8 of them working together. They are not unknown people. Even the weakest Zuo Song is the head of a sect, not weaker than the true disciples of a major sect. But the final result of the battle was 1 death and 2 injuries. Even Zuo Song's Songyang iron sword was taken away by the opponent. Just when Zhao Sanren was shocked, a great murderous intent suddenly surged from behind him. Despicable. Lian Kang's 4 elders actually attacked together, and 4 magic weapons hit Zhao Sanren. The 2 evil spirits of the underworld changed their faces slightly and retreated frantically. Husband, let's retreat first. This time, the dark evil was no longer aggressive. He fought a mysterious man in the hall head-on. Now that he was injured, he was really not fit for the battle. He didn't care about Zhao Sanren, who was fighting the 4 elders alone. The 2 nether evils immediately flew back. But before leaving, the dark evil smiled grimly and punched. Zhao Sanren, who was being besieged, felt the evil spirit enter his body, as if he had been hit hard. Despicable and shameless, no one wants to live. Zhao Sanren screamed shrilly, and layers of sound waves spread out. Lian Kang and the 4 elders focused on the battle, and wanted to kill him wholeheartedly, otherwise they would really have gained nothing today, and that would be a loss. A battle between top casual cultivators began. And dozens of miles away, the white light paused. Luo Chen stopped, feeling the strength of his physique and the protective air armor that was comparable to a defensive magic weapon, and he was surprised. It seems that they are weaker than I thought. No. It should be that I have become stronger. This body, and my speed. As he murmured, Luo Chen's mind moved, and a pair of fiery red wings stretched out from his shoulder blades, with silver-white electric light faintly diffused on them. The fierce cloud wings seem to have also undergone a transformation. The grade has reached the ultimate level. If I were to face D1 again now, even without the help of the thunderous waves formation, the odds of winning or losing would be 30-70. After muttering, Luo Chen put away the fierce cloud wings and flew outside. He did not plan to go to the center of the ruins. Opportunities are always for those who are prepared. Now this ruins has obviously caught the eyes of the 6 sects of Yuding. Even the outstanding figures among the casual cultivators just now were forced to come to a remote corner. It can be seen how fierce the fight in the central area is. Although he is physically strong now, he has not mastered any powerful killing moves, and he relies purely on his body to fight the enemy. The magic he was best at could not be cast at will because of the thin spiritual power. In this state, if he still dared to compete for opportunities, it would be purely courting death. Leaving is the wisest choice. Without using the little spiritual power left, Luo Chen used the great perfection of King Guang's Ao and left quickly. Along the way, he hid his figure and few people could find him. However, He saw scenes of fighting everywhere. There were fewer independent cultivators and more disciples from the sects. Is the war not over yet? Or is it just a change of place and form, and it is still continuing? While muttering, Luo Chen's footsteps suddenly stopped. There was a big battle going on ahead. And both sides of the battle were acquaintances he knew. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Luo Chen's eyes were cold, and the illusory wings behind him spread slightly. He held a sword in one hand and a pure white armor piece appeared in the other hand, like the claws of a rock. Chapter 394, Instant Killing of Blood Demon. The plain was empty and desolate. But the dozen puppets of different shapes were very eye-catching. The puppets were controlled by a team of 7 people in the early and middle stages of the foundation building. They occupied all directions and surrounded the monks in black robes. This fellow Taoist, you are really brave to attack and kill my Luo sect disciples. The person who spoke had a very young face. But although he was young, his cultivation in the middle stage of the foundation building was real. Not to mention that the other party was famous for his impressive record in the Yuding domain when he was in the key refining stage. Han Zheng. In the key refining stage, he was ranked first in the key refining stage on the Yuding domain Xianjiao list. After the foundation building, he defeated the Yuding sword cultivator in the middle stage of the foundation building with the initial stage. The other party not only has the identity of the grandson of the Yuan Ying's Henren, but also has real fighting skills. However, the monk team led by him at this moment still faced a black-robed monk as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Nothing else. The other party was actually in the great perfection of foundation establishment. In fact, from the several thunderous attacks, there were faint signs of the golden core stage. This meant that the other party was very likely a powerful person in the fake core stage who failed to condense the pill. Such a person, in the foundation establishment stage, could almost be said to be walking sideways, and anyone who met him would have to retreat. Originally, I thought that the other party was in the late foundation establishment stage, but I found something wrong after I stopped him. Now, it is a situation where it is difficult to get off the tiger. The man smiled grimly and threw it casually. You deliberately tracked me, isn't it just for your junior brother's body? Here you go. A body fell in front of Han Zheng, who was on guard. When Han Zheng saw the dry body like a dead tree, his face changed. There is no trace of blood, what does this mean? He stepped back slightly, but asked tentatively, Blood Demon. The Blood Demon smiled and swept his sinister eyes over the 7 people and the dozen puppets controlled by them. The disciple of the upper sect, I believe your blood and energy are far superior to those of the weak casual cultivators. Before he finished speaking, he quickly formed seals with his hands. At the same time, Han Zheng also shouted, Attack together. Under his command, the 7 people of Luo sect immediately controlled the puppets to launch an attack. But a moment later, the battlefield became a mess. There were more than a dozen puppets, but only 4 were left to fight. In terms of the number of Luo sect cultivators, there were only 2 left. Han Zheng was standing on the wooden kite, with a big-mouthed puppet standing beside him. In the distance, he was controlling a puppet with extremely fast escape speed, entangled with a blood demon in close combat. He looked embarrassed, but his heart was extremely sad and angry. He had underestimated the fake Dan realm cultivators. Even if they had not yet formed a pill, they were not something that a few cultivators in the early and middle stages of the foundation building could resist. But after a few attacks, the opponent killed most of the people here like killing chickens and dogs, leaving only one junior brother dodging left and right. Junior brother Suji, hold on. I have informed Elder Linghu, he will come to rescue us soon. Suji's body was already stained red. Over-controlling the humanoid puppet in the middle stage of foundation building made him exhausted and dizzy. Hearing this, he shook his head violently. Brother, I will cover you, you go first. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and swallowed a blood-red pill. But in an instant, his aura suddenly surged and increased by 3 levels. Han Zheng recognized the pill. It was a first-class top-grade blood-burning pill, made by the alchemy master Dan Chenzi. Elder Xiang Xingzi exchanged it for favors. As the other party's apprentice, it was natural for Suji to have a blood-burning pill. At this moment, the other party took this pill. I'm afraid he will have to fight for his life. Moreover, he has to cover him. Han Zheng was very moved, junior brother, you. But the next moment, something that shocked him appeared. After the opponent's strength surged, he did not advance but retreated, and the whole person retreated dozens of feet like an arrow from a bow. This scene really caught Han Zheng off guard. He himself became the one who was left behind? He was the grandson of Yuan Ying's Hunren, how dare he? During the battle, you still dare to be distracted. Are you too powerful, or are you arrogant and look down on me? A faint voice came to his ears. Han Zheng's eyes suddenly widened. The blood demon had actually broken away from his melee puppet that was comparable to the late stage of foundation building. Boom! A pink light flashed, and Han Zheng flew backwards several feet away and fell to the ground, his life or death unknown. The blood demon looked down at his corpse, and then pinched a sword formula. The flying sword flashed suddenly. In an instant, it crossed a 10-mile area and took Suji's head. At this time, a huge sword flew like a meteor, followed by the white light behind the sword. The huge sword took the brunt of the attack and directly pierced the body of the fleeing Suji in the chest. Only then did the blood demon see the other party's figure. He frowned and controlled the flying sword to meet it with all his strength. Clang! With just one move, the seemingly majestic giant sword was knocked to the ground powerlessly. You dare to use a flying sword that has not been sacrificed at all to commit crimes? He sneered, pinched his fingers and stabbed the white light with a sword. With this little cultivation, you dare to be the yellow bird behind? You really don't know how to write the word death. Just when he was full of confidence, the white figure that seemed to be moving at an ordinary speed suddenly spread its wings and exploded like thunder. It's you. The moment he saw the wings, the blood demon immediately realized the other party's identity. However, his brain was quick, but his body was half a second slower. The speed of the other party's explosion was too fast, and it was over 100 feet away in the blink of an eye. There was no time to recall the flying sword, so he could only instinctively use the defensive magic weapon, a soft red silk, to block in front of him. The next moment, the white light approached. He grabbed the red silk with one hand and pulled it back suddenly. The tremendous force actually pulled a defensive magic weapon to create a gap. The 5 fingers of his left hand stretched out, grabbing down like the claws of a monster. Swish! Like a knife cutting tofu, this claw directly reached into the bag and grabbed the blood demon's heart. He pinched it directly, and in the blood demon's terrified eyes, the throbbing bright red heart turned into countless flesh flakes flying. Ignoring the shock, the blood demon gritted his teeth and made a move. Return. The torn red silk defensive magic weapon was about to wrap around his body again. Even though he was severely injured, he still remained calm. As long as the defensive magic weapon unfolded its power, he could mobilize it again. At worst, they would die together. However, the white figure did not give him any chance. The 5 fingers of both hands were spread out again. Although it did not reach the body, a surge of blood and ki rushed out. Like 2 streams of water hitting a rock, it split the blood demon's body in 2. Puff! In the air full of blood, flesh and intestines, the 2 halves of the body fell to the ground. The white figure paused, grabbed the red silk with one hand, and grabbed the storage bag on the blood demon's waist with the other hand. Then he waved his hand and put a human-shaped puppet lying on the ground into his bag. Then, he took a deep look at Han Zheng's body and left at a high speed. He didn't even look at the relics of the other disciples of Luo's sect who died in the battle. This battle is a long story. But from the appearance of the white figure holding a sword to the brutal killing of the blood demon, it was just a matter of time. After the white figure left, on the ground full of holes, Han Zheng opened his eyes faintly. In his arms, a grass-headed puppet that was only the size of a palm broke into 2 pieces with a click. A substitute puppet. The secret of the Han family of Luo sect. He relied on this thing to survive by chance. Standing up from the ground, Han Zheng's body trembled a little. He asked himself if he was outstanding and practiced the puppet art of Luo sect to a level that his peers could not catch up with. There are also 3 puppets made by his grandfather, Han Zan, for him, covering the 3 aspects of flight, long-range attack, and close combat. There are few rivals in the same level. Even the great monks in the late stage of foundation building, he dares to fight. But, in front of the blood demon, he is still weak and powerless, like a child. Especially distracted in the battle, he didn't even have time to activate the defense method given by his grandfather. If it weren't for the dead puppet to block this disaster, I'm afraid he would have fallen, and there would be no such person as Han Zheng in the world. The blood demon is fine. After all, he is a cultivator in the false elixir realm, 1 step away from the golden elixir. It took him only a few months to build his foundation and advance to the 5th level of foundation building. The huge gap in realm cannot be made up by external objects. But that person just now. Although he didn't open his eyes to see his true appearance, he could clearly see the lightning-fast battle under the perception of his spiritual consciousness. Using Suji as a cover, he pretended to attack with a magic weapon flying sword, and then suddenly attacked, closing the distance with a blood demon in the flash of lightning. Then he used unimaginable means to directly pull apart the defensive magic weapons. Finally, he attacked 3 times and directly toward the opponent's body. Such means are really thunderous and shocking. The blood demon probably didn't react from beginning to end. The most important thing is that the spiritual fluctuations revealed by the opponent are almost non-existent. All thanks to his body refining methods. Such people are definitely not unknown in the Yuding domain. Could it be that he is a strong man from outside the domain? Han Zhang couldn't think of the other party's origin. His mind moved, and suddenly he recalled the words "It's you" that the blood demon blurted out when he saw the other party. Could it be someone he knows? Well, let me see your true appearance, the blood demon, who you are, and I can also use this to judge which domain that person is from. He took a deep breath, regardless of the bloody smell, and walked forward. He used his spiritual power to control the body that was pulled into 2 halves, and not only that, he swept it with spiritual power. He wiped away the disguise on the other person's face. Hey, it's not Wang Yuan from the rumored Luo Chen, but Zhuan Yu. Looking at the familiar face, Han Zhang remembered the Xianlan fairy city he had been to. There, he had just established his foundation and defeated a sword cultivator from the Yuding sword sect, laying the foundation for his first victory after establishing his foundation. He remembered that there was this extremely handsome man on the viewing platform at that time. He came from Taoshan. It is rumored that he is the concubine of Taoho Patriarch of Beiho Palace. It's not Wang Yuan, but Zhuan Yu. However, he is also from Yuding domain. Since he knows the white figure, he must be from Yuding domain. He is good at force. Could it be that he is Wang Yuan? He was angry that Zhuan Yu used his name to act, so he attacked in anger. But is Wang Yuan so strong? The little information he had, he only knew that Wang Yuan was also proficient in the way of body refining. If this is the case, everything seems to be reasonable. But he attacked when he attacked, killing Master Su. Why did Su Ji? Han Zhang's eyes fell on Su Ji, who was pierced through the chest by a sword, and his expression was a little gloomy. The other party had just abandoned him and fled in advance, leaving him to cover the retreat. This kind of behavior really made him sick. Therefore, even if Suji was killed, he did not feel sad. However, when he glanced at the other 5 fellow disciples who died in the battle, he still couldn't avoid grief in his heart. At this time, a beam of light flew from the center of the ruins, landed beside him. "Nephew Han, are you okay?" Han Zhang raised his head with a look of surprise on his face. "Uncle Linghu." Linghu Ji glanced at the messy battlefield and frowned. When he looked at Zhuan Yu's body, he was even more surprised. Fate Dan Monk. Yes, he is the blood demon, a disciple of the Peach Blossom Patriarch of the 100 Flowers Palace. He manages the Xianlan Peach Mountain for the other party and is called Zhuan Yu. I just don't know why he has been wandering on the battlefield for these years, slaughtering monks and collecting their blood essence. Han Zhang was puzzled, with a puzzled look on his face. Ling Huji frowned and thought of a certain rumor. The Peach Blossom Patriarch. Shaking his head, he waved his sleeves and collected the bodies and belongings of all the dead disciples of the Lauren sect. Seeing this, Han Zhang asked in confusion, "Don't you use the gathering incense to gather the broken souls of the brothers?" Ling Huji patiently explained, "The power of thunder in this cave is too strong. Even if there is no lightning, it is still everywhere. When they died in the battle, the souls of the foundation-building cultivators could not remain in the world at all and were annihilated long ago." Han Zhang was stunned. How is this possible? Nothing is impossible, because this place is the cave of a great master who practiced a law of thunder. Even if the other party has passed away for 1,000 years, there are still powerful laws of thunder gathered here. Ling Huji looked at this vast world and said with great emotion, "The special landform of the Jiulai Mountain must have been slowly formed after the death of this senior. No one knows whether the Jiulai Mountain existed 1,000 years ago. Because the Yuding domain was only conquered by human cultivators 300 or 400 years ago. Before the name of Yuding domain, this area was called Liangsha Mountain Range. Let's go, I'll take you out first. This place is no longer a place for you foundation building cultivators to stay for a long time." Seeing Han Zhang's confusion, Ling Huji specifically said, "That senior died very hastily, and his body is probably still preserved in the cave in the center. This is a great opportunity, and those giant and major sects are no longer worthy of getting involved. After I get out, I will report to the real person, and then we will clear the field." Clear the field. Han Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously asked, "What about the sword sect?" "He will join us to clear the field," Ling Huji said lightly, with murderous intent in his eyes. At this moment, it was no longer the patient and warm Uncle Ling Hu in front of Han Zhang, but the feared Ling Hu, old ghost of the Luo Chen sect, outside. On the way out, Ling Huji asked about the course of the battle. Han Zhang told the truth, including that he was distracted by the battle, was easily defeated, and even provoked the shameful and humiliating thing of dying in the place of the puppet. Ling Huji didn't blame him, but gently told him to relax, learn from his mistakes, and try to avoid making such mistakes in the future. As for Suji's death, Han Zhang made some reservations. He didn't mention the other party's sinister act of abandoning him and running away alone. That was the other party's personal behavior. If he said it out, it would inevitably affect the other party's master Xiang Xingzi. He had a good relationship with Xiang Xingzi, and the other party himself didn't have much life. Instead of suffering in old age, it's better to let him sit in peace. And he didn't say that the white figure killed Suji. Whether the other party was intentional or unintentional, he still saved his life. If he mentioned this matter, Uncle Ling Hu would definitely investigate it, which would cause a lot of trouble for that person. He planned to remember this battle firmly in his heart. Senior brothers and junior brothers, you can use it but not be reliable. Everything depends on yourself. When fighting, you should plan before you act. If you don't move, you will learn from that person and make achievements in one fell swoop, and never procrastinate. It took some time for Ling Huji to take Han Zhang out of the cave. After letting Han Zhang go back to rest and recuperate, he called the Luo Chen sect's disciples and asked about the people who had entered and left before. After learning that there were no suspicious people, he stopped asking. It is not appropriate to involve too much in the matter of the blood demon. Behind the other party is Teoho Patriarch, who is one of the 3 golden elixirs of Beiho Palace. Beiho Palace is a branch of Luo Chen sect, another Yuanying upper sect. If you get involved too much, it is easy to get angry. Next, you are allowed to leave but not enter. Not only casual cultivators, but also disciples of the 4 major sects are not allowed to enter. Those who come out, use this magic weapon to take a photo. If there is any reaction, notify me immediately. Ling Huji ordered lightly. In the surprise of all the disciples, they even sent a voice transmission to mobilize more disciples to guard the door of the cave to ensure that it is watertight. Without the knowledge of the world, this so-called place of opportunity will have nothing to do with ordinary people. Chapter 395, You are a beautiful woman, but you are a thief. A figure was walking alone on the vast yellow sand. He carried an iron sword and had an old face. If someone familiar with him saw him, he would definitely think he was Zuo Song, the head of the Iron Sword Hall in Xianlin Immortal City. Only the 2 evil spirits of the netherworld and the 4 elders of Lion Kang knew that Zuo Song had already died in the ruins of the God Transformation. Luo Chen didn't know that after he left, the Luo Chen sect had already planned to seal the ruins of the God Transformation. At this moment, he recalled the quick battle just now in his mind, and he had a clearer understanding of his own strength. The movement speed far exceeded that of the early giant and cultivators, the body was strong enough to resist the ordinary attacks of magic weapons, and the rich blood. The blessing of these 3 provided him with extremely terrifying high burst for close combat. He could easily kill the so-called strongest false-stand cultivator in the foundation building. As for facing the giant and cultivator, he still didn't have much confidence. But thinking, maybe he could fight hard? Such a strong body must be used well. As for the killing moves of body refining, I don't know much, only the very low-level mountain breaking and monument breaking palm and the Xiangpeng claws recorded in the Xiangpeng transformation. After returning, I have to discuss it with Wang Yuan. He will definitely be able to provide me with enough suggestions. In the previous battle, he tried to use the Xiangpeng claws. Under high burst, it is indeed very strong. It can even pull defensive magic weapons. But after all, the distance is too close. Unless Luo Chen changes his body shape and transforms into demon-like transformation, making his body huge and expanding the attack range. But in that case, it will inevitably increase the enemy's attack range. There are pros and cons, and it is impossible to choose at present. Han Zhang should not be dead. Their Han family has a substitute puppet. I saw it in Daofang that year. The two gangs fought bloody battles on the Daofang forum. Gao Tingyan of the Daijiang gang once had a substitute puppet, but it was wasted on the forum. That thing is really a good thing. But in the entire Yuding domain, only the Han family of Luo's sect can refine it. Thinking of Daofang, Luo Chen thought of Suji and the humanoid puppet in his storage bag. At this moment, Luo Chen showed a trace of satisfaction on his face. If Xiang Xingzi hadn't accidentally told him about the past, he would have almost been deceived by Suji. Xiang Xingzi did not break his promise. He really found 3 foundation building pills for him. However, Suji, who came to the appointment, only gave him 2 foundation building pills, and secretly withheld 1. If he hadn't refined 3 portions of Emperor Liu Jiang, he would have failed to build his foundation and failed. This is the revenge of blocking the way. If he had had the chance before, he would definitely repay the other party. As for whether Han Zheng, who pretended to be dead, would find out and report it, he didn't care. When he took action, he hid his face, and the method was not the fire method he was best at. It can be said that there was no trace left. The only one who might be exposed was Liu Nai. But this thing is an illusory thing derived from a magic weapon, and he was activating it with blood and ki at that time. Han Zheng closed his eyes in fake death, so he couldn't detect it. The blood demon knew his identity, but unfortunately he was dead. However, Luo Chen was really surprised by the true identity of the blood demon. After he killed the other party, his spiritual eyes saw through the other party's disguise and found that it was Tao Shinzuanayu, which was really unexpected. Although the other party's identity was not noble, he was backed by the Taoho patriarch, and he was a fake pill cultivator. There was also a Taoshan gold selling cave to make money for him. Why would he do these magic acts? There was no sign of Zuanayu's mental disorder. These things have nothing to do with me. Go back to Xianlan Fairy City first, recover your spiritual power and make plans. Luo Chen made a decision quickly. However, when he passed the 1,000-mile range of Jincha floating island, his heart suddenly moved. He took out several jade beads and raised his eyebrows. All of them were voice transmissions. There were Duan Feng's, Su Huanzhen's, and Chu Kui's. What was strange was that there were also voice transmissions from Wang Yuan and Min Longayu. The first 3 voice transmissions were not strange. When he entered the ruins of the God of Transformation, they were still on the battlefield. It was normal for them to send voice transmissions out of concern for him. But the latter 2 should be in Xianlan Fairy City, right? He opened the jade pendant, and the voice transmissions entered his ears one by one. After listening to them, a warm current surged in his heart, and a little bit of touching flowed through his heart. You actually came all the way to rescue me. Forget it, let's make an appointment to meet first. At that moment, he sent voice transmissions to Wang, Chu, and Minimum. Beyond the thousands of miles of yellow sand, in a lush green forest, 3 figures cut through the sky and rushed over at lightning speed. As soon as they landed, the 3 of them opened their spiritual consciousness. However, before they found their target, a white figure stepped out leisurely from a big tree. Gentlemen, long time no see. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and his cold and thin face was a little softer. President, you are still alive. Min Longayu rushed over excitedly. Seeing that he was so excited and wanted to hug, Luo Chen quickly stretched out his hand. Stop, if Kai was here, I wouldn't mind hugging her. Min Longayu stopped and couldn't help but smile. Luo Chen patted him on the shoulder. Your formation is great. Min Longayu's eyes lit up and blurted out, I have a better formation now, President, do you want it? Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. Let's set up a hidden formation first, so as not to be discovered by passers-by. Right away. Min Longayu immediately took out an extremely complete formation plate and started to busy around it. That magic weapon formation plate, if nothing unexpected happens, is the treasure of Yang Wei, who set up the Thunder Prison formation to try to kill Wang Yuan. I asked Wang Yuan to take it back. In more than a year, Min Longayu seems to have mastered part of it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to boast just now. I knew that you kid wouldn't die. Chu Kui laughed. Luo Chen bowed to him. Brother Chu covered my back and fought against a giant and cultivator with his foundation building body. I will remember this favor in my heart. Chu Kui waved his hand. Why are you saying this? I will do things if I get paid, but if I make a promise, even if I don't have money, I will do it. Luo Chen smiled and said nothing more. Just remember these things in your heart. Finally, Wang Yuan walked in front of Luo Chen and punched him hard in the chest. This battle, you fought for me. A simple sentence, everything that follows is self-explanatory. Indeed, if it wasn't for rescuing Wang Yuan, Luo Chen would not have killed Yan Lizi and offended D19. Every drink and every bite is destined by heaven. Although Luo Chen suffered a great loss, he also gained a little in the ruins, so he didn't lose anything. Huh? Suddenly, Wang Yuan looked at Luo Chen in surprise. He subconsciously stretched out his finger, trying to touch Luo Chen's body. Don't. Luo Chen pushed his hand away. Brother, don't worry, your eyes and gestures are a bit corny. Wang Yuan shook his head and stared at Luo Chen in amazement. Your body. Let's talk about it when we get back. Luo Chen interrupted him, and then took advantage of the deployment of the hidden formation to shake out the ownerless magic tools and treasures in the storage bag. Only Chu Kui understood his strange movements. In fact, there is no need to register these merits. The 4 sects all know that you killed D1 and there are already 10,000 merit points on the merit list. Enough for us to exchange for the secret technique of Feijiden. Killing a Jinden, only 10,000? Really cheap. Luo Chen said, 10,000 is not enough. I need to exchange the secret techniques of Dan forming in Aleo Mountain and Kingdom Valley. But this is still more than enough. Chu Kui was puzzled. I killed 8 or 9,000 merit points with you at the beginning. It only takes 4,000 merit points to exchange for the 2 secret techniques of Dan forming. Luo Chen nodded, and then changed the subject and said, most secret techniques of Dan forming are used in conjunction with external objects. For example, the Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation requires the Dragon Transformation Pill and the Ice Phoenix Pill as auxiliary. The other 2 sects are probably not much different. The extra merit points can be used to exchange for the corresponding auxiliary external objects. If there are none, then all of them can be exchanged for the Foundation Establishment Pill and the cultivation resources needed for the late stage of the Foundation Establishment. At this point, he smiled heartily. It's a waste if you don't use it. This war is probably going to end because the Huashan ruins have been opened. Let's make a final profit, so that this trip will not be in vain. Chu Kui suddenly realized he really forgot about this. Moreover, exchanging the Foundation Establishment Pill was unnecessary in his opinion. But Luo Chen, standing at the height of the leader of Luo Xianhu, would definitely not let it go. Chu Kui's merits had already been registered, and now including Luo Chen's, a rough statistics was made, and the merits of the 2 sides added up to 9,000. Chu Kui sighed at this number. If D1 hadn't intervened, we would have been able to gather the required merits. Don't sigh, go quickly and come back quickly, we'll wait for you here. Then I'll go first. Remember to keep a low profile and don't show off. Luo Chen was not very reassured, and specially reminded him. I know, after all, the 3 secret techniques of forming elixirs are always easy to attract people's covetousness. Chu Kui smiled slightly, put away the pile of certificates needed to count the merits, and jumped away. After he left, Luo Chen simply asked about the situation of Luo Xianhu. He was relieved to know that Luo Xianhu was safe and sound. However, the fact that the fairy Juking personally entered the Huashan ruins to look for him was indeed a bit beyond Luo Chen's expectations. That woman, despite her mood swings, really thinks highly of him. I vaguely remember that when I triggered the thunderstorm array, she rushed to the scene from thousands of miles away. I'm afraid I'll have to meet her after I go back. Luo Chen is no longer afraid of dealing with Jinden cultivators. In the past, he relied on the status and position brought by alchemy, and his words were a bit empty. But now that his strength has skyrocketed, he has a little more confidence, and he can naturally be more calm. At the end, Luo Chen mentioned the blood demon. Teoshan Zuanliu. Wang Yuan was a little stunned. Luo Chen nodded, it's indeed him, I don't know why he did these things. Wang Yuan frowned, maybe he wants to practice some evil skills to collect the essence and blood of so many foundation building cultivators. Luo Chen hummed. He also guessed this, just like when Wang Yuan secretly collected a large number of essence and blood of key refining cultivators in the Jinden ruins of the Guian Mountains. It is definitely not a personal preference. There must be a purpose, and evil alchemy is the best explanation. It's a pity. I got a defensive magic weapon from him, but now it's not easy to show it to the world. Zongmiao, the lover of Teoho Patriarch. Defensive magic weapons are precious things. Unless they are made by the weapon caster, Ordinary foundation building cultivators really can't have them. Even Chu Kui used only a broken defensive magic weapon before. It was destroyed by D19. The origin of this red silk defensive magic weapon is very likely to be given by Teohu Patriarch himself. Zongmiao must not have been in his hands for a long time. Otherwise, Luo Chen would not have easily used his huge force to pull out a flaw in the space during the battle. This situation can only be explained by the insufficient degree of sacrifice. Wang Yuan comforted him, "It's just a magic weapon. In this battle, you and Chu Kui have obtained dozens of magic weapons. There are many excellent and sophisticated ones among them, so why worry about this single one?" It's true. In the Battle of Jilai, Luo Chen only suffered a big loss from D19. But if you look at the overall situation, it's still a profit. There were so many legacies of foundation-building cultivators, including the savings of late-stage great cultivators. Now that all of them were gathered in his possession, it was more than enough for him to use or to distribute to Luo Xianhu cultivators. Even many first-rate forces probably couldn't gather so many magic weapons. After Chu Kui exchanges for the secret art of forming the elixir, and a large number of foundation-building pills, plus these massive resources, the prosperity of Luo Xianhu is just around the corner. Wang Yuan looked forward to the future of Luo Xianhu. The rise and fall of a force involves many aspects. Generally speaking, it is the internal talents and the external environment. In terms of the internal aspect, Luo Xianhu has a good foundation. However, in the current external environment, under the baptism of war, a huge vacuum of middle-level forces has appeared in Yuding domain. It is precisely the opportunity for Luo Xianhu to rise. While talking about this, Min Longgao, who was in charge of the formation, suddenly spoke. "Elder Chu is back. So fast? Or has the Four Sects Alliance already made preparations for Luo Xianhu cultivators to exchange resources?" Luo Chen looked up and saw Chu Kui's figure hundreds of miles away. Suddenly, his eyebrows raised. In the sky, Chu Kui made a special gesture, grabbing and releasing, clenching into a fist, repeating this 3 times. Luo Chen was not unfamiliar with this gesture. When he teamed up with Chu Kui before, there were some agreed gestures. Now this set of movements means that someone is chasing behind him and preparing to fight back. It seems that someone is indeed targeting him. Luo Chen smiled slightly, and sent a voice message to Wang Yuan's curiosity. After a while, Chu Kui flew hundreds of miles to the sky above the forest. When he reached the hidden formation, he did not stop at all and continued to fly forward. 10 miles behind him, there was a faint spiritual fluctuation. When the spiritual fluctuation was about to cross the sky above the dense forest, it suddenly stopped, as if it was attacked by some invisible attack. 3 figures were broken and revealed. "Be careful." A sharp female voice came out. In contrast, there was a faint killing sound. Too late. The next moment, 4 huge earth-yellow walls rose up from the ground with a rumble, surrounding all 4 directions. 2 figures soared into the sky, one flashing white light like lightning, and the other with a strong blood and energy like an angry dragon. The faces of the 3 people who were following changed drastically, and they all flew into the sky. However, at some point, Chu Kui had already returned. A huge stick shadow that covered the sky and the sun smashed down. Boom. 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 Just one hand over, and the offense and defense changed. A middle-aged man fell to the ground with his eyes wide open, and his heart was pinched in the middle of Luo Chen's white claws. The other old man had 2 more holes on his body, almost piercing his heart. The last beautiful woman was the most embarrassed, with disheveled hair and spitting blood. She was hit by Chu Kui. She didn't die, which was considered quite skillful. However, in the blink of an eye, 1 died and 2 were seriously injured, which still made the 2 people like frightened birds, extremely panicked. They were the 3 late foundation-building masters joining forces. Even on the battlefield at that time, they had never suffered such a big loss. That white light, in a flash, killed the strongest man among them. This was something no one expected. For a moment, everyone's eyes fell on Luo Chen. Swish! A ball of fire emerged and burned the heart in his hand to ashes. Luo Chen smiled and looked at the 2 people. "Fellow Taoist Ling, I haven't seen you for many years. How did you fall to the point of doing such a despicable thing as a robbery cultivator? Persist. Work hard. Try to ensure continuous updates. Brothers who have monthly tickets and recommendation tickets can vote. I didn't save any manuscripts before, and I didn't have the confidence to ask for votes, for fear that I would stop updating one day. I have gotten used to it these days, and my face is a little thick, so I just ask for a small wave. Chapter 396 Thunder Fairy Pearl. Surrounded by the huge wall, 3 figures were standing in the sky on the left and right, surrounding an old man and a woman. Deep in the earth, there was another person who was hiding and controlling the array disk, wholeheartedly maintaining this second-level array designed to trap the enemy. You are a beautiful woman, but you are a thief. There was a hint of sarcasm and disdain in the faint smile. Ling Yazi had disheveled hair and bloodshot mouth, looking miserable. The moment she saw Luo Chen, her pupils trembled violently. You are not dead. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I'm sorry to disappoint you. Luo has a deep fortune, how can I die so easily? Hearing the word Luo, the old man's face changed drastically. Without any hesitation, a black bead appeared in his hand. Dan Chenzi, let me go. Seeing the black bead emitting a strong and dangerous aura, Luo Chen's pupils shrank slightly, and he subconsciously took a step back. Ling Yazi beside the old man screamed, Old Ghost Feng, you are crazy. This is the Thunder Immortal Pearl. If you detonate it, no one will survive. Old Ghost Feng was unmoved, and stared at Luo Chen with a pair of sharp black eyes. Dan Chenzi, I know you have fought against the Golden Core Master, and your strength is extraordinary. I thought it was just an exaggeration, but I killed Taoist Lu in one blow just now, which shows that the rumor is true. But my Thunder Immortal Pearl was obtained from the remains of the God Transformation in Jili Mountain, and it also has the power to fight against the Golden Core Master. If you don't let me go, the worst that can happen is that we will all die together. Luo Chen looked doubtful. For a moment, he was really shocked. He looked at Wang Yuan and Chu Kui. Wang Yuan nodded slightly, agreeing with his statement. Chu Kui also spoke up, Old Ghost Feng didn't lie. There were indeed many Thunder Immortal Pearls in the Huishan ruins. One of them was detonated by a casual cultivator who was building his foundation, severely injuring a giant and cultivator of the Yan League. Hearing this, Luo Chen felt a flash of regret in his heart. He had just acted quickly and instantly killed the strongest cultivator of the 8th level of the foundation building among the 3. Unexpectedly, seeing that the relatively weak old man had a real killer in his hand. The Huishan ruins are really a place of opportunity. He pursed his dry lips, such a one-time killing weapon, I guess you can't sacrifice and control it. Old Ghost Feng did not hide it, indeed, just like what fellow Taoist Ling said, once it is activated, no one or animal will survive within a radius of 10 miles, and no grass or trees will grow, and everyone will die together. So, Dan Chenzi, you'd better think twice before you act. Luo Chen glanced at Wang Yuan, and finally his eyes fell on Ling Yazi. Whose idea was it to hunt down Chu Kui? It was Lu. Ling Yazi was about to speak when she was interrupted by Feng Laoge. It was Ling Yazi's idea. Fellow Taoist Lu and I are not casual cultivators from Xianlin Immortal City, and we are not familiar with Chu Kui at all. It was her. Not only did she know Chu Kui, but she also knew that Chu Kui had joined the Luo Chen Society. That's why she informed us to join forces to kill Chu Kui after he exchanged for the secret technique of Fei Jidun. Feng Buping, you bastard. Ling Yazi was furious and cursed directly. When you slept with me, you said we would advance and retreat together. Haha, physical pleasure is not a great oath, only a silly woman like you would take it seriously. Besides, it's not like I didn't help you advance to the late stage of foundation building, I don't owe you anything. Old man. Chu Kui, holding a long stick, stood high at the exit of the formation. Looking at the 2 people attacking each other, a fierce look appeared on his face. He said that when he went to exchange resources, he had done a good job of disguising himself. From beginning to end, it was all done quickly. Even if some resources take time to be delivered, he chose to give up. Unexpectedly, he would still be remembered by others. Now it seems that it was Ling Yazi, the old neighbor for many years, who recognized him. That's right. The other party had an intersection with the Lord of Fragrance Eaters. The Golden Pill Master was best at recognizing people by smell. In front of her, simple disguises and concealing breath can't be hidden at all. Ling Yazi has also mastered this in recent years, and can really mark herself without anyone noticing. Suddenly. Feng Laoge, you can go, but Ling Yazi must stay for us. Luo Chen spoke. After he spoke, a big hole slowly appeared in the huge wall opposite. Feng Laoge couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, took a deep look at Luo Chen and the others, and was about to leave. However, He stopped again just after taking a step. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. Do you have any more advice? I don't deserve your advice. I heard that fellow Taoist Chu Kui exchanged for 3 secret techniques of forming a pill in one go. I wonder if you can give me one. At this point, Feng Laoga slightly raised the black bead in his hand. Luo Chen said with a fake smile, are you asking for too much? I don't deserve your advice, but I'm old and I have to fight for forming a pill. Feng Laoga held up the Thunder Fairy Pearl and said confidently. He has seen it clearly. These people in Luo Chen who are very cherishing their lives. Luo Chen lowered his head with a gloomy face, as if he was thinking about something. Feng Laoga didn't urge him. He also knew that no one would be willing to give up the secret technique of forming a pill that he had finally obtained. But he believed that the other party would definitely agree. After a long while, Luo Chen slowly raised his head, and a pair of eyes as deep as a cold pond looked straight at him. Well, hearing these 2 words, Feng Laoga was happy. It's done? He seemed to have seen himself getting the secret technique of forming a golden elixir, going back and practicing in seclusion for 50 years, and finally succeeding in forming a golden elixir when the deadline came. By then, he would be one of the few golden elixir masters in Yuding domain. He could seize a spiritual land, create a sect, and act tyrannically. Even the nascent Soul Avenue is not. No. Feng Laoga suddenly woke up. Little thief, you cheated. He subconsciously wanted to activate the Thunder Fairy Pearl and perish with everyone. However, something happened that shocked him. His wrist was cut at the wrist, as if tofu was cut, and only the white bones were hideous. And the meridians in his body were conflicting with qi and blood, and he could not mobilize the spiritual energy. At this moment, Wang Yuan suddenly put his hands together and slammed them together. Explode. The next moment, Feng Laoga's whole body suddenly expanded like a big water ball filled with water. He tried to control it by force, but his mind froze again and missed the best opportunity. Luo Chen, I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. Bang! A loud noise was heard. In the bloody rain, Ling Yazi looked at the scene blankly. On her charming face, there were drops of blood. When she looked up blankly, she saw Luo Chen holding the Thunder Fairy Pearl and looking at it with interest. Kill him. It seemed like he just said something insignificant. But in her ears, it was a fatal sound. She subconsciously wanted to activate the magic weapon, but 2 figures, one up and one left, launched attacks. In just a moment, the beauty who was once a famous socialite in Xianlan Fairy City fell in this uninhabited dense forest. Chu Kui stepped into the formation and looked at this scene and couldn't help shaking his head and frowning. You guys are too cruel, digging out a heart and blowing it into pieces. I have nightmares when I go back to sleep. Luo Chen smiled. If we really talk about cruelty, Min Longayu deep underground is the cruelest. When he was in the key refining stage, he used the formation to skin alive Han Dang, the heart-devouring tiger of the Pashan gang, under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Compared to him, he and Wang Yuan were more pleasant and less brutal. Chu Kui approached Luo Chen and looked at the black bead in his hand. I said you are very brave. Aren't you afraid that he will explode instantly? Luo Chen shook his head. I didn't want to do it so quickly. Brother Wang's method needs some time to catalyze. I am indeed prepared to wait until he leaves and then slowly grind him to death. Wang Yuan beside him nodded. At the beginning of the battle, Chu Kui hit the head to block the retreat of 3 people. Luo Chen killed 1 person instantly, and he used the blood god Tribulation Finger to inject his own ki into Feng Laoga's body. But the ki injected was not much, and it was impossible to quickly activate the blood transformation ki. If the opponent had not been pushing it too far, and Luo Chen had not used the powerful soul to perform the devil's magic, he would not have forced the blood transformation magic finger. Even so, it almost failed. Fortunately, Luo Chen added another soul-stealing spell. Otherwise, the other party would have really caught his breath. With such a killing weapon in hand, we are a little more confident when we meet the Golden Core Master. Chu Kui said excitedly while looking at the Thunder Immortal Pearl. Luo Chen nodded involuntarily. Losing the mysterious ice talisman and getting the Thunder Immortal Pearl again. It can be considered a blessing in disguise. Clean up the battlefield and leave quickly. Luo Chen looked around, feeling a little heavy in his heart. I'm afraid the journey back to Xianlan will not be smooth. Chu Kui and Wang Yuan started to collect the spoils. Min Longayu emerged from the ground and used formations to eliminate the spiritual fluctuations in this area. At the end, Luo Chen waved his sleeves one after another, performing a series of cleaning spells to remove the auras left by the few of them. Not only that, he also focused on cleaning Chu Kui. Ling Yazi can keep some tricks, so others can do the same. These casual cultivators who have been in the world of immortal cultivation for many years are not easy to deal with, and they all have some trump cards and tricks. It is better to be cautious. After dealing with these things, the four of them no longer lingered, summoned the top-grade flying boat and left directly. After a long time, several figures came to the sky above the dense forest. Each of them suspiciously investigated, and finally stopped at the place where the battle took place. Is it here? It must be here. Although there are no traces left, the soil here is quite compact, which is clearly caused by the huge spiritual pressure. I wonder how the battle ended. Can we track where they went? No. There are masters among them, who have cleared all the auras. My spirit beast can't even sense the aura of Gyankazi. This is troublesome. Actually, it's not troublesome. No matter where they go, the final target is Dangsha Peak in Xianlan Fairy City. We go straight to Dangsha and we will definitely find them. But that place is now the territory of Bingbao. With the protection of Master Joking, will we have a chance if we go there? Let's go first. After a brief conversation, several people immediately drove the magic tools and flew away. The target is directly pointing to Dangsha. Chapter 397 Xianlan Night Dream, 10,000 Paths Converge. A few days later, late at night, a figure walked through the deserted long street and came to the foot of Xianlan Peak along the Xianlan Trail. Who is coming? Luo Xianhu Chu Lingjin. Why are you still going up the mountain so late? Come and register. In the dark night, a thin man walked over as he was told. When he got closer, he looked at the unfamiliar foundation building cultivator and asked curiously, where is Senior Wang Ping? The mountain guards who were building the foundation were disturbed by someone's sweet dream, and they were not very impatient. When he heard him ask about the previous person, he was even more displeased. Dead. You didn't do the good mission of guarding the mountain, but you had to go to the battlefield. Now I'm afraid that your ghost can't find the way home. Luo Chen, who pretended to be Chu Lingjin, was stunned. He thought that this war would take the lives of many people, but he didn't expect that Wang Pingzi, an ordinary security guard of Xianlan Peak, would also die because of it. However, changing people can still build a closer relationship. Luo Chen secretly handed over a medicine bottle, which was the Hiki pill of Yao Wang sect. It's not too expensive, but it's a rare good thing for a cultivator in the key refining stage. The Shaoxin's Huji was stunned for a moment. He looked at him carefully, and then quietly put it away. Luo Xianhu, Chu Lingjin, right. Yes, it's the junior. The thin man nodded. Shaoxin's Huji drew a few strokes on the bamboo slips. Okay, the registration is complete, you can go up the mountain. At this point, he opened the Shinai Shengshu formation. Seeing the thin man about to step in, he hesitated for a moment, but still called him. Don't go in and out of Xianlan Peak late at night in the future. Now because of the Zhili Mountain Huashan ruins, many foreign strongmen have come to Yuding territory, plus a group of fierce men who retreated from the battlefield. Even Xianlan Fairy City is still mixed with good and bad guys, and it's quite dangerous. No one will care if you have an identity token when you go in and out of Xianlan Peak during the day, but the inspection will be very strict at night. At this point, he paused and added another sentence. You are only in the key refining stage, but you can rent a cave in Xianlan Peak. I think you are wealthy. When you enter and leave the immortal city, you'd better be careful. Don't be followed by others without knowing it. Luo Chen listened to these words carefully, bowed to him, and then flew to Xianlan Peak with a magic weapon. The mountain guard shook his head at his back, then took out a Kedan jade bottle, tossed it up and down, and a bright smile appeared on his face. It turns out that this mountain guarding mission is not without benefits. Luo Xianhu? It's a very good sect. Reading this familiar name, he seemed to remember something. It was a vassal with a good relationship with his own sect. The president seemed to be a guest elder of the Ice Castle. Maybe he could turn a blind eye to their comings and goings in the future. In the deep night, the man drove the magic weapon and flew slowly towards the back of Xianlan Peak. The flying speed of the key refining stage made him a little slow. But no matter how slow, he would arrive. But when he stopped in front of a cave house, if the mountain guards saw him, he would be very surprised. He did not go to a first-level cave house, but a second-level cave house. It was a top-grade spiritual land in a second-level cave house. He casually cast a spiritual spell, and the formation guarding the cave house slowly opened. The clouds and mist dissipated, and the man stepped in. As soon as he entered, he heard Xia Erling's surprised voice. "It's so late, why are you here, Sister President?" She walked over in small steps and saw the man in front of the cave entrance. "Chu Lingjun, you are so late." "No, where did you get the formula to enter the formation?" Luo Chen smiled slightly, his aura changed, and he wiped it on his face. His facial features shifted, his figure rose, and in the blink of an eye, a familiar figure appeared in front of her. The realm of the foundation building period was even more obvious. Bai Miling was stunned for a moment, and the intimacy from the depths of her soul made her rush forward regardless of everything. "Master, you are back." At the same time, the door of the training room was instantly opened, and a beautiful figure couldn't wait to fly out. Luo Chen smiled slightly, holding Bai Miling with one hand and opening his other half of his arms with the other hand. The pretty figure broke into his arms. Woo woo woo. There was a sobbing sound. Luo Chen smiled and shook his head. "Why are you crying?" "I'm back now, aren't I?" Gu Kai raised her head, pounded his strong and broad chest with her bare hands, and looked up at that thin face. "Who told you to leave for more than a year and not send any news back? I'm worried about you. Especially when I heard that you were hunted by a giant and cultivator before. Women just talk too much?" Luo Chen lowered his head and kissed her heavily. Well, Bai Miling had left Luo Chen's arms in time and watched the scene with a smile. After a long time, their lips parted. The air seemed to be filled with a charming atmosphere. "Wei Niang, come over later, Xia Erling, you watch the formation." Luo Chen simply instructed, and then he couldn't wait to hold Gu Kai into the bedroom. Bai Miling opened her eyes wide and looked at the backs of the two. It turns out that the master is also a ghost like her. But, he is a sex ghost. Sima Wei Niang got the news and rushed over at night, just when she saw Luo Chen walking out of the bedroom. Wearing a loose black silk coat, his thin figure is more unrestrained and uninhibited than the previous, mature and steady. His long black hair fluttered behind him casually. She was stunned and subconsciously said, "I seem to have come at the wrong time." "No, you have come at the right time." A strange smile appeared on Luo Chen's thin face, and he waved to the woman. Sima Wei Niang hesitated for a moment, but she couldn't suppress the surging emotions in her heart after all, and she walked up involuntarily. Seeing Luo Chen hugging her and about to enter the previous room, she said in a weak and mosquito-like voice, "Change the room, okay? Not good, trouble." This time, the man was much tougher than before. Sima Wei Niang didn't want to disobey him, and half-heartedly entered the door. Inside, the clouds and rain were turned upside down, and the red waves were turned upside down. A woman woke up in the middle of the battle, and then was defeated and joined the battlefield. Luo Chen had experienced many battles between foundation-building cultivators. This time, he returned from his studies with a great increase in combat power. His strong physique gave him unprecedented combat power, and he killed until the sky collapsed and the earth cracked, and the mountains and seas overturned. Bai Miling supported her chin with one hand on the stone table in the hall, listening with relish. With the other hand, she flipped through the recipe, intending to prepare a rich meal for Luo Chen. This went on until dawn. After all, they were foundation-building cultivators with strong recovery ability. After dawn, Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai left Xianlin Peak with ruddy faces and radiant looks, and went to Luo Xian to handle affairs as usual. As for Luo Chen, it was a rare sleep. This sleep lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. In the year of the god-transforming ruins, he was almost always drawing the power of thunder and lightning to refine his body. Occasionally, he took a rest, but it was just a shallow nap. So that under the powerful body, the soul was extremely tired. It was as if he had been in a year-long non-stop retreat. For foundation-building cultivators, this kind of retreat that squeezes the limit is feasible. Especially when impacting the realm level, there are often months and years of sleepless nights. But in daily life, there are often short breaks. Otherwise, the soul is squeezed too much, it is easy to leave sequelae. Fortunately, when Luo Chen woke up slowly, he did not notice any sequelae. On the contrary, he was strong and energetic. Faintly, he felt that his soul seemed to have risen to a higher level, and there were some inexplicable changes. What exactly changed, Luo Chen couldn't say. But he knew that it was a good change, and more would have to wait and be discovered slowly in the future. When he left the bedroom, he didn't see anyone. After releasing his spiritual consciousness, he found that Bai Miling was busy on the 1-acre second-level spiritual field outside. It seemed that a crop had been harvested before, and now a new crop has been replaced, and the growth is still good. The trees were lush, the flowers and plants were lively, and the sun-warming tree that had been cut down had sprouted new golden leaves. Luo Chen did not disturb her, but turned and entered the practice room. The rich concentration of spiritual energy hid him. Luo Chen took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and started to practice the Eternal Youth Sutra. He had not practiced for a long time, but his movements were not unfamiliar or blocked. Whether it was swallowing and transporting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, or circulating the meridians to purify and refine, everything seemed to be a natural process. It can even be said that during the second practice, Luo Chen had a new idea. Not only did he practice the Eternal Youth Sutra, he also used the air intake technique in his self-created heavenly thunder body refining method to take a deep breath. In this way, with 3 methods in place, his efficiency in transporting and absorbing external spiritual energy was greatly increased. The meridians in his body did not feel any effort, and he even felt that he had not finished yet. After a long time, Luo Chen stopped practicing. Feeling the state of spiritual power in his body, he nodded. The slightly dry qi was reintroduced with fresh water. If he continued at the current pace, it wouldn't take long for him to recover to his previous peak state. However, this was not the most urgent matter. Luo Chen's mind moved, and a transparent panel appeared in front of him like a waterfall. Lifespan 50/250, spiritual roots, gold, wood, water, fire, earth, realm, 6th level of foundation building 30 out of 100, 3rd level of ancient times 1/100, Kung Fu, Grandmaster of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra 600/1000, proficient in the Heavenly Thunder Body Refining Method 220/300, Sutra of 10,000 Beasts 10/100, Spells, 3rd level, Perfect 90,000 Miles 427/500, Entry level of Mirror Flowers and Water Moon 75/100, Entry level of Life Severing Finger 1/100, 2nd level, Perfection of Mountain Slide, Perfection of Glazed Sky Curtain, Perfection of Scorching Sun Technique, Perfection of Spring Breeze and Rain Technique, Perfection of Water Mirror Technique 475/500, Proficient in Flower Fairy Technique 127/200. Proficient in the technique of Bewitching Gods 177/200, proficient in the technique of Kusanagi Jingjin Swordsmanship 125 out of 200, 1st level, Grandmaster of the technique of Shocking Gods 509/1000. Great perfection spells, click to check details, Alchemy, Grandmaster Kingaden Mayan Fa 900/1000, Pian Hand Perfect 371 out of 500, Scale Turning Hand Entry 18 out of 100, Star Picking Hand Master 281 out of 300. Great Perfection Alchemy, click to check details, Martial Arts, Great Perfection of Kaishan Poba E Palm, Grandmaster Cheyenne Sanho 571/1000, Profession, 2nd level Alchemist, 2nd level Physician, 2nd level Pills, Entry of Jiangjin Pills 10/100, Entry of Emperor Liu Jiang 9 out of 100, 1st level Pills, Great Perfection of Burning Blood Pills, Entry of Feeding Spirit Pills 30 out of 100, Great Perfection Pills, click to check details, Achievement Points. 22. The dazzling array of entries makes people dizzy at first glance. But Luo Chen is full of joy and a sense of achievement. There is no other reason. These are the most intuitive manifestations of his achievements after years of hard work. In fact, he hadn't opened the hidden entries yet, otherwise there would be more. At first glance, Luo Chen focused on the lifespan. 250 years? 20 years more than the upper limit of lifespan after advancing to the 6th level of foundation building. I think it was due to the change of his physique. However, it was clearly stated in the entry that his physical realm had reached the 3rd level, so why only 20 years more? Is it because I only have a human body? The long lifespan of monsters is actually not so related to whether the realm is strong or not. It is more due to the natural advantages of the race. Of course, the stronger the realm, the longer they live. After breaking through the great realm, there will be a corresponding improvement. But at the low realm, it is not so obvious. Luo Chen only gained the corresponding physical strength, But he did not have the corresponding racial qualitative change, so he only added this little lifespan. It can even be said that unless he has a huge improvement in body refining, the addition to lifespan will not be too great. After all, he did not follow the traditional body refining technique that human cultivators developed to increase lifespan. Luo Chen did not create that technique to increase his lifespan. Luo Chen did not express any dissatisfaction with this. The upper limit of lifespan of 250 years is already very good. For ordinary foundation building practitioners, without practicing the secret techniques of the Immortal Evergreen Sutra that can prolong lifespan, the general lifespan is only more than 250 years. If you suffer a serious injury during the practice, you may even die prematurely. He is only at the 6th level of foundation building now. In the future, the upper limit will only be higher and farther than the same level of foundation building. What surprised Luo Chen was that his body refining realm entry had changed. It was no longer the traditional human body refining level of the first level of Vajra, the second level of Blood River, and the third level of Baking Furnace. Instead, it became a somewhat confusing, ancient level 3. Ancient? Could it be referring to the wild beasts and ancient beasts among the monsters? The human race in the mountain and sea realm knows a lot about monsters. Because in this world, the biggest enemy of mankind is monsters. The current monsters are taking the path of transformation that evolved after the ancient times. The first stage is to absorb Qi, the second stage is to condense Dan, the third stage is to open wisdom, the fourth stage is to transform into human form, and after reaching the fifth stage, it can be called an ancient monster, which is equivalent to the great power of the human race. However, it is rumored that before the ancient times, the mainstream of monsters did not take this path. At that time, monsters took the ancient and natural path of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper their monster bodies and master the innate magical powers of their race. Among this category, there are wild beasts that are ignorant and unintelligent, and there are ancient beasts that are as smart as humans and can even master the great way of heaven and earth. The latter is also the origin of the name of the 5th level ancient monster today. I created this body refining method because the situation was critical at the time. I had no time to comprehend the changes in Qi and blood. I was just wasting the thunder power in my body. Therefore, it is an extremely pure method of physical tempering. From this point of view, it is indeed the same system as the ancient monsters before the ancient times. Luo Chen muttered to himself, as if he was sorting out information, and as if he was groping for the way forward. But soon, he recalled the various contents of the heavenly thunder body refining method with a moody mood, and was a little confused for a while. What will be the final outcome of practicing demon magic in human form? After a moment, Luo Chen cheered up. Who cares? This set of methods was tailor-made for him by the system. Who said it was a demon magic? It's just a different path to the same destination. However, some changes on the panel caused by the body refining made Luo Chen pay more attention. Ming Shen Poshak, Wang's secret book, gas homogeneous, and turtle spirit covering armor all disappeared. These 4 sets of methods involve many methods such as evil spirit body refining, tempering will, refining essence into gas, essence and gas conversion, and human race's conventional body refining. Especially the turtle spirit covering armor, which imitates the ancient great demon black tortoise, and has 4 secret techniques: turtle breathing, covering armor, avoiding death, and prolonging life. It can be said to be extremely mysterious. Luo Chen even practiced it to the master level and mastered the 3 techniques of turtle breathing, covering armor, and avoiding death. Now, this spell has also disappeared. And their whereabouts, there is no doubt, have all been integrated into the heavenly thunder body refining method by the system. Otherwise, how can we say that this set of methods is to incorporate the strengths of hundreds of schools and refine all the foundation of Luo Chen's life? It can even be said that this set of body refining methods also involves the Alchemy Kingaden Mayadan method, the secret art of forming the elixir dragon and phoenix tribulation, the evil spirit opening, the thunder opening, and many other skills and means. At this time, it is not appropriate to call this set of methods Heavenly Thunder Body Refining Method. The name was just given in a hurry and at random. Luo Chen pondered for a moment, and the entry of Heavenly Thunder Body Refining Method on the system panel changed to 10,000 Daos convergence with a ripple of light. The meaning is very simple. Since this method takes the strengths of hundreds of schools and obviously has room for improvement and optimization, it is better to call it the confluence of 10,000 ways to create Luo Chen's powerful true body. It not only contains its origin, but also Luo Chen's ambition for its future. This is also the first time I have created a technique since I started practicing. I don't know how far I can go with this technique in the future. Luo Chen smiled calmly, with a faint sense of joy and pride in his heart. Although the technique is based on the third-level body refining technique Xiangpeng transformation, it is deduced, combined, and summarized by the system. But in the final analysis, the many skills, secrets, spells, and techniques involved are all accumulated by Luo Chen's hard work over the years. The system is just an auxiliary, accelerating this process through achievement points. But even without the system, Luo Chen may take this step one day when he is blessed. So, all of this is what I have worked hard for. System, let me see your limit. No, let's take a look at other entries. Luo Chen was in a good mood and his eyes fell on the realm column. 6th level of foundation building 30 out of 100. Chapter 398 The 3rd level humanoid monster Luo Chen. 6th level of foundation building 30 out of 100. It has been 4 years since Luo Chen returned from Kingdom Valley. In the past 2 years, he practiced in seclusion on Xianlin Peak, and his realm has been steadily rising. The progress bar once reached the 20s. This is not much different from the 10 years he estimated to break through to the late stage of foundation building. But in the nearly 2 years since he stepped onto the battlefield, the progress bar has only risen by a few points. There is no way. The battlefield is not a suitable place for cultivation after all. Long-term fighting is even more detrimental to the accumulation of spiritual power. He was able to improve his cultivation by a few points because of the high-grade Zongmiao Pill provided by Tawan. If it were other foundation-building true cultivators, I am afraid that their cultivation would be difficult to improve. Fighting is indeed not the first choice for our generation of key cultivators. On the contrary, it is a physical cultivator like Brother Wang who can use fighting to accelerate the understanding of the changes in ki and blood. Luo Chen has always had an idea of the realm improvement. The slow progress due to the war was also within his expectations. He focused on spells. 3 third-level spells, involving flying, illusion, and a secret technique that is easy to learn but difficult to master. Except for Jirwanali, the other 2 are not very suitable for brushing proficiency. In the 2nd-level spell column, he has gained a lot. The mountain collapse, the glass sky curtain, and the great perfection of the scorching sun technique are his reliance on the battlefield. Especially with the means of controlling the weapon, it can be said that during the foundation building period, even if it is a late-stage great cultivator, he is not afraid and can win the battle. The great perfection of the spring breeze and rain art was unexpected, but it was reasonable. This technique was originally learned to heal Gu Kai's foundation building injuries. But on the battlefield, this medical skill shined. Whether it was treating Li Yingzhang or treating the monks of Luo Xianhu, it played a great role. Finally, in the year of the God-transforming ruins, Luo Chen frequently urged it to reach the great perfection. It can be said that Luo Chen's body did not collapse under the ultra-high intensity of the power of thunder and lightning, and this technique and the healing technique played a great role. Otherwise, even if Luo Chen hurriedly completed the confluence of 10,000 paths, he would not be able to persist. As for other 2nd-level spells, Luo Chen didn't care much. Water Mirror Technique, Flower Fairy, and Bewitching God Technique are all prerequisite spells for Mirror Flower and Water Moon. It takes a lot of time to brush them up to full proficiency. For now, Luo Chen has no need to study further. Illusion is a bit embarrassing. In a battle of the same level, he can take it by force. In a cross-level battle, illusion is limited by the strength of the soul, and it is very easy to be backfired by high-level cultivators, so he dare not use it indiscriminately. Even on the way back, he only used Bewitching God Technique and Shocking God Technique for a short time against Feng Laoge. This 3rd-level illusion is a bit useless. In the field of alchemy, more accumulation comes from the 2 years before going to the battlefield. In those 2 years, he refined a large number of pills for the fairy juking and mastered the star-picking hand learned from Kingdom Valley. The only thing that caught Luo Chen's attention was the Kingaon wonderful pill method. This detoxification pill technique seemed to be inconsistent with what Ho described at the Taishan Square auction. At that time, it was clearly said that it would take 1 year to get started, 3 years to achieve minor success, 5 years to achieve major success, and 10 years to achieve perfection. But if you count the time, it has been almost 20 years now. He has not yet achieved perfection, and has not enjoyed the effect of maximizing the absorption of the medicinal power of the pill described in this pill technique. Is the description wrong? The difficulty of practicing this technique is far beyond the description above. Is it that the goods are not what they claim to be? Luo Chen knows his own business. He has a unique talent for magic. And this detoxification pill technique focuses on practice. It just so happens that he takes several times more pills than the cultivators of the same level. According to the number of practices, he should have achieved perfection, but he is still stuck at 900/1000. It can even be said that the reason he was able to reach 900 in one go was because he swallowed a lot of miscellaneous pills in the Huashan ruins in order to refine his body, and forced himself to rise. I don't know how long it will take to reach the great perfection. Luo Chen shook his head, unable to figure out this alchemy technique. But he didn't plan to delve into it. Even without the extra effect of absorbing the medicinal power of the elixir, the current effect of detoxification is enough. Finally, he looked at the number of achievement points. 22. Not long ago, he had accumulated more than 60 points. As a result, because of the deduction and completion of the confluence of 10,000 paths, more than 40 points were consumed. This was the largest amount of achievement points he had ever consumed. Even when he crossed the level to enter the Emperor Flow, it didn't cost so much. He remembered that it seemed that he only spent more than 20 achievement points. 2 of the current 22 achievement points were provided by him after he practiced the confluence of 10,000 paths and quickly advanced to the mastery level based on his previous accumulation. Although it's a little less, I don't have any new elixir recipes to get started recently, so I'm not so panicked. After looking at the attribute panel, Luo Chen had the most intuitive and clear understanding of his current state. Then what he had to do next was very simple. First, it was to restore spiritual power. With the help of the top-grade Zongmiao Pill and the second-grade top-grade spiritual land, plus a stronger physique, he should be able to recover quickly. Secondly, he should make good use of his current body. A body comparable to that of a third-grade ancient monster is at the same level as a human golden elixir. There is no reason to leave it empty. But with a strong body, he has no corresponding means. He can only rely on hard fighting, which is really clumsy. Luo Chen has actually seen this embarrassing situation. Back then, Wang Yuan entered the second level of body refining with a state of key refining. It seems to be comparable to the foundation building, but because of the lack of corresponding means, he cannot exert his full combat power. Isn't this the moment? Therefore, Luo Chen has a good person to ask for advice on this matter. Finally, it is about the preparation for the formation of the elixir. Counting it up, he now has mastered 4 elixir secrets, 3 of which are lower method elixir secrets, and 1 is the upper method elixir secret from the Luo Chen sect. If he studies it carefully, it will not be a dream to form a golden elixir in the future and be called the ancestor of the sect. 3 things require time and energy. Luo Chen had been prepared for this. It was late at night when he came back, and he disguised himself into Xianlin. When he left the ruins of the god transformation, he did not expose himself. Whether it was ordinary people or the Ice Castle monks, they did not know that he came back alive. Therefore, he had enough time to support him to do these things. At Luo Xianhu, he also told Sima Wei Niang and Gu Kai that as long as they did not encounter a major event that destroyed the mountain and the family, they should not disturb him with trivial matters. Now, everything is ready. Let's do it step by step. Today's training has ended, and Luo Chen started to do the second thing. Write down the 10,000 Daos convergence summarized and completed by the system. Take out a jade slip. Luo Chen closes his eyes slightly, and sends his spiritual consciousness into it to burn it. This is a delicate job that cannot be neglected. Fortunately, Luo Chen's soul is strong, and he has practiced the art of shocking and confusing the gods, so the difficulty is not high. Time slowly passed, and a new technique that has never appeared in the world of cultivating immortals was gradually born in the world. After the recording was completed, Luo Chen had some new insights. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen. Before, he just glanced over the instinctive practice, but now he found the advantages and disadvantages of this technique after looking at the overall situation. After a long time, Luo Chen put the jade slip away solemnly. I'm afraid that ordinary people can't practice this technique. Even for me, it's a bit difficult to improve my body through this. I have to find a new way. But let's ask Wang Yuan first. The next day, Luo Chen's cave house welcomed a guest. Luo Chen carefully handed the jade slip with a confluence of 10,000 daos to Wang Yuan. The other party didn't take it seriously at first. But when Luo Chen said, "My physical changes are due to this method," he showed a serious look on his face. "Wait a moment, let me take a closer look." In the quiet cave, Wang Yuan carefully studied the exercises recorded on the jade slip. As he studied more deeply, many expressions appeared on his face involuntarily. Sometimes he understood, sometimes he was thinking, and occasionally he frowned. From time to time, lines of blood and qi appeared on his body, as if he was trying to figure out something. The more he tried to figure it out, the more shocked he was. After a long time, he put down the jade slip with a look of shock on his face, and looked at Luo Chen with a trace of disbelief. "Is this the technique you created?" Luo Chen smiled slightly. "It can't be called creation, but it's just deduction and completion on the shoulders of predecessors." Deduction, completion. Wang Yuan agreed with this humble statement, but was also shocked. He could see that there were many things he was familiar with in this body refining technique. The overall foundation was the third-level body refining technique Xiangpeng transformation, and then mixed in Mingshan Posha, Qi Tangyin, and even Wang's secret book that he summarized along the way. It seemed to be some old-fashioned things. But it was incredible that they could be systematically combined together. In particular, some of the cultivation methods derived from the awakening of the mind opened his eyes. Intake of qi, blood exchange, bone shaping, armor transformation. This is undoubtedly a new way of body refining based on the traditional body refining technique. If the traditional body refining technique is to comprehend the changes of qi and blood inside the human body and do the things of the Taoist temple in the snail shell, then the confluence of 10,000 daos is to forcibly turn the human body, this snail shell, into a solid fortress. Both of them intend to explore the limits of the human body. But they go in opposite directions and go their own ways. For a while, Wang Yuan's thoughts fluctuated in his mind, and countless inspirations flashed and jumped. However, it is obvious that the purpose of Luo Chen inviting him here today is not to discuss the way of body refining with him, but to have other requests. He pursed his dry lips and asked, "What level have you reached now?" Luo Chen blurted out without thinking, "All the meridians are connected, and all the acupoints are open. I can absorb a pool of air and circulate it in my body without breathing for 3 years. I have completed a blood transfusion, and now my marrow is as frost and my blood is as mercury. My bone shaping progress is the slowest, but my spine is like a dragon, running through it. Finally, I can condense a protective air armor, comparable to a demon with fur and armor." Every time Luo Chen said a word, Wang Yuan was shocked. Later, he couldn't help himself and crushed the hard stone table with one hand. Let the fine stone powder fall to the ground. He looked at Luo Chen in disbelief, full of doubts. But when he thought about the three of them attacking together, only Luo Chen instantly killed the strongest of the three Lingyazi. He couldn't help but believe it. The combat power displayed by Luo Chen at that time was completely different from the power of fire he had mastered before. It can be said that, except for the lack of the corresponding magical talent, there is no problem for you to treat me as a third-level humanoid monster. If the previous words are only part of the puzzle. At the end, Luo Chen's words clearly reflect his current comprehensive body refining realm. Wang Yuan couldn't help but say, "What on earth have you experienced? What have you paid to have such an achievement?" Luo Chen chuckled. "Aren't the answers all in the confluence of 10,000 paths? To cultivate these small realms, external forces, internal skills, and various massive resources are finally accumulated." Wang Yuan shook his head to himself. He knew that there was no point in asking these questions. The sufferings in the past are just a show-off that only successful people can bring out. There is no such thing as showing off between the two of them. He turned the topic back. "So, do you want to master the means to match the current physical realm?" Luo Chen nodded. "That's right. A third-level monster without magical powers is just a livestock to be slaughtered. You understand this principle better than me. Why does this sound like an insult?" Wang Yuan glared at him, then fell into deep thought. Unconsciously, he picked up the jade slip again to take a closer look. Luo Chen was not in a hurry. He took a top-grade Shenglong pill and threw it into his mouth to digest it. He discovered something. As his physique reached the third level of the ancient times, his digestive ability became much stronger. In the past, he could only take one top-grade Shenglong pill a day, at most 2 pills every 3 days. But now, his physique can completely withstand 3 top-grade Shenglong pills. Even if he doesn't practice the exercises, he can naturally digest most of the medicinal power just by relying on his powerful digestive ability. It's just like a humanoid monster. This is great good news. No less than the good news brought by changing the spiritual land and the transformation of the exercises in the past. This means that he can grab more spiritual power from the outside world every day, thereby directly increasing the speed of cultivation. According to his previous estimates, the ratio of digesting the top-grade Shenglong pill to the spiritual energy that can be refined by free meditation in the second-level top-grade spiritual land is about 1 or 2. Now digesting 3 pills means that his cultivation speed has more than doubled. Perhaps, this has something to do with my experience of digesting countless pills in the Huashan ruins. The body has passively adapted to these things and naturally formed this digestive ability. Just as Luo Chen was sighing, Wang Yuan finally woke up from his meditation after several hours. Looking at Luo Chen's expectant eyes, he slowly said, "I do have an idea that can make the most of your physical advantages, but whether it works or not, we will know after the experiment. You tell me." There was a data bug in the cultivation progress in the previous chapter, so I modified it slightly. When I was writing, I forgot that after returning from Kingdom Valley, before going to the battlefield, the protagonist also practiced for 2 years. By the way, I'm asking for some monthly tickets. Today, the book has been blocked for the first time since the book was opened. Come and celebrate with some monthly tickets. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 399 Xiangpeng's True Form. Above the 9 heavens. The wind was fierce and the clouds were rolling. A thin figure stood in it, his eyes slightly closed, as if he was comprehending something. Luo Chen recalled the conversation with Wang Yuan not long ago. Your technique is derived from Xiangpeng transformation. I don't know what the future direction will be, but at least it is still based on this technique. Instead of looking for other methods, why not trace back to the source and show the advantages of this physical soul in the most orthodox way? Monster-like transformation. Exactly. But in that case, wouldn't the body become larger, increasing the enemy's attack area? Don't you know that after the transformation, the speed will also increase? Moreover, the several powerful killing moves recorded in Xiangpeng transformation all require the Xiangpeng's real body to be perfectly exerted. In this case, there is no need to go far away. Of course, on this basis, I will construct a few more killing moves for you to make up for the shortcomings. These words woke the dreamer up. Luo Chen only wanted to find a human body to make use of this body. But he forgot that the confluence of 10,000 paths was derived and supplemented on the basis of the transformation of the Sky Peng. Giving up the near and seeking the far is not the right way. Tracing back to the source and returning to the essence is the kingly way. The Peng bird monster is already famous for its extreme speed, and I have practiced 90,000 miles in advance. If I change my true body again, I can naturally perform the killing moves recorded above. After determining this direction, Luo Chen no longer hesitated. He suddenly opened his eyes. According to the records in the exercises, he mobilized the power of Qi and blood to impact his flesh, blood and bones. Under the impact of the majestic Qi and blood, his whole body began to change rapidly. His hands turned into claws, his body swelled huge, and his eyes were as sharp as a ray. In just a moment, a huge creature shaped like an eagle appeared above the 9 heavens. But at this moment, it was far from over. Transform into armor. With Luo Chen's low shout, pure white armor pieces appeared on his body. Kakaka. Like the feathers of a Peng bird, it completely covered his 3-meter body. Not enough. Luo Chen's eyes widened, and a huge amount of blood and Qi rushed to the shoulder blades on his back. The specially refined fiery cloud wings were stimulated and spread out instantly. Unlike the illusory wings that were cast with spiritual energy before, this time it was based on a magic weapon, supplemented by a huge amount of blood and Qi, and instantly evolved into a physical entity, rumbling and spreading out. In the blink of an eye, wings 3 times the size of the body were born from the clouds. As the wings spread, a layer of fiery red halo gradually spread, and then landed on the monster body. If there were immortal cultivators here, looking from afar, They would probably mistake it for a real fiery cloud pen. The wings were like clouds hanging from the sky, and the divine horse was like an ancient monster. The red halo covering the whole body was more like a true god on the fire, which was breathtaking. However, only Luo Chen knew that his transformation into Xianpeng was mixed with something else. On the back of the monster body, a spine bone that looked like a thunder dragon was emitting a silver-white light. It was the first time for Luo Chen to transform, and he was still a little uncomfortable. But if you want to get used to this kind of change, there are corresponding methods. The next moment, the wings spread, and the whole person disappeared from the spot. The whole person shot into the distance like a sharp arrow. Not only that, after flying hundreds of feet in an instant, it suddenly stopped and flew high into the sky, flying and circling. In the continuous flight, Luo Chen became more and more familiar with the transformed body. Next, we have to try those killer moves. First, it's the Cloud Claw. The Cloud Claw is another name for the Skypeng Divine Claw. Because of the different directions of change, there are 3 types of claws: Thunder Claw, Broken Gold Claw and Cloud Claw. Although Luo Chen obtained this body comparable to the 3rd-level ancient monster through Thunder body training, but he still took the transformation of Fiery Cloud Pen. Therefore, the claw attack that suits him best is the Cloud Claw. As Luo Chen's body changed, the huge peng bird swooped down from the 9-day cloud layer, and a huge claw seemed to stretch out from the cloud layer, sweeping towards a towering mountain on the ground. Swish! 5 fiery red lights flashed by. The next moment, the mountain peak, which was thousands of feet high, was actually broken in half by this claw. The mountain peak collapsed, and the fracture was as smooth as a plane. As Luo Chen turned his body, the wings behind him vibrated, and the majestic blood and ki impacted. The broken mountain peak collapsed uncontrollably in one direction. Boom! When the mountain peak fell to the ground, the deafening sound resounded throughout the area of thousands of miles. Countless flying birds were startled, and many beasts were in a panic. There were also scattered key-refining casual cultivators who walked out of the cave house in surprise and looked at this scene in fear. On a small hilltop, Wang Yuan's pupils shrank. Sure enough, transforming into the true body of Xianpeng is the way to make the most of this body. If this blow hits me, even if I have achieved great transformation, it will be difficult to drain it. But Wang Yuan stroked his chin and watched Luo Chen fly into the sky again, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Some places are still too stiff. After all, it's just a broken Skypeng transformation. If it's paired with my giant spirit transformation, maybe it can make up for this defect. In addition, the use of the demon body is still too shallow. While he was thinking, Luo Chen was stretching his body in the sky, mastering the corresponding killing moves. Cloud Claw, Fiery Barrier, and even later, he wanted to try to cast spells with a demon body. Fiery Cloud Peng is a fire-type demon beast. He is also good at fire magic. If the two can be combined into one, its power will definitely increase. The power is definitely not less than the real 3rd-level Fiery Cloud Pen. At last, a breeze swept, Luo Chen changed into new clothes and landed on the top of the hill. How do you feel? How do you feel? The words came out of the two mouths in unison. The two smiled at each other. Luo Chen stretched his body, and his bones trembled all over his body. I feel pretty good. If I use a thunder strike in this state, I can sweep through the foundation building period. I dare to fight even the giant master. Luo Chen suddenly became a little arrogant because he could fully exert the power of this body. However, Wang Yuan poured cold water on him at the right time. The methods of the giant master are beyond your imagination. Moreover, you are still too unfamiliar with transformation, and the attack methods after transformation are not systematic. You have to improve and increase them. Otherwise, there are too many flaws, and each flaw may cost you your life. Luo Chen put away his smile and listened carefully to Wang Yuan's evaluation of him after he revealed his demon body. A little self-satisfaction also slowly dissipated in his heart. He recalled the battle with Duan. The strength of the giant master was indeed beyond his current speculation. In that battle, Duan was framed by him layer by layer, confusing his mind and dampening his spirit. But after using all his methods, he only hurt the opponent a little bit. If it weren't for the 3rd-level formation that Min Longai gave him, which triggered the thunder power that had been stored for thousands of years on the 9 Thunder Mountains, he probably wouldn't have been able to seriously injure Duan until he died. Not to mention killing him. If he wanted to truly deal with the Golden Core Master calmly, He still had a long way to go. Let's go. Go back first, and let me think about it carefully and complete your combat methods. I also want to study the 10,000 Daos convergence carefully. I feel that it will provide me with a lot of reference ideas for my promotion to the furnace realm in the future. Wang Yuan said slowly, not hiding his love for this body refining technique at all. Luo Chen nodded, without any intention of hiding anything. Wang Yuan was able to give him the Wang family secret book that he had learned throughout his life, so he could naturally return the favor. Oh, right. Wang Yuan suddenly stopped and looked at the thin Luo Chen. After you go back, take more supplements. You look so thin, you're almost as thin as a lightning bolt. Luo Chen was stunned. The mountain breeze blew, and his clothes rustled. Luo Chen was not as thin as lightning, but with his tall stature and the lack of meat on his body, he did look like a bamboo pole. He shook his head helplessly. He really had to eat more when he got back. Gu Kai had said more than once that he was uncomfortable. Only Sima Wei Niang, who was plump, didn't dislike him so much. It just so happens that I have a little god chef at home. It's time for her to shine. Luo Chen smiled and left this barren land with Wang Yuan. Luo Chen was not worried about the need for food supplements. With a large number of people in Luo, all kinds of ingredients could be delivered to your door as long as you were willing. Bai Miling had studied a lot of recipes over the years, and it was a good opportunity for her to show her strengths. Chapter 400, Vicious Secret Technique, the Forerunner of the King. The change in Luo Chen's body shape is due to the body refining by the heavenly thunder. He was not so thin before. It was only after the body refining by the heavenly thunder that he became what he is now. It is not difficult to make up for it. Just increase the amount of meat and spiritual meals. Luo Chen mentioned it to Sima Wei Niang that day, and the next day Luo Xianhu began to purchase a large amount of high-quality ingredients for him. He did not need to use the spiritual rice produced by Luo Xianhu himself, but bought the third-level spiritual rice cultivated by the Five Elements Divine Sect. 10 kilograms cost 100 spiritual stones. Once bought, it starts at 1,000 kilograms. Various vegetables and fruits containing spiritual energy were moved to Xianlin Peak in baskets through storage bags. In addition, the most important thing is meat. Luo Chen naturally looked down on the meat of first-level monsters. The worst had to be second-level. Sima Wei Niang even tried to purchase the flesh and blood of third-level monsters for him through the black market. Even if Xiao Ling could not cook it because of its high grade, Luo Chen would eat it raw. Under his and Wang Yuan's research, the principle of the third-level body refining technique Wan Dao He Liu with infinite potential has been roughly understood. It is not very profound. It is all about the use of energy. Whether it is the early stage of Yi Jing marrow cleansing, refining organs and inhaling qi, or the middle stage of Tongmei Kikyo, blood exchange and bone shaping, a huge amount of resources are needed. Only Luo Xianhu has been on the right track in recent years and can provide Luo Chen with a large amount of spiritual stones. In addition, he has gained a lot in the battlefield of Jilei Mountain. Otherwise, it is really impossible to support the consumption of body refining in a short period of time. In addition, there is a very embarrassing situation in front of him, which Luo Chen cannot ignore at all. That is the lack of external force. The creation of Wan Dao He Liu was to consume the terrifying thunder power in Luo Chen's body at that time. Therefore, it itself needs enough external force. If the body refining is compared to casting, the body is the embryo of the embryo, and the massive resources are various minerals, then the external force is the giant hammer needed to beat the embryo. Luo Chen is embarrassed now because he can't continue his physical training without the giant hammer of thunder force. But he also knows that he can't become a fat man in one go. First, he should thoroughly consolidate his current physical foundation and master the corresponding means. As for the future, we'll talk about it later. Luo Chen still plans to focus on the cultivation of the immortal way in the future. The physical training is almost extinct and relies entirely on self-exploration. As for the key training, there is already a way forward. There is no reason for him to seek far away. At present, practicing Xianpeng transformation is just to provide enough power to protect the immortal way. When he was concentrating on cultivation, there were never a lack of guests coming and going to the cave. After Wang Yuan, it was Chu Kui. You have a leisurely life? Chu Kui looked at Luo Chen, who was practicing a set of boxing under the cover of the formation, and said with envy. On the mountain platform, Luo Chen ignored him and concentrated on practicing the 5 internal organs health boxing. He has already mastered this set of boxing. But he is still continuing to practice. The reason is naturally to nourish the 5 ki in the chest. Wang Yuan said that his Xianpeng transformation has defects, and he plans to integrate his Juling transformation into it. And the Juling transformation needs the support of the 5 internal organs and 5 ki. Luo Chen is now making corresponding preparations for the new Xianpeng transformation. After a set of boxing, Luo Chen's face was slightly sweaty. After a few months, he has gained some meat on his body, at least he doesn't look so skinny. If you want to use a word to describe his current state, it would probably be lean, thin, but strong. Looks thin, but after taking off the coat, the knotted muscles are particularly terrifying. The power contained in it, even Wang Yuan dare not underestimate it. Sitting opposite Chu Kui, he drank a sip of warm spirit wine, and then smiled. Idle. It's just a way to have fun in hardship. Tell me, how have you studied the secret technique of the Luo sect? The secret technique of the Luo sect, the lock bead curtain. Talking about business, Chu Kui's expression became obviously serious. He said in a low voice, "This technique is too vicious." Huh? Luo Chen was stunned. Vicious? How did he get this from? Seeing his astonishment, Chu Kui knew that Luo Chen had not studied the locking bead curtain secret technique seriously during his return. After all, Luo Chen was only at the 6th level of foundation building, so there was no need to rush. But he was different. He had already built a 9th level of foundation building, and the condensation of the golden elixir was just around the corner. After returning, he almost stayed up all night studying the 4 condensation elixir secret techniques. The one he paid the most attention to was naturally the upper method condensation elixir secret technique. At this moment, he told Luo Chen the essence of this technique. According to the secret technique, after a cultivator steps into the golden elixir realm, his soul and spiritual power merge into one. At this time, the spiritual consciousness merges with his spirit and becomes the spiritual consciousness, which has infinite magical uses. And when the spiritual consciousness merges with his spiritual power, the spiritual power evolves into the magic power, which has great power. Wait, how do these two do it? Luo Chen was puzzled by the changes. Chu Kui was very patient and explained to him bit by bit. The key lies in the golden elixir condensed by the cultivator. The golden elixir is a collection of spiritual power. The cultivator uses his soul to refine the golden elixir, so that the soul and spiritual power interact with each other, and only in this way can infinite magic power be derived. He explained it very clearly, but Luo Chen still seemed to be confused. There was no way. Without stepping into that realm, many things are simple to say, but it is difficult for me to imagine. He can only understand it as the golden elixir is a large container that carries spiritual power, in which the soul and spiritual power constantly interact, thus producing transformation. Chu Kui did not explain it in detail, or he himself did not have such a deep understanding. He just explained the description of the locking bead curtain secret technique one by one according to his understanding. Therefore, the master who created this secret technique, with a high-level vision and insight, proposed the concept of first forming the characteristics of the golden elixir and then forming the golden elixir. If you can transform some of the magic power in advance, it will naturally be much easier when you condense the golden elixir. Luo Chen thought thoughtfully. It seems to be true. Instead of waiting for a comprehensive transformation, you can achieve the golden elixir. It is better to first have some characteristics of a giant and cultivator, and then form a pill in reverse. This way, you will get twice the result with half the effort. As for the mana, Luo Chen took a sip of the spiritual wine in the cup and guessed, could it be that the soul is integrated into the spiritual power? But before, many foundation building cultivators, including you and me, have tried it, and it is impossible to do it on a large scale. Moreover, even if a small amount is done, it is difficult to maintain for a long time. Chu Kui nodded, that's right. But then he rejected this statement, we can't do it, but in the eyes of the masters, there is a way to do it. Locking pearl curtain secret technique. Luo Chen raised his eyebrows. That's right. Chu Kui showed emotion on his face. This secret technique mentions splitting the soul, evolving the soul thread, and connecting the liquefied spiritual power. In this way, every drop of extremely compressed and pure spiritual liquid can be regarded as a drop of mana after being connected. Finally, when condensing the golden elixir, the main soul is the leader, and all the spiritual liquids are fused and wrapped together. In this way, The golden elixir is completed. Click. The wine glass shattered. Luo Chen, who had not yet fully mastered this powerful body, was slightly out of control. But it was also obvious that he was shocked by this concept. Cut the soul, evolve the soul thread, connect the spirit liquid in series, and form a spirit bead. This spirit bead will have some magical characteristics. In the end, because it is all driven by the soul, when it is integrated together, it will naturally be invincible. By then, the golden elixir road is just around the corner. Looking at the shocked Luo Chen, Chu Kui smiled bitterly and said, "It's a grand idea, right?" "Indeed." Luo Chen swallowed his saliva and exclaimed, "I don't know which expert came up with this concept. I can imagine that if while the spirit liquid is stained and pulled by the soul, it will be easy to conclude the golden elixir in the end. Locking bead curtain. It's really incomparable and worthy of the name. The soul locks the bead curtain, and you will enter the golden elixir in one day." Chu Kui said faintly, "Not only the concept, but also the operation method is written on it. How to split the soul, how to connect them, and how to merge them in the end are all written very clearly. Luo sect has not kept anything secret. This is indeed a complete secret technique of forming a pill." Hearing this faint tone, Luo Chen was shocked, but curious. Why did Chu Kui look unhappy? The method ahead, the great way is expected, why is he so unhappy? Suddenly, he thought of the key. Cut the soul. His expression changed drastically. How can the soul be cut? You are crazy. The soul is the most important thing for us key refiners. How can we just split it? All things have spirits and souls. When humans start practicing, they will have spiritual consciousness. The initial key refining spiritual consciousness is stored in a sea of consciousness and cannot go out. Once the foundation is established, the spiritual consciousness can leave the body and shine for several miles. If you can achieve the golden pill great way by chance, you can even derive the spiritual consciousness and reflect the world. It is said that the subsequent breaking of the pill into an infant and the transformation of the infant into a god are not changes in spiritual power, but changes in the soul at a higher level. It can be said that the soul is the root of the cultivator's root. Luo Chen has enjoyed many benefits of a strong soul along the way. During the key refining period, he overcame the heart tribulation and took the Zongmiao Pill, which made his soul stronger and stronger. Because of his strong soul, he can refine pills more often every day, practice his life skills more often, and even master one or two more magic tools than others when fighting. It can be said that the importance of the soul is far greater than that of the body and spiritual power. Luo Chen only dared to nourish it well, so how could he dare to cut the soul? No wonder you said this technique is vicious. Luo Chen was shocked, and he understood why the other party said that at the beginning. Chu Kui also sighed. Yes, the cultivators of our generation only think that the soul is not strong enough, so how dare we divide and weaken it? After the soul is cut, it will naturally be divided and weakened. The consequences are also extremely serious. When fighting, you can't be distracted. When practicing, you are prone to go astray. You will be unable to control the huge spiritual power in your body. If you are not careful, your spiritual power will be unbalanced and your ki si will be turbulent. No one dares to bear the consequences. Luo Chen couldn't help asking, since it is a secret technique, there must be no such omissions. Is there any supplementary treatment method in the secret technique? No. Did Luo sect hide it? I said before that it is indeed a complete secret technique. At least from my knowledge, I can't see any deletions or omissions. At this point, the two fell silent. Luo Chen looked at Chu Kui, who was worried and roughly understood his mood. After a while, he shook his head and said, perhaps, it is not hidden or deleted, but this secret technique itself has other matching exercises. He said this because it was related to a set of exercises he had recently created. The confluence of 10,000 daos is actually a comprehensive body refining secret technique. Xianpeng transformation is the general outline, but it is still divided into very detailed specific practices, such as the same source of gas, the clear spirit breaking evil spirits, the blood evil spirit opening meridians, the thunder opening orifices, etc. The secret technique of the lock bead curtain is equivalent to the many small techniques under the confluence of 10,000 paths. Chu Kui nodded when he heard him say this. Maybe it is so. It is rumored that the souls of Luo sect cultivators are naturally stronger than others, so they can drive puppets as they wish. The strong ones can even control the third-level puppets in the foundation building stage, Or one person can control 2 or 3 puppets at the same time to fight against the enemy. Luo Chen naturally knew this rumor. He even saw Han Zheng, who was at the 4th level of foundation building, controlling the flying puppet, the close combat puppet, and the long-range attack puppet at the same time. Of the 3 puppets, 2 of them were powerful puppets comparable to the great cultivators in the late stage of foundation building. The power of the opponent's soul can be seen. No. Luo Chen asked in confusion. It's understandable that 1 or 2 souls are strong. But so many disciples of Luo's sect are so powerful, so it's clear that they are not born strong. Chu Kuihan, maybe it has something to do with the relevant soul strengthening techniques they have. Strengthening soul. Luo Chen's eyes lit up instantly. He didn't have a soul strengthening technique, but he had soul strengthening pills. When Chu Kui was depressed, Luo Chen handed over a bottle of pills. What is this? Zongmiao Pill. It belongs to the 1st level, but the grade is as high as the best, and it is also effective for foundation building practitioners like us. What is it used for? Zongmiao into dreams, strengthen the soul. Chu Kui was stunned. He took the bottle of pills carefully with trembling hands. Don't joke with me, brother. Take it back and try it, you will know. Can I still deceive you? No. Chu Kui was a little excited at this moment. He couldn't help himself. A secret technique of forming a pill was placed in front of him, but he couldn't use it, and he didn't dare to use it to form a pill. That feeling is like not being able to enter the treasure mountain in front of you, and not daring to touch the beautiful woman in your arms. It is so torturous and desperate. Now, Luo Chen told him that there's hope. Soul strengthening pills. If the soul can be strengthened to a level beyond the scope of the foundation building period, then even if a part of it is separated, it seems not a big deal. In this way, this lock-beat curtain secret technique can be put to use. Knock. 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 There was a knock on the table, and Chu Kui looked up at Luo Chen excitedly. I can provide you with Zongmiao pills on time to help you strengthen your soul. But I'll say it first. Chu Kui interrupted Luo Chen. You don't have to say it, I understand what you mean. He said with relief. It's nothing more than me being the forerunner to try the lock-beat curtain secret technique to form a pill and provide you with experience and lessons, right? Luo Chen hummed, yes, this process is bound to be not as smooth as it seems. If it succeeds, it's naturally a good thing. But if it fails, the danger of forming a pill is even greater than that of building a foundation. In the world of immortal cultivation, there are many examples of people who have failed in foundation building and succeeded in the next attempt. However, there are very few who have failed in forming a pill and still succeeded in the subsequent attempt. At most, they can only form a false pill state and survive. In fact, we still have 3 lower-level methods of forming a pill on hand, so you don't have to take this risky path. No. Chu Kui refused flatly. Since there is a higher method, I will definitely not choose the lower method. In my life, I have the name of the champion, and I am also the champion among the casual cultivators. Naturally, I have to choose the best method to form a pill. I know the risks and consequences. If you fail, I will not blame you. It's great that you think so. Luo Chen smiled slightly. I am looking forward to your experience after practicing the secret technique. A strange and dangerous secret technique of forming a pill. Luo Chen did not dare to try it easily. But with Chu Kui in front, he could obtain a lot of first-hand information. In this way, Chu Kui would be the pioneer and Luo Chen would reap all the benefits. The pros and cons were clear in just a few words. Without saying more, Chu Kui hurried home and prepared to try the effect of Zongmiao Pill. In the days to come, he will probably concentrate on meditation and strive for the great perfection of the foundation building period. He no longer has to worry about resources. Luo Chen gained a lot on the battlefield of Jili Mountain, and he also gained a lot. After he left, Luo Chen took out 4 jade slips from the storage bag. Ice Castle Dragon and Phoenix Tribulation, Aleo Mountain Escape from the Cage, Kingdom Valley Hunun Method, Luo Sect Locking Beat Curtain. 4 major secret techniques of forming a pill, 3 down and 1 up. Luo Chen naturally would not pin all his hopes on one method. If Chu Kui's way is not feasible, he has at least 3 other ways to try. Although he is currently at the 6th level of foundation building, it is still early for forming a pill. But it is always right to get familiar with these secret techniques first. His qualifications are too poor, and it will be more difficult to form a pill. In this way, failure is even more unacceptable. Only by being fully prepared and completing it in one go is the right way. I hope these secret techniques won't disappoint me. Luo Chen murmured as he flipped through escape from the cage. After all, they were a major giant in sect, and the secret techniques given by Aleo Mountain, even if they were just for the lower realms, should be too bad. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.